The Jacksonville Jaguars are almost on the clock. We are 1 hour away from the 2022 NFL Draft. And no better place to be than right here with us at Pro Football Network. And there's no one better to be with than right next to me, the one, the only Tony Pauline. I am Brett Yarris. We are here live in New York. Golf on 6 in Mayapack has been so helpful to help us with this show. And we are going to bring you each and every pick we have as soon as we have it. Jacksonville Jaguars are of the national broadcast on the clock. So we definitely are going to want to stay away from the 2022 we've got to get to the latest news, and no better place to be than right here with us. This is one of the craziest drafts I can remember in a long time. Yeah, what's your perspective on it?
I thought you were going to say, no one better to be here with Mel Kiper, but he's home from what I understand.
He is home. Him and his hair.
There you go.
We don't have his hair here either, obviously.
Mel's a character. It's a culmination of a year work. It's nothing. For me, the NFL draft is 12 months. Yeah. Draft will be, tonight, Friday, Saturday. I'll take 2 weeks off. I'll get crazy bored. In the middle of May, end of May, I'll start watching a film again to get ready for the 2023 draft. So it's never really over. It just one melds into the next. But, it's an addiction. It's something that a lot of us really love. And, I guess this is the ultimate of it. And we either cry or we get very excited and with our predictions. And again, people need to realize the draft is not the end. Right. The draft is just the beginning. People are going to go crazy. Who had the most right in their first round mock? Who had the most top 100? I did this great. Means nothing. I'll get crazy. All names on a piece of paper. The real telltale sign of this draft will what we see in camp this summer, what we see in the 2022 season and beyond.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to get made about as soon as a player is picked. We're going to hear a lot about, this team won the draft or this team lost the draft. But the reality is every year we never know who won or lost till 3 or 4 years into these players' careers. The best we can do is give an honest assessment. And here's why I'm excited to do the show with you, Tony, because I have been with you at the Senior Bowl. I have been with you at Pro Football Network for 3 years, and I can tell you there's no one harder working in the industry. If Tony's got the goods, it's good. So, speaking of which, let's get into some of the latest that you're hearing, because there could be a ton of movement in this draft, and there's a lot of mystery within the top 10. Yeah. So let's start with the team that's leading off the draft for the second year in a row, hopefully not doing it for a third year in a row. That's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, who knows? As we've talked about on Pro Football Network, as we broke the story, March 25th, the story went up that the Jacksonville Jaguars were considering Trayvon Walker, the underclassman defensive end from Georgia, with the first pick of the draft, which caught a lot of people by surprise. But as I said then, that is the choice of Trent Baalke. That is his type of defensive lineman. Tall, long arms, very athletic. The owner likes Aidan Hudson. So there's some sort of consternation. If Trent Baalke always seems on the verge of losing his job, what are they going to do? I'm told it looks right now that it's going to be Trayvon Walker. Wow. People who spoke with Trent Baalke this morning said he seemed very confident, he seemed very upbeat, and he seemed like he won that battle, I guess, against the owner in that Jacksonville war room.
Well, look, not too long ago, Aidan Hudson was the prohibitive favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in this draft. But you, Tony, on Draft Insiders, along with your co-host Trey Wingo, who, by the way, will be joining us in about 20 to 25 minutes live from Las Vegas, on Draft Insiders, Tony, you were the first to raise the possibility that Trayvon Walker was in play with that number 1 pick. In fact, you said it was better than 50-50. Now, we fast forward, and Trayvon Walker is now the prohibitive favorite. The latest odds have him at minus 450 to go number 1 overall.
And it's not just he had a great combine. I think people pigeonhole him that he had this tremendous combine, 6'5", 270 pounds, ran in low 4.5s, a 4.5, 140, and they're like, he's a workout warrior. As I've said, it's a bunch of garbage. The guy's a terrific terrific player. Maybe he didn't have great pass rush numbers at Georgia, but he did have 32 quarterback hurries. And you watch the film at Georgia, he's a complete defensive end. He did a great job setting the edge. He did a great job with his gap responsibilities, dropping back off the line into coverage on those zone blitzes, which Georgia ran so well with Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, getting out into pursuit. So really, Trayvon Walker has done the little things so well that a lot of these other guys weren't asked to do on the college level. Right. So he is ahead of the curve.
So you got to imagine Jacksonville is looking at him as a perfect complement on the other side of Josh Allen. not the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, the pass rusher for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Josh Allen does a ton of the pass rushing, that pure pass rusher. It looks like they're looking for a complement who could do a little bit of both and drop out.
You would think so, but, Jacksonville's got to start hitting on these picks because they've expended a lot of draft capital on defensive front seven players. You mentioned Josh Allen. They took Trayvon Bryan in the first round one year. He turned out to be nothing. Clavon Chazen, the linebacker, pass rusher, stand-up edge from LSU, has been up and down. They really got to start hitting on these picks.
Yeah, look, Trent Baalke's job security was in question following the Urban Meyer fiasco. And by the way, fiasco is the understatement of the year. The Urban Meyer disaster, okay? So it's a lot of people were surprised that Baalke even kept his job to even make these picks. So even illustrating the point, he's got to make them. But let's look at the next pick in the draft. Number 2 is the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions, well, they're picking 2 for what seems like, I feel like every year they're number 2. That year they went number 2 and they took receivers every single year. They need a little bit of everything. They're not settled at quarterback. Jared Goff probably isn't the guy long term. A lot of people are thinking, oh, Malik Willis, could the Detroit Lions, reach for him and take him at this number 2 spot? What are you hearing the latest at what Detroit might be doing?
Yeah, I mean, the thought process all along has been, whichever defensive lineman Jacksonville takes, Detroit will take the other one.
Oh, okay.
So if they take Trayvon Walker, thought process is Detroit's going to go with Aidan Hudson. Makes a lot of sense. They need a pass rusher. He's probably the next best player on the board. Plays college football at Michigan. I'm hearing right now in the war room, it's kind of 50-50 between Aidan Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau.
Oh, okay.
The defensive end from Oregon who's been much talked about in the lead up to the draft. Thibodeau is my number 1 rated player in this entire draft. I love him coming into the season. He didn't play all that well in 2020, but he did have suffer a significant ankle injury first game of the year. There have been questions about, how he prioritizes football. I wrote that article at the Combine. We broke that story about how he's not a bad guy, but it just seems that football is a piece of the pie for him. It's not the priority. And when you go to the Combine, you're doing those interviews. NFL teams want to know that you're going to be able to walk through glass barefoot, to play in the NFL. He didn't come across as that. It was like, I got football, I got this. He wants to, as somebody said to me, he wants to be LeBron James. He wants to be in charge of all these different things. As one NFL team said to me, Kayvon Thibodeau acts as though he's already there rather than working to get there. But the bottom line is this. He's a tremendous defensive front seven player. You can stand him over tackle. You can have him come out of a three-point stance. He can rush the passer up the field. He can drop off the line in coverage. He can get up the field, change direction, and flatten down the line in pursuit and catch ball handlers from the backside. People say he's a little bit stiff in the hips. Okay, fine. Overall, people coming into the year were talking about Kayvon Thibodeau as one of the top 2 players. He could end up as one of the top 2 players.
Yeah, what's interesting is that following last year's draft at Pro Football Network, our draft analysts released a way too early 2022 mock draft. And our very own Ian Cummings had Kayvon Thibodeau as the number 1 pick for this year's draft a year ago. And for a long time, Tony, like you just said, it looked like that was going to be the case. And for reasons you just stated, he slid down the board. But now you're saying he could find his way back into that top 2. If he doesn't go at number 2, could he see a slide that might be something that we're concerned about?
No, I mean, there is a thought process out there that he could slide out of the top 10. I don't see him getting past the Giants pick at 7. I think Atlanta at 8, who needs a ton of good players at every position, could go best player available. That's where I think he'll end up. But there is a belief that if he gets past 2, he could slide a long way. We'll see what happens.
Now, also with the Lions, in addition to the pass rusher, they also could use some help on the offensive line. You got Evan Neal out of Alabama, Ike Ekwonu out of NC State. What are you hearing? Is that a possibility for Detroit?
Yeah, no, it's either going to be Aidan Hutchinson or Kayvon Thibodeau. It's neck and neck. Hutchinson makes the most sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
hometown kid.
Played the football right down the road there. Sort of a Dan Campbell type of player, guy who plays, will walk through glass barefoot.
Does he bite kneecaps? That's the question.
I mean, he checks all the boxes. A good pass rusher, plays hard in every down. You can use him off the line on occasion. Not as good as Thibodeau, not as good as Walker, but you can still use him in that capacity. I would be surprised if they go any other way except pass rusher, maybe offensive line. I'd be shocked if they took a quarterback with that second choice.
Fascinating. Look, Something else you broke earlier this week, you said the craziest rumor, quote, the craziest rumor you were hearing so far going into this draft was that the Houston Texans could shock everybody and take Stingley at number 3, Stingley the cornerback. Is that still something that's a real possibility for them?
If Lovie Smith has his way, I think that's what's going to happen at number 3. What I'm told is Lovie Smith is in that war room continually pushing for Derek Stingley with that 3rd pick. A lot of other people like Ike Ekwonu because they need a right tackle. They got Laramie Tunz on the left side. You put Ike Ekwonu on the right side. Maybe Ike Ekwonu develops into a left tackle because this is, I believe, the last year on Tunzel's contract. Now, as far as Stingley's concerned, you know, that 2019 film when he was a true freshman is very enticing. I mean, it draws you in. From a scouting perspective, it's absolutely magnificent. I mean, the guy was almost clairvoyant, knowing when the ball was going to be in the air, getting his head back around, positioning himself against receivers, consistently making plays on the ball when he was challenged.
Right.
And quarterbacks didn't like to challenge him. He was that good. If he was eligible for the 2020 draft, Derek Stingley would have been the 1st or 2nd player selected, no doubt about it. I mean, he looked like an all-pro cornerback on the college level as a freshman at LSU. The question is, he didn't play very well in 2020. People say, well, that LSU defense mailed it in. I don't know that that's an excuse that I would use to justify his poor play. Got injured last year with the foot injury, the Lisfranc fracture, only played 4 games. The injury concerns me more than anything else because you don't know if that sort of foot injury will reoccur, could rear its ugly head.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is what the concern is. But again, you know, a defensive-minded coach like Lovie Smith watches that 2019 film of Derek Stingley. It's very easy to fall in love with him.
Really, really interesting because a lot of the talk about who the first cornerback would be coming off the board was Ahmad Sauce Gardner, the cornerback out of Cincinnati. If he's not the pick at 3, where does he go?
Probably the New York Jets.
To the very next pick.
With the very next pick at number 4. You know, the Jets could go Ekwonu if he's there. The Jets could go pass rusher. Obviously, if somehow Trayvon Walker falls down there. But everything coming out of Florham Park the last 24 hours has been about Ahmad Gardner. Rex Hogan, the assistant general manager, has been gushing over him. So when you hear a team talking like this time and time again about a player, that is a sign that they're going to go for him. Now, our Aaron Wilson has also reported that the Jets are interested in Jermaine Johnson, the pass rusher out of Florida State. I think that's a possibility as well. I reported that a while ago because the Jets were constantly all over Jermaine Johnson. And when a team shows that type of interest in a player, it's not just a smokescreen. But Ahmad Gardner, I mean, here's a guy who was good in 2020, was even better in 2021. Not Derek Stingley like from 2019, but in that direction.
Yeah.
A big, tall guy. He's physical. He's fast. Had a terrific combine. Good, excellent ball skills, improving ball skills. That's the one thing about cornerback that I really look for. I want to see the guy show improvement. I want to see him better the year he enters the draft than beforehand. Ahmad Gardner showed that, you know, if he doesn't go for the Jets, he's not going to be on the board very long.
You know, it's funny because not yesterday, but the day before on Draft Insiders, you and Trey were talking about this, and we went through what we called the flashpoints of your mock draft, and we listed out the teams. And you started with Jacksonville, and it was almost kind of like, well, yeah, they're the number 1 pick. But it really is mattering who they take because if they take Hutchinson, for example, well, now that could really change what the Jets do it for or anybody else.
If they take Ekwonu, it could change what the Texans do. You know, if they go with Hutchinson, it could change what Detroit does. Obviously, it's going to have reverberating effects what the Jacksonville Jaguars do with the first pick of the draft.
Well, I'm going to pause you there. Because I am told, okay, that we have somebody here live from Las Vegas. He is a Caesar. All right, it is our very own chief NFL analyst, Mr. Trey Wingo. Trey, how you doing, man?
Appreciate you.
Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, Trey, can you hear me okay?
We can all hear you now.
Trey, how is it in Las Vegas?
Turn your volume down.
It's a little insane.
Well, talk to us. What's the atmosphere like? You had said that on Tuesday the crowd wasn't crazy yet, but that you expected it to be.
It's crazy. Let's just be clear. It is absolutely crazy. We were over there earlier today. said, there's hundreds of thousands of people out there milling around already. It is everything that you would expect a Vegas draft to be.
Well, Trey, I am trying to do my best impersonation of you. I am hosting a live draft show the way you did for so many years at ESPN, and I expect fully to get a lot of critiques and notes on my phone after the show tonight.
I will not do that, I promise, because you're doing great, and Tony is your Lord and Savior. He'll take you through where you need to go, so don't worry about it.
Trey, you finally got some good weather. You got out of northeast cold, and it looks like it's a beautiful day out there in Vegas, as it usually is.
Yeah, it's about 85 and sunny. It's great. I'm actually coming to you from Hell's Kitchen on the Caesars property as we're getting set to do some stuff with the Las Vegas and the Caesars Instagrams accounts during the draft. And I told them I had to duck in and talk to my guys to make sure everything was going well. Tony, I'm hearing from so many people that are saying this is going to be the craziest draft in 30 years, right? There's just so much uncertainty. We're hours away from the first pick, and everything still is up in the air.
Be prepared for a long night because with the craziness, I think what's going to happen is most of those teams in the first round are going to use their entire 10-minute allotment for potential trades because of the discussions in the war room. So I figure we're in for a pretty long night as 32 teams, most of them anywhere, are going to use the entire 10-minute allotment.
Well, especially with some of those teams that have multiple first-round picks. We still have, as we're doing this, 8 teams with multiple first-round picks, which has never happened before. 6 is the highest. And I do get a feeling like a lot of these guys are going to try and sort of figure out a way if they can maneuver and get someone to trade with them. But then who are those players that you trade up to? You know what I mean? To get.
Yeah, I think one of them would be Jameson Williams. I mean, you look at the Philadelphia Eagles. You've mentioned that they got so much draft capital this year. They got a bunch of draft picks next year. Maybe they try and make a move up to get Jameson Williams.
Tony, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Did you get muted? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Now I got you. I got you
now.
Jameson
Williams obviously is a guy I think that teams like the Philadelphia Eagles, who've got a ton of draft capital this year and next year, may make a move for. The Kansas City Chiefs, as you said on the show Tuesday night, I mean, they got a boatload of picks in round 1 and day 2. If they really like one of those receivers, they haven't needed position, maybe package those picks and move up.
Are you hearing anything about where the Chiefs may be leaning? Because obviously you said it's a rich wide receiver draft, Tony, but it's also a rich edge rusher draft. And in that scenario, those are like the 2 positions in this draft where it feels like that and offensive tackle, where it feels like it's as deep as any draft we've seen, and those are really positions in need for what Kansas City is trying to do.
Yeah, I'm told right now Kansas City holds court with their two picks in late round 1, and no receiver that they like drops to their laps. It's probably going to be defense, maybe safety, edge rusher, cornerback, edge rusher. But I am told if a guy like Jameson Williams starts to drop, maybe a Chris Olave who can stretch the field for them, they will pick up the phone and maybe look to move up if the cost is not too steep.
What about Jacksonville, who now has 12 picks as well? Not the quality of picks that obviously Kansas City has, but they do have 12 picks in the draft. They locked up Josh Allen, the edge rusher, today to the 5th-year option. Not a surprise there. What are you hearing about what they're going to try and do beyond that first overall pick?
I think you're going to see a lot more offense. You're going to need weapons for Trevor Lawrence, some protection for Trevor Lawrence. I could see them taking a tight end early on. They signed Evan Engram to the free agent to a 1-year deal, and you're going to have some good tight ends in that day 2 area. Trey McBride, who we spoke with on Tuesday, Greg Dulcich of UCLA. I could see I've heard they're absolutely going to go in that area, in that direction.
Andrew, Brett, you got a question?
Yeah, I'm interested, Trey, in anything that you're hearing on the ground there. I mean, this is really the first time the draft has been in a city like Vegas. How has Vegas been as a host city compared to what you've experienced all those years in New York?
Well, New York was its own creator and its own sort of creature. The draft changed forever for me in 2017 when we went outdoors in Philadelphia, and I was sitting next to Commissioner Goodell. And he looks at me and says, Trey, I do believe we've outgrown an indoor venue for the draft. And I think he was 100% right. They're expecting close to 750,000 people down there, 750,000 people when this is all said and done. And I'm also hearing a lot of rumblings about potentially Vegas becoming, for lack of a better term, an anchor city in the rotation of the drafts. The U.S. Open has 3 or 4 anchor golf courses like Pinehurst and Oakmont. and Pebble Beach. They go there every 4 years, every 5 years, whatever.
Sure.
I think that there's a growing sentiment that Las Vegas might become the first anchor city since New York to hold the draft here, because the infrastructure is perfect. You know, you don't have to worry about hotel rooms.
Yeah.
There's plenty of space where you need it to be. There's so many things going on to spice it up. I mean, literally, they've done an amazing job. They've essentially shut down the Strip, Las Vegas Avenue. Very few cars on it. There's very few motor traffic at all. Everything is foot traffic. They're funneling it to that area where the draft stage is behind the Link Hotel. It's really we talk about this, and Tony knows as well as anyone. The draft is the ultimate crapshoot.
Yeah.
Why not have it in Crapshoot City, Las Vegas, where you are rolling the dice? So I think it would be a big surprise if there is an announcement sometime after this draft that Vegas is going to have recurring drafts here.
That'd be really interesting, because we've heard nothing but positive things. It's sort of the atmosphere we've heard in the way Indianapolis hosts the Combine, like the perfect match for the perfect event.
It really is. I mean, you can get everybody in a centrally located area. It's not spread out somewhere. It's a place where, no disrespect to where sometimes the draft has been, or people want to come here. They want to come here. I mean, that was the one fear with the Raiders coming here, is like they wouldn't have a home crowd advantage because people would sell their tickets because everyone wants to come to this game,
Yeah.
But I just think when it's all said and done, there's not a better marriage for a city and an event like the draft than the NFL draft and Las Vegas.
Trey, can you kind of give us a layout?
You're at Caesars, right? The draft itself, the draft stage is at the Bellagio. What do they have going on besides where the draft stage is?
Well, the red carpet was at the Bellagio, and that's where they did a bunch of that stuff. Caesars is the official host place of the draft, but Caesars has multiple hotels across from Caesars, across Las Vegas Avenue, are the Flamingo and the Link Hotel, and behind the Link Hotel they have this massive open area, and that's where the draft technically is. It's on a Caesars property, and there's a little promenade on the other side of the strip where you walk through, and if you've ever been to Vegas where the Ferris wheel is, right past the Ferris wheel and where the Link zip line is, you go into that open area, and they have fenced off this entire area, and that's where there's a full interactive fan area where there's concerts and a lot of Hall of Fame players are signing. I just did some stuff with Andre Reed and Jonathan Ogden.
Saw that.
And then right behind there is the actual draft stage. It's the actual stage where the players walk across, and that's where the setup is for ESPN and the NFL Network. It's really perfect. And, it can be really hot here this time of year. It is 83 degrees. It's really perfect. It's not too hot. It's a little windy, and there are some concerns because especially when the sun goes down, those gusts tend to pick up. Those latter, picks 29, 30, 31, 32. There could be some elements that we're dealing with here in the draft, but that's all part of it, right? It's all part of the spectacle, because that's what the NFL wants this to be.
Sure. Better hold on to those
cards real tight as you bring them up to the desk, or everybody else but the legal know who the pick is.
Yeah, and Tony, go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
No. I saw you do a video with the assistant director for trades at Caesars, Adam Pullman. And he mentioned how when Tony and I were just talking about this, how Aidan Hudson was the prohibitive favorite for so long. And then there was a report that came out that Trayvon Walker was in play for that pick, and he kind of walked through how Caesars, had to change the odds a little bit there. Yeah. What I love about that is that report started on your and Tony's show, Draft Insiders at Pro Football Network, kind of seeing how those things come together. What I'm interested in is seeing now in your association with Caesars, the way the betting side of this goes. What do you think is going to be the most intriguing pick in this draft in that type of perspective?
Well, it's interesting. We asked Adam about that, and he thought the most interesting thing was going to be the number of quarterbacks. The over-under is 3. Keep in mind, we've had at least 3 quarterbacks taken every draft since 2016 in the first round. 2015, when they went 1-2 with Jameson and Marcus Mariota, was the last time we didn't have 3. In every draft, by the way, since 2000, every draft since 2001, except 2013, we've had at least one quarterback go in the top three.
Right.
And that year was Blake. 2013. They didn't have one until E.J. Manuel went 16th overall to the Buffalo Bills. It's like anything else. Quarterbacks drive the market. Quarterbacks drive the needle. So the question is, what are we going to see in these quarterbacks? And what's interesting is that at the beginning of the week, the draft slot over/under for Malik Willis was 9.5, and the draft slot for Kenny Pickett was 10.5. But yesterday, in Vegas, in Nevada, they shut down the odds 24 hours before an event happens. The odds shifted. Malik Willis's over/under went to 12.5, and Pickett's went to 14.5, which tells you they don't think there's going to be a team that's going to try and make a big move up to get either one of those quarterbacks. And Desmond Ritter at Cincinnati remains on the bubble of a first-rounder at 30.5.
So they think that there's a chance the Houston Texans at 13 could take Malik Willis at 12.5.
Let me ask you, are there any odds as to whether or not Deebo Samuel's going to get traded tonight?
They have not put that out as a prop bet. But, Tony, from what you were reporting on our show the other night, which was fascinating, I really think that John Lynch wants the Jets to make an offer he can't refuse. Like, I don't think they want to trade him, but if they get say something along the lines of what the Dolphins gave up for Tyreek Hill, even though they're not the same player, I understand that. But John Lynch feels like he's in a position of strength here because they don't have to trade him. He's still under contract. And if the Jets really want him and the Jets need more weapons, clearly, for Zach Wilson, you're going to have to blow him away with something for that trade to go down.
Trey, I know we have you for a few more minutes, so I want to make sure that we get you where you got to go. Big night tonight. As you know, at Pro Football Network, this is basically our Super Bowl, right, the NFL Draft. So what I want to ask you is, you've seen so many crazy moments in your time covering the draft. What to this point has been the craziest moment so far for you?
Overall or here this week?
Overall, but I do want to hear about here this week.
Well, yeah, that's some weird stuff already happened here, but that's not a surprise. Look, the Laramie Tunsil gas mask bomb thing, that will go down. Find me the thing that's going to top that. I mean, He's a top 5 pick, and right before he's about to go, footage of him smoking weed on campus in a World War II gas mask leaks on the internet. I don't know how you can top that ever.
I'm assuming Caesars didn't have odds for that, right?
Nope. Think of the prop bet odds you can get. Here, I got a hot tip. Here's what I think is going to happen. It's insane. Then the year 2003 when the Vikings didn't get their pick in on time. How did you not get your pick in on? And then 2 teams, I think Baltimore and somebody else, it might have been Jacksonville, snuck in and got their picks ahead of Minnesota before Minnesota finally got their pick in. And they ended up with Kevin Williams, who was a borderline Hall of Famer, but it was just absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I was right behind those tables when that happened. They didn't sneak them in. They ran to the table with cards in hands, flashing because while the Vikings were still trying to decide what the heck they were going to do. I remember that like it was yesterday. That was crazy. And the Vikings, if you remember, almost let the clock run out on themselves the following year.
That's right.
That's right. And then there was 2017, which obviously Myles Garrett went first overall, and we knew that. But then we started hearing these rumors that the Bears wanted to trade up. They had the 3rd overall pick. They traded a first rounder to move up one slot in the draft. One slot to take Mitchell Trubisky. And, of course, history then tells us that both Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson were taken at 10 and 17, I think. And that obviously did not turn out the way Chicago wanted. But we were sort of incredulous of what they gave up to move up one position from 3 to 2 to secure Mitch Trubisky.
And if you remember, they signed Mike Glennon
to a significant contract,
$18 million guaranteed
in free agency before the draft.
I think what they did there, though, is when they signed Mike Glennon that contract, Glennon's agent says, I want a contract as long as his neck. As long as you can write it on his neck, that's how much money has to be in this deal for Mike Glennon.
Oh, he probably could have got more than
that 18, though. But Trey, last question here. Let me put you on the spot. What's your gut tell you? Who's going to be the number 1 pick? And do you think it'll be the right pick in that regard?
I think the money is leading towards Trayvon Walker right now. He's again, as we said, he's the leading vote getter, our odds maker, betting favorite to go number one. Whether it's the right pick, I don't think anybody knows. Right? I don't think anybody knows that he has all the traits you want. The production obviously wasn't there on the likes of Aidan Hutchinson, but Aidan Hutchinson didn't have that Georgia defense where he didn't have to do all those things.
Right.
You know, there's no such thing as a sure thing. As much as we all believe in the John Elways and the Robert Monks and the Trevor Lawrences of the world, I always say I hate it. I always find it hilarious when draft grades come out the day after the draft. Like, what do you? Like, they haven't played yet. Like, you understand. You can say you like what they did in terms of how they used the pick, but whether or not it works out, 3 years from now, we'll know whether or not it's the right pick. No one's going to know tonight. And that's the beauty of the draft, by the way. No one's wrong tonight. Every team can walk out of it thinking, yes, we nailed it. And only one of them probably will.
Yes, that's
hard way as they look for a suitor for Baker Mayfield. So,
are there odds on that? Are there odds on whether or not Baker's going to get traded this weekend?
Listen, if he does, it's for a 7th rounder or a 6th rounder, right? I mean, like, you know this, Tony. They've signed 700 quarterbacks. And, they have no leverage. And every team knows it. And the other thing, they want the Browns want somebody who takes him to take up some of his money. You're the Browns. You just signed Deshaun Watson to the most guaranteed money in the history of the NFL. You think any NFL owners are like, oh, sure, Cleveland, I'll help you out. They're like, screw you guys, man. You put us in a bad spot for eternity. We're not doing that.
Yeah, well, look, it is sure to be one of the craziest drafts that we can remember. It always is when there's not a surefire quarterback or a surefire number one pick. Trey, really looking forward to catching back up with you when you get back from Vegas. Have a fantastic time tonight. And Tony and I will see you next week for our final Draft Insiders episode live on YouTube Tuesday at 8 p.m.
One last thing, Trey. I'm taking the over on Malik Willis.
You what?
I'm taking the over on Malik Willis.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I think that's 100% smart. And I'll put that bet down for you in Vegas right now. Gotta go real busy. All right. See you guys.
Take care, Trey.
That was Trey Wingo, Pro Football Network's chief NFL analyst. And again, sorry for the technical difficulties there in the beginning, but I think we got it going early on there. Trey is always fantastic to have because no one has covered more NFL drafts or been seen as the voice of the NFL draft more than Trey Wingo has. And his insight is interesting. I'm actually fascinated by the news he kind of broke on the show here that Vegas is going to be an anchor city.
Wow.
For the NFL
I'm more
draft.
interested in the fact that the quarterbacks, the odds in the quarterbacks keep falling down and down the road. One thing I'm surprised you didn't mention was 2014 when Blake Bortles was selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars, because I was at Radio City. I did the TV across the street, SNY, got there for the pick, and no one expected it, and it was just like an explosion of like, what the hell just went on? And obviously the fans at Radio City knew more than the Jacksonville Jaguars because we saw what happened or what didn't happen with Blake Bortles.
Yeah, Blake Bortles, who ended up being a journeyman backup. I think he's in Green Bay or was for a year. I mean, who knows? And that's kind of the problem. And why Jacksonville, by the way, is picking number one for the second consecutive year. They continue to have these issues where they don't pick the right players. And you highlighted that. Jacksonville's got to get these right, and we'll see if they do with that number one pick. We left off, though, on stuff you're hearing with the New York Jets and the tandem cornerbacks of Stingley going 3 to Houston and Sauce Gardner going 4 to the Jets. Assume it plays out that way, okay? That leaves 2 really highly thought of offensive linemen for the Giants at 5. What are you hearing there?
Evan Neal. Unless Aquano's there, the Giants are going to take Evan Neal. There are some teams that have medical concerns about Evan Neal. His knee is a minor issue. He's got a lot of nicks and bruises, as we talked about during the show Tuesday with Trey. I'm told the Giants have checked off on him, and they were happy with him. It's Aquanu. If Aquano's there, that's the pick. Otherwise, I think it's Evan Neal. People talk about Charles Cross. The Giants want a right tackle. That's what Evan Neal is. He's a right tackle. Charles Cross is a projection to right tackle.
Okay.
The Giants already have an outstanding left tackle in Andrew Thomas.
They do, and what's really interesting about what the Giants have here is Andrew Thomas started out slow for them, right? There was a lot of issues about whether or not he could be a long-term fit there. Evan Neal was long considered to be, again, another potential number one overall pick. Why do you think, and is it because of the injury, but why do you think that now he's sort of in this threesome with Ike Ekwonu and Charles Cross?
I think number one, people overrated him from the beginning.
Okay.
He never should have been in the conversation for the number one pick of the draft. He was never that type of player. As I said all along, he was a versatile guy who played left tackle, played right tackle at Alabama, but he projects to the right side. And right tackles don't go one. Right tackles usually don't go two in the NFL draft.
Right.
If you are a knockout, say, DeBrickashaw Ferguson type left tackle, you're going to go early in the draft. And even then, it's very tough for them. With the situation in Jacksonville, with Trevor Lawrence there, if there was a great can't-miss left tackle, there was a possibility he would have gone number one. You don't have that in this draft. Evan Neal never was that. He never should have ever been talked about or mocked or whatever you want to call it to Jacksonville with the first pick, especially since they just went and franchised Cam Robinson, which would have told you.
That's right.
Of course, when they franchised Cam Robinson, everybody changed their mocks and said, okay, they're going Aidan Hudson.
Right, but we did not. You had it pretty consistent going all the way forward. The issue there becomes the New York teams, and again, we're live, by the way, from Golf on 6 in Mayapack, New York. And the two New York teams, the New York Jets, the New York Giants, it appears could be locking down two very cornerstone positions in cornerback and tackle, although in the Giants' case, right tackle. But that leaves the Carolina Panthers at 6. And you and Aaron Wilson at Pro Football Network had this as well, that the Panthers, and you had this before anyone else, that the Carolina Panthers could be looking at Charles Cross at that number 6 pick.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking at him. I think they're hoping he's going to be there. And
Okay.
if he's there, that is the selection. I mean, a lot of people say Kenny Pickett, maybe Malik Willis, because Carolina has such a needed quarterback. Matt Rule needs to win this year. And no quarterback he drafts this year is going to help him win in 2022.
Yeah.
You can't put Kenny Pickett in underneath center and expect him to win 8-9 games next year. Malik Willis isn't going to be ready to play in September. So I thought it was always foolhardy to expect Carolina to take a quarterback at 6. Maybe if they trade down later on into the first round, they take a quarterback. They need a left tackle. The general manager's there this is his second draft. You want a building block, you take Charles Cross of Mississippi State, a guy who, when you compare him to Aquanu, when you compare him to Evan Neal, he's more athletic, he's more mobile, he's more agile, he's more of a natural left tackle. Now, there's still some bumps in his game. There's still some bumps hurdles that he's going to have to overcome. He's not the finished product. Doesn't always play with a good knee bend. He's a little bit late with his hands. The fact is, if you watch the Mississippi State film, he rarely, if ever, came out of a three-point stance.
Right.
Because he was in that Mike Leach aerial attack, and he was always come out of a two-point pass-protecting stance. So that's an issue that they're going to have to overcome. But still, this is the left tackle that you can start to build around. And the fact is this, everybody talks about quarterbacks and quarterback crazy. Pass rushers, impact defensive players, and left tackles are always and have always been priorities and commodities on draft day.
Yeah, and look, and Trey just said this, right? Caesars has the quarterbacks' odds on where they're going to be selected sliding further and further down the board. The only team that has a glaring need at the quarterback position is Carolina. So if Carolina goes Charles Cross here, it's almost a certainty, minus a crazy trade-up, that a quarterback's not going to go in the top 10.
Well, the other thing is I don't know. I assume those odds are based on news. Like you said, Trayvon Walker jumped to the top when Trey and I talked about it March 25th.
Yep.
And they look at mock drafts. And, in my opinion, none of these quarterbacks were ever worth top 10 picks.
Yeah.
None of them, because a lot of teams in the top 10 didn't need a quarterback, or the teams in the top 10 that needed a quarterback were not going to reach for a quarterback.
Makes sense.
Matt Rule's going to have to get his quarterback another way. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday, they trade for Baker Mayfield if the situation is right for him.
Right, and you reported this first with Trey Wingo on Draft Insiders, that Baker Mayfield was not going to be traded tonight. All right, there's very little opportunity for him to be traded. If he gets traded during the draft, it'll be tomorrow or Saturday, and it could be even after that. And talk to me real quick about that, Tony. And by the way, Trey would kill me right now if he just heard me say "talk to me" as a lead into a question. But let's talk about what you also said, which is that if Baker isn't traded during the draft,
right,
he could be in for a long time with the Cleveland in an uncomfortable situation.
You got to remember, Cleveland Browns are on the hook for almost $19 million guaranteed. That's what Baker Mayfield's going to get guaranteed, regardless of whether he takes a snap when they put that fifth-year tag on him.
Yeah.
So the Browns have boxed themselves into a corner, and as Trey alluded to, as I said a couple of weeks ago, The other 31 teams in the league are in no rush to do the Browns a favor after they gave Deshaun Watson that huge contract.
I was gonna
because
say.
that is the shape of things to come in the league. If they have a Deshaun Watson type of quarterback, they're going to have to match or better that quarterback moving forward. Teams are not too happy about that. And the fact is this, if you trade for Baker Mayfield, you have him for 1 year. Maybe you can franchise him, maybe you can extend him, but no one is going to do, the Browns a favor. And no one wants to pay Baker Mayfield almost $19 million. So whoever trades for him, the team that gets him is the team that's willing to take on the greatest percentage or pay the greatest percentage of that $19 million salary, or almost $19 million salary.
Yeah, it almost is like a reverse Brock Osweiler deal, which was like one of those Moneyball deals where they traded a player to get him. They bought a draft pick. But like you said, it's not just as simple as not wanting to do a competitor a favor. Teams are pissed at the Cleveland Browns, pissed at the Haslam family for giving Deshaun Watson the first ever NBA essential contract in NFL history.
Right, and that causes a lot of problems. When you have one guy like that gobbling up such a big percentage of your salary cap, you better hit on the day 3 picks. You better hit on those middle round choices, because those are going to be the inexpensive players that fill out your roster, that fill out your depth chart. You're going to need those guys. It'll be interesting to see if he's not traded by Sunday. It could be a long haul. You may not see Baker Mayfield get traded until July.
Wow.
Maybe a starting quarterback goes down in camp, something like that happens. Then they trade Baker Mayfield off, ship Baker Mayfield off to whatever team needs him.
Let me ask you this. If Deshaun Watson, as we expect, is suspended for a significant amount of games, is there a possibility where Baker Mayfield is starting for the Cleveland Browns?
That's what Baker Mayfield's people told me. His own people said, he said, this may seem far-fetched, but when the league hands down the suspension, their discipline to Deshaun Watson, and that discipline is probably going to be 6-8 weeks, if not more, the Browns are going to be in a position where they need a starting quarterback. That's why they structured the contract the way they did. What is he making, $1 million or something like that this year?
Yeah.
And the big money starts next year. So he said, the Browns, we'll need a starting quarterback. They have to pay Baker Mayfield. Maybe they keep Baker Mayfield around for 6 to 8 games. I don't think it's going to happen. They even said to me, the culture on that locker room would be crazy, but it's not as far-fetched as people believe.
Man, we're talking about the craziest draft in a long time. That would be one of the craziest quarterback situations to come our way in a long time. But let's get back to what you're hearing inside of this top 10. Because after the Carolina Panthers, the New York Football Giants have their second pick inside of the top 10, of course, barring a trade, which we know trades happen all of the time. If they get a cornerback, okay, with that fifth pick, or they go tackle with the fifth pick, does that mean a corner could slide to them and they can steal a corner here?
Well, if they go cornerback with that fifth pick, they're not taking a cornerback with the seventh pick. What it means is one of the offensive tackles will likely fall.
Yes, right.
They take Evan Neal at 5. In a perfect world, one of the cornerback falls to him, whether it be Ahmad Gardner or Derek Stingley. I don't think that's going to happen. I think look for a pass rusher, possibly Kayvon Thibodeau.
If he falls, yeah.
If Thibodeau falls past Detroit at number 2, this could be one of his stopping points. I mean, he fits the system. That Wink Martindale system is one where he likes those sort of undersized pass rushers that stand over tackle or come out of a three-point stance. He's an athletic guy. We talked about him before, and I think he's a good fit for the Wink Martindale system that will be now implemented with the New York Giants.
The Giants have a real opportunity here to walk away with really, really key players here. If they could get it, Ahmad Gardner, or if they could get an Ekwonu if he somehow falls to them, they're in a really interesting position, and they're really going to be paying attention to those top 4 picks, especially Jacksonville, because, again, depending on who they pick, especially if it's Trayvon Walker, will really set the tone for what comes next. Now, that comes to 8, and you said 8 could be one of the landing spots for a Kayvon Thibodeau if he falls. What are we hearing about the Atlanta Falcons?
And I was told before we started the show, the feeling right now out of Atlanta is it's going to be Garrett Wilson. Because Garrett Wilson is highly rated. The Falcons are basically desperate at receiver right now. Their top receiver is going to be Ridley's suspended for the whole year because of the gambling issue.
He should not be in Vegas right now, by the way. Calvin Ridley, if you're in Vegas, get out.
And the fact is the Falcons could go in many directions. I mean, no more Matt Ryan. They need pass rushers. They need help on the offensive line. They need receivers. So I think the Falcons are in a good spot in that they can take the best player available that fits, and that best player available will fit a need. I'm told it's Garrett Wilson. I wouldn't be surprised if Kayvon Thibodeau's there. That's the direction they go.
Man, just really interesting that a player we're talking about at number 1 or number 2 overall, he is the top player on your board from a player perspective,
right.
Could be sitting there for the Atlanta Falcons on the precipice of the top 10. But we're not out of the top 10 yet. We're at number 9 now with the Seattle Seahawks. And you said on the show on Tuesday with Trey on Draft Insiders that this could be one of the first trades we see in the draft this year. What are you hearing about what the Seahawks could be doing?
They want to trade down. I mean, they desperately want to trade down. I was told before we started the show, the phone lines are not burning up. There's not a lot of teams looking to trade up to number 9 with the Seattle Seahawks. So it could be a situation with the Seahawks where they wait till the very last minute to see if they can move out of that pick. I continue to hear that the Philadelphia Eagles like Jameson Williams, the receiver out of Alabama. Jameson Williams is not going to last to one of the 2 Philadelphia Eagles picks. I believe the first one is 15.
Yep.
So I could see that trade being made, the Seattle Seahawks going from 9 to 15, Eagles moving up, taking Jameson Williams, and then the Seattle Seahawks taking Trevor Penning, the right tackle from Northern Iowa, who they like if he's there. If they don't trade, it'll be interesting to see if Trevor Penning is the pick at number 9. Because as we all know, you never know what the Seahawks are going to do in the draft. You know, you think they're going to go left, they go right. You think they go right, they go left. They took Jordan Brooks. No one thought they were going to take Jordan Brooks, but Jordan Brooks was going to be a first-round pick. They took Jordan Brooks, and it's had different sorts of results. What I'm told is also they want to change that culture. They want to get to back to that tough guy, punching him out type of culture. That's what Trevor Penning is. 9's a little bit early. It's not out of the question, though.
That would be a major shakeup. And maybe they could because they're going to see Evan Neal, Charles Cross, and Ekwonu come off the board likely before they get to make that pick. That may spook them into that Penning pick. We'll see. But then the second of the New York teams that are going to have a second first-round pick come in at number 10, the New York Jets, okay? We have you dropped a bomb on the football world, okay, on Tuesday when you broke the news that the New York Jets were going to prepare a Godfather-like offer, a deal that the 49ers couldn't refuse to take on and take back Deebo Samuel around this 10th pick. Right. What are you hearing about this pick now?
And I'm either going to look like a hero or people who never trust the word I say after that one, because I was shocked how it blew up the internet, blew up Twitter. The deal is not dead. Deebo Samuels can be traded, still be traded to the New York Jets, but San Francisco wants to see who's available. I think in the best case scenario for the Jets, somehow both top receivers, Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams, makes it to 10. If that happens, there's a very good chance that trade could go down. Now, how does that happen? Well, you have to have Trayvon Walker go number 1. What you have to have is you've got to have both cornerbacks, Trayvon Walker, Aidan Hudson, Kayvon Thibodeau go in the top 9. Right. You've got to have the tackles go in the top, all 3 tackles go in the top 9. If all that happens, there's a chance that both receivers are available at the 10th pick, which means that San Francisco would be very open to trading that selection. Now, San Francisco doesn't want to. They have already received a huge offer from the New York Jets. Yep. Rex Hogan was telling people yesterday that the ball is in the Niners' court, meaning they have the Jets' offer. I was told it was a 10th pick. It was one of those picks early in round 2, and some extra selections. Elijah Moore was not included in the deal from what I was told.
To be clear, because that's what's going around right now, Elijah Moore not included in the deal the Jets have offered. Okay, we have some Jets fans in the back there. Might want to hear this. Elijah Moore not included in the Jets' offer to the 49ers at this point.
10th pick of the draft. I believe it was the 35th pick and some extra other selections. Now, I asked 2 questions. Would the Jets make the trade without giving Deebo Samuel a physical? I was told, there are no injury issues with Deebo Samuel. And then I asked, would the Jets make that trade without trying to discuss a contract first with Deebo Samuel's agent? That's one of the big issues with Deebo Samuel in San Francisco. And I'm told the parameters are always laid out, and the implication was not that the parameters have been laid out with the New York Jets, but everybody knows what Deebo Samuel wants. He wants a 4-year deal, $100 million, $25 million a year. So again, the deal is not dead. If it happens, it will happen when the 10th pick is called to the clock. And if the 2 receivers are available, I think there's a possibility that deal is pulled off. The Niners don't want to trade Deebo Samuel, but the Jets desperately want Deebo Samuel, and they're willing to give up a lot for him.
It sounds like if those 2 receivers are available, or one of those 2 receivers are available at that 10th pick, the Jets would still be willing to make the trade for Debo because that's the leverage they need for San Francisco to want to move into that 10 slot.
Oh, well, it's not the leverage. That's the only way San Francisco would move into that 10 slot. They're going to want to get a replacement for Debo Samuel. You got Jameson Williams, who is probably more talented than Garrett Wilson, but he's got the knee injury. But then again, if you're San Francisco, you don't need a receiver to come in and give you immediate impact in September the way the Jets do. Right. You can basically let him rehab and then put him in the lineup late October, early November, as you make your late season push and push through the playoffs. It makes complete sense. We're not going to know until the first 9 selections.
Okay. So really interesting. The top 10 is going to set the tone for the rest of this draft, not the rest of the first round, but also the rest of the entire draft. And there are so many things going on. As we've noted, there are 8 teams, as it stands right now, with multiple selections in the first round. That's the most that's ever been in NFL draft history. Now, the likelihood that they all make those multiple selections remains very low because, as we know, during the first round, trades are wheeling and dealing throughout the entire night. However, 2 teams inside the top 10 have 2 top 10 picks. They're both from the Empire State of New York. We'll have to see what happens. We are 10 minutes away from the Jacksonville Jaguars officially being on the clock and hopefully, for their sake, not picking number 1 for a 3rd consecutive year next year.
Well, with the way the league does things, we're probably about 20 minutes away, so you better think of things to talk because I'm sure Goodell is not going to call the Jaguars to the clock till about 10 after 8.
That's a fair point. Goodell has to get booed first, quite significantly, as he does each and every single year. Now, before we get into the Jacksonville Jaguars specifically, before they're on the clock, before the pick is in, there are some remaining interesting players that we didn't talk about in this top 10, however, that have been talked about very highly and could also play a factor in what teams do tonight. The first one I want to talk about is Kyle Hamilton.
Right.
A lot of people outside of Pro Football Network have dubbed him, some saying he's even the best player in the draft, the most talented player, could be number 1, so on and so forth. You've never felt that way about Kyle Hamilton. What are you hearing about where he could end up?
Yeah, if he doesn't, if the Washington Commanders don't take him at 11, he could fall to number 13 to the Houston Texans, maybe Philadelphia at number 15. Philadelphia has had a good history, I should say, with bigger safeties. You know, asked about Evan Neal. Why has Evan Neal fallen? That situation is magnified tenfold with Kyle Hamilton. As you said, some people had Kyle Hamilton as the best player in this draft.
Yeah.
Just about everybody had him as a top 3 player. I never had him in my top 10 because he's overrated. He's a real good college safety who doesn't project all that well to Sunday. 6'4", 220 pounds. I've always felt he's going to eventually be a linebacker in the NFL.
Really?
Not a free safety. And the fact is you look at him, he's a long-legged loper, which means he's got long legs. He's a loper. He's not really quick. He's not a Lewis Seen, who's could go end of the first round, the safety from Georgia. He doesn't have that great range. He's not a Daxton Hill, who can cover a tremendous amount of area. Daxton Hill is safety from Michigan, who's probably also going to go in the last 10 picks of round 1. He's not a guy, Kyle Hamilton, that you can place over the slot receiver. If you're going to take a safety that early, you want him to be able to do everything. You want him to be able to defend the run, go sideline to sideline, show great range in center field. You want him to competently play over the slot receiver and not lose out. Kyle Hamilton could never do those things. There is a place for Kyle Hamilton to the next level. I think he's more of a Jabril Peppers type player. There is a place for Kyle Hamilton to the next level. There's just not a place for Kyle Hamilton in the top 10 selections of any draft, never mind this year's draft.
By the way, we are going to get long-legged loper printed onto a coffee mug and a T-shirt coming to a Pro Football Network merchandise shop near you. That's the second time you've described him that way. What's really interesting to me is just how different you feel about him compared to some of the other people at some of the major networks. However, it's the NFL scouts who seem to agree with you.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Kyle Hamilton went from a guy who was going to be a top 3 pick, and you don't see him in any top 10 mocks because he's not going to. You also got to remember, runs 4.59 at the combine. And even at the combine, they're making excuses for him. Well, he ran too far to the right and he was weaving. He'll be much faster at his pro day. Barely broke 4.7 seconds at his pro day. That's not a safety in the NFL. That's not a top 10 pick, Again, there's a place for him in the NFL. There's just not a place for him in the early part of the NFL draft.
And look, I work with NFL players, have helped players prepare for the combine. I'm not a big fan of the 40, but when someone said they didn't run the 40 fast because they were weaving and this, that, and the third, they spend so many weeks and months training for that 140-yard dash that if you don't get it right at the combine, that's an even bigger problem.
Well, even and then
talked about.
You run even slower during pro day,
right?
Because
exactly.
usually the pro day times are much faster than the Kyron Williams, their Notre Dame running back, ran, I believe, almost 0.15 of a second faster in pro day than he did at the combine. So he's just not a fast guy. That's the fact of the matter.
All right, let's talk about one of the top receivers that we haven't discussed yet, Garrett Wilson's Ohio State teammate, Chris Olave. This is a player that a lot of people are saying could be one of the top receivers. You don't have him as the top receiver, but he is going to go somewhere in the top 20.
Yeah, I'm told if he's there at 16, New Orleans will jump all over him. It makes total sense. New Orleans needs a receiver. New Orleans needs a field stretcher, and that's what Chris Olave is. In my opinion, Chris Olave is one of the most underrated receivers in this draft. It's just that he did not play as well as his teammate, Garrett Wilson, last year at Ohio State. And part of the reason was to change the quarterback. I've been to Ohio State games. My daughter goes there, and I could see how Chris Olave was open all day, all game, and the quarterback in the early going, C.J. Stroud, never looked his way. And Olave was getting very frustrated on the field, waving his hands up and down. Wasn't screaming, but you could tell he was getting frustrated.
Yeah.
The fact is this. If you're looking for a true vertical threat in the first round of the draft at the receiver position, if you're looking for a guy who can make the catch downfield, he's also a decent route runner. Chris Olave is your guy. He's not a big-bodied guy that comes away with the catch in a crowd. I don't know if he's going to be able to take a pounding, but if Olave is there at 16, I would be surprised, from what I'm hearing, if the New Orleans Saints pass on him, and it makes perfect sense.
Now, the Saints are another team with 2 picks in that first round, okay? So, again, and I believe pick 16 is their second of those 2 picks.
It's pick 19. Is it 16 to 19?
Okay. So, if they do go Chris Olave, okay, with that 16th pick, at 19 is a really interesting position for them. But before we get there, you have the Chargers picking at 17, and that's where we could maybe see a Zion Johnson out of Boston College. What are you hearing about him?
Yeah, Zion Johnson is probably moving up draft boards faster than any offensive lineman. He's a guy who some people are comparing to Zach Martin of the Dallas Cowboys because of his style, because of his versatility. Zion Johnson surprised a lot of people when he did not enter the 2021 draft after a terrific senior campaign. He chose to come back for the second senior season that was afforded to him by the NCAA, and he played even better this year. Not only played better, he goes to the Senior Bowl, and he knocks it out at the Senior Bowl. Played left tackle at Boston College as well as guard. Played center during 3 days of Senior Bowl practice. So teams love his versatility. I'm told, coming into the draft process, people were talking about him as an early second-round choice, maybe a late first-round pick. I'm told right now he can go as early as the Los Angeles Chargers with the 17th pick. People think he won't get past the Dallas Cowboys at 24 if the Dallas Cowboys hold on to that selection.
And with his versatility, of course, that means that there are a ton of people who are projecting him at multiple spots. But you see him as a true guard in the NFL.
I see him as a guard who will eventually develop into a center. So I think he's going to start off early on as a guard, and a team may try and develop him into a center and then move him inside.
Really interesting. And the Chargers have had a great center for so long that obviously would fill a need for them. Dallas had that dominant offensive line that we saw without Ezekiel Elliott. Certainly isn't the same player without that dominant offensive line. They're going to be looking for some upgrades. But Dallas at 24, that's another interesting point in this draft, because at 24, that could be them looking to trade up with some of the players, teams that you mentioned are looking to trade down. What are you hearing about Dallas?
If any of the top pass rushers tend to fall out of the top 10, Jermaine Johnson of Florida State, we talked about Kayvon Thibodeau, Dallas is going to pick up the phone. Dallas has already picked up the phone and try and move up to get one of those top pass rushers. I've been told that by a number of people. One spot to keep an eye on is Minnesota. I've said this time and time again. The Vikings would like to trade down. The Vikings want to trade down. They thought they could trade down and get Trent McDuffie, the cornerback from Washington, later on in the first round. That's not going to happen, but they would still like to trade down and collect some extra selections. If one of those top pass rushers fall, look for Dallas to at least attempt to move up. They may move up for a receiver as well, but it's the pass rusher they want. Now, I'm also told that when they are called to, if they can't make the trade up, and they are called to the clock at 24, and the player they don't like is there, they may look to move down. So the bottom line is I think that the Dallas Cowboys are going to be very active tonight, either trying to move up, or if they can't get their guy, looking to move down.
Look, all due respect to Jerry Jones, he certainly isn't a spring chicken anymore. We know he would love to see Dallas win another Super Bowl while he remains the owner. We'll see what Dallas does. It'll be really interesting. Guys, it is just about 8 o'clock in the Eastern time zone, okay? Just about 8 o'clock, just about the start of the NFL draft. At any moment, Roger Goodell is going to walk across the stage to a chorus of boos from all of the fans in Vegas cheering and booing for their favorite teams and their picks. Once that happens, Jacksonville's going to go on the clock. They'll be on the clock ready to make their pick. We feel pretty confident that pick is going to be Trayvon Walker. Tony reported that first on Draft Insiders back in March with co-host Trey Wingo. Okay, so we've kind of felt this way. At that time, Tony said better than 50-50. Right now, at this moment, Trayvon Walker is the prohibitive favorite at minus 450 to be the number 1 overall pick in this year's NFL draft. What happens after that is anyone's guess. As Trey said when he was with us earlier, it's a crapshoot. Will be really interesting to see what happens.
Excuse me.
I want to talk about Jermaine Johnson for a second. Yep. Okay, the only team that I've heard discuss him and be linked to him is the New York Jets. Yep. And even so much so, as you said, Tony, that they love him so much they could take him at 4. But if the Jets pass on him, where do you think he could end up? Is this a player who would slide, or is there a team that also views him the way the Jets do?
Well, I mean, again, what did the Giants do with that 5th pick? And
right.
Who's available to the Giants at number 7? Because if Giants go with Evan Neal with that 5th choice, as a lot of people suspect, you come down to 7. Is a cornerback available? Is one of the top cornerbacks available to the New York Giants? They still need pass rushers. So if we assume if Kayvon Thibodeau's off the board, is he in the conversation? There's a good chance he slides out of 10. If he slides out of 10, I think I mentioned before, Dallas trading up to 12 because they want to get in front of the Houston Texans at 13. If the Texans take Stingley at 3, they're still on the market for a right tackle, maybe Trevor Penning, or a pass rusher like Jermaine Johnson. In fact, I think I had Jermaine Johnson going to the Houston Texans at 13. So that's why I say Minnesota at 12 is a spot to look for Dallas to move up to get that pass rusher. To answer your question, though, yeah, there is a chance that Jermaine Johnson, falls out of the top 10. Jermaine Johnson gained a lot of late speed in the draft process. He had a good senior season at Florida State after transferring from Georgia. He had a phenomenal week of Senior Bowl practice. I mean, he was unstoppable. No one could block him, which really caught a lot of people's eyes because he was constantly getting behind the line of scrimmage and harassing opposing quarterbacks, whether it be in scrimmage, whether it be in the one-on-ones, he was beating his man.
Yeah.
So he had that late momentum going, and pass rushers are always a priority come the NFL draft time.
The other thing I want to ask you, because pass rushers are a cornerstone position, right? As the league becomes more pass happy, more friendly to quarterbacks, pass rushers become all that much more valuable to defenses. But the quarterback position, you would think, would be the one, of course, is always going to be the most valuable. This isn't the year for quarterbacks. This ain't it. Where do you think the first quarterback gets drafted in this draft?
Could be 19 to New Orleans. I'm still pretty convinced from what I'm hearing. New Orleans and Pittsburgh will go quarterback, okay? Again, go back to what I said earlier. If Olave is there at 16, I think that's where the New Orleans Saints go. If Olave's not there, if he's not available, maybe at that point in time, the New Orleans Saints could look quarterback. I will tell you this, it's kind of fallen off, but the New Orleans Saints earlier this week were calling the Seattle Seahawks about potentially moving into that 9 spot. I would assume it's for one of the receivers, maybe a left tackle if Charles Cross happens to fall. Yeah, you got to wonder what the New Orleans Saints are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave up on Toronto Armstead. They gave away a first-round pick next year for an additional first-round pick this year. I think all along they want a receiver and a quarterback and then take it from there because they don't have a lot of draft capital moving forward.
There's a lot of speculation that New Orleans is all in on Jameis Winston this year to come back and be the quarterback following his injury in 2021. I don't think anyone seriously actually believes that, right? I don't think Jameis Winston's best year was the year he threw over 30 touchdown passes. Oh, by the way, he also threw 30 interceptions. So I think New Orleans is one of those really fascinating teams where you can make the argument they're not going to take a quarterback, but you could also make the argument they are. Who is the top quarterback on your big board available to teams in this draft?
Malik Willis. He always has been. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's got more upside than Kenny Pickett. He may not be NFL ready. I mean, Kenny Pickett is the guy who's probably going to start sooner. He's probably going to be underneath center sooner. But the fact is, Malik Willis does so many things so well. He'll beat you with his arm. He'll beat you with his feet. Malik Willis, when you watch the film, even if you were at Senior Bowl practices, he makes some jaw-dropping throws, some throws that are just out of sight. Then at the same time, he'll make some hedge-crashing throws. You're like,
right.
What the heck? Where the heck did that come from? And at Senior Bowl practices, he really had his most of his issues were when he tried to simulate setting up under center, which you're going to have to do in the NFL, which he never did at Liberty. Remember, he was the man at Liberty, and he was able to freelance and do what he wanted to and do his own thing.
Right.
Not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to play from the pocket in the NFL, which is why I say he's got great upside, but he's also got a lot of downside risk. I think the worst thing that team can do is draft Malik Willis early and then have him start in September. I think you got to do a Patrick Mahomes him, if you will, have him sit for a year.
So Malik Willis being that higher ceiling but lower floor type of player, what is holding Kenny Pickett back if he's the most NFL ready? What's holding him back from being that first quarterback you would take off the board first?
Small hands, number one. It's the truth. I mean, and again, that's something that we broke on Pro Football Network last October.
That's correct.
I said the issue with Kenny Pickett was going to be small hands. They were measured last spring at 8 1/4 inches. Now, people say, well, it's an issue for some teams. Some teams want 9-inch hands. If you do not have 9-inch hands, they're not going to draft you early. Why? Because the NFL football is bigger than the college football. And again, I go back to Senior Bowl practices where Kenny Pickett had his moments. But it was bad weather during Senior Bowl practices. And the second day of Senior Bowl practice, Wednesday, it was pouring rain.
And you were there, right? To be clear, you saw this with your own eyes.
2000. I've been every Senior Bowl practice since 2000, except for the last one this year. That's another story. And what was happening was the ball was coming out of Pickett's hands funny in the rain. You could see that he was struggling gripping the ball. That's why if you're a Northeast team or you're a bad weather team, you got to think twice about selecting Kenny Pickett. That's why I think he makes sense for New Orleans. They play 8 games in a dome. They're in a good weather division, and he's a guy that can play. I also think that Malik Willis has more upside. He's got a much better arm. You can use him more readily in a vertical offense than Kenny Pickett.
So that leaves Desmond Ritter. Desmond Ritter is that sort of wild card quarterback. Now, right now, Caesars has the odds, at 3.5. 3.5 quarterbacks to be taken in the first round. And by the way, real quick, as we're talking right now, we'll continue to talk. We're going to bring you the picks as soon as we have them, which means in a lot of cases, we're going to have the picks before the network broadcast. You will get them from Pro Football Network before anyone else. As we're talking, Roger Goodell has gone to the podium. He is probably getting booed. And then when the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, we will be off and running. But until that time, let's talk about Desmond Ritter. Why is he maybe going to creep into the first round? Why is it not a slam dunk?
It's not a slam dunk because of his accuracy, but let's get to that later on. Why could he slide into round one? He's got the size. He's got the physical skills. He's got a great temperament about him. He's a high character guy. He had outstanding interviews, and people say, well, this is your quarterback. This is the face of your franchise. You want to know that the guy's got it going on. He says the right things. Desmond Ritter did a lot of winning on the college level. Why is he not a slam dunk first-round pick? Watch the film. He's not a very accurate quarterback, and I'm not talking about statistical accuracy. Watch how many times Desmond Ritter's throwing passes to his receivers and they're leaving their feet, or they're adjusting backwards, or they're getting down low, or he misses them altogether. There are some wild throws. They say that's coachable, and that's why teams say they will coach him to be accurate. That sometimes is a very tough thing at the quarterback position, and it doesn't always work out. I wouldn't take him in the first round. He's right now my number 4 quarterback. After Willis, after Matt Corral, after Kenny Pickett, then comes Desmond Ritter. He's got an upside, but I think he's going to need a lot of coaching to work on that accuracy. Accuracy being pass placement. Don't have your receivers leave their feet. Hit them in stride. The favorite term of everybody is throw your receiver open. That's what he's got to learn to do consistently.
Yeah, quarterbacks that have struggled with accuracy have typically not gotten better at it at the pro level.
Right.
Now, I will be the first to admit I could not have been more wrong about Josh Allen, the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills. Coming out of Wyoming, that was the knock on him, and I used it as a reason to downgrade him. But he's the exception to the rule, Tony.
Well, see, if you watch Josh Allen as a sophomore at Wyoming, he was outstanding. He was an accurate quarterback. He led the team, led that team on his shoulders. What happened was his junior year, the year before he entered the draft, that's when he really struggled.
Really, really interesting. Now, Matt Corral is higher on your board than both Desmond Ritter and Kenny Pickett. Is that correct?
No, yes, exactly.
So why is Matt Corral, and could we see him sneak into this first round tonight?
There's been some talk of it, but I don't think you're going to get 4 quarterbacks selected in round 1, and I think Desmond Ritter will go in the first round before Matt Corral. I mean, I like Corral's downfield accuracy, his overall accuracy and pass placement better than Desmond Ritter. He's got to improve his downfield accuracy. He's a tough quarterback. Basically hurt his ankle by running the ball on the inside rather than sliding.
Right.
You watch him; he runs like a running back, which shows his toughness. It's not the smartest thing to do. You don't want to do that. You talked about Josh Allen before. How many times do you cringe when you watch Josh Allen take off upfield?
A ton.
Played in that Lane Kiffin system, but he protects the ball well, and he's got it going on between the ears. And that's one thing I really want from a quarterback, or you should see from a quarterback, is he can see the field. He's protecting the football.
Now, the quarterback class isn't good to begin with at the top, but it really gets a little crazy after that top 4. Is there a 5th or 6th quarterback who we could see sneak into this conversation that might surprise people?
Well, it depends on what they're sneaking into. I mean, the 5th quarterback would be Carson Strong. I think he's going to be a 3rd-round pick, and Carson Strong fits what I look for on the bad way. What do I mean? I say all the time, I like to get a quarterback that's on the upswing. I like to get a quarterback who played better the year he's entering the draft rather than the year before. Carson Strong of Nevada, probably one of the best arm talents in this draft, probably has one of the strongest arms if you've ever seen him play, but he didn't show much improvement in Nevada, which was disappointing. He's much more of a thrower than he is a passer, and really didn't develop an array of throws during his college career. Part of that was the offense that Nevada played, that pistol offense, which really never taught him to be a passer.
Well, by the way, guys, it's now official. Jacksonville is on the clock. They've been on the clock for a little over a minute now, going into minute 8. We do know, Tony, as you said at the top of the show, and as you reported, and Aaron Wilson reported as well at Pro Football Network, Trent Baalke, the GM, wants Trayvon Walker. And as you said, you're hearing today, he's confident that he's going to get his way. But the owner has wanted Aidan Hutchinson. We've even heard that Coach Doug Peterson has wanted an offensive lineman. Yeah. They're on the clock. There's about 8.5 minutes left in their time. We'll let you know as soon as the pick is in and we know what it is. If they get Trayvon Walker, is he a player that you think is going to substantially change their defense, or is it going to take some time?
No, I think he's going to change the defense because he can do so many things well. I mean, he's not just an edge rusher. Where Aidan Hutchinson is a guy that you want him to play in a 4-man front. You want him to play, at end. With Trayvon Walker, you can play him in a 4-man front. You can use him as sort of a 3-technique tackle. You can push him to the inside and tackle him pass rushing downs. You can put him in certain 3-man fronts. You can also drop him off the line of space. So I think it will help, and it is going to offer them different schemes, different packages, or at least more packages than what Aidan Hutchinson would allow them to do.
And Kayvon Thibodeau is not in the discussion for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Is it really down to just Hutchinson and Trayvon Walker?
As far as I'm told, and I think Ekwonu may have fallen off. I mean, maybe they throw us a curveball, and we're sitting here looking like idiots because they take Ike Ekwonu of North Carolina State. But literally, I mean, everything was, the past couple days, was Hutchinson or Trayvon Walker, and it seems like Trent Baalke is going to get his guy with Trayvon Walker.
Well, right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars are into minute 7 on the clock. The pick has not been put in yet. You have to get this player right, Tony. You have to get the number 1 overall pick right. We spent a lot of time talking about Baker Mayfield. He was the Cleveland Browns' number 1 overall pick. They picked up his 5th-year option, even though no one was sure he was going to be the guy, and they're now paying the consequences for it quite dearly. In this situation, when you don't get this pick right, do the Jacksonville Jaguars have enough else on their roster? And this sounds like a stupid question because they're picking 1 overall, so maybe the answer is no. But can the Jaguars overcome this?
Well, the draft is more than the first pick.
Right.
You know, it's more than the first round. So they've got a ton of picks later on, which they're going to need to hit
12
on.
in total.
Okay, the Jaguars, and there are very few teams that, need 12 picks because they don't have 12 roster spots. The Jaguars can can use those 12 picks and basically fill a ton of holes on their roster. So, yeah, if it is Trayvon Walker, Trent Baalke needs to hit on it because this would be Trent Baalke's selection.
Yep.
And Trent Baalke's a guy who he always seems on the verge of being fired, but he always survives. He kind of like walks through the minefield and he never hits the mine. As I said about Baalke, a cat has 9 lives. This cat's got 90 lives, the way it seems, because you figure he's out the door. You mentioned the situation with Urban Meyer.
Oh.
If it is Trayvon Walker, it's got to hit, or Trent Baalke will finally meet his demise.
You got to figure. I mean, look, the Urban Meyer disaster, it's amazing that everyone involved didn't go down with that sinking ship. That Trent Baalke survived is exactly to your point, that he's got to hit this pick no matter what.
It was like that with Baalke at San Francisco, though. Every time it looked like he was battling with Harbaugh and he was going to be pushed out, he kept his job. But again, like I said earlier in the show, Baalke was talking very confidently today. It seemed like he won the battle. Granted, it was 5 minutes left on the clock here, counting down. Obviously, it wasn't a definitive situation. Although what happens sometimes is, especially with this, the league will tell the Jacksonville Jaguars, hold the pick to keep the suspense going, to keep they did it last year with Trevor Lawrence.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
why not show them? You see, there's a picture show going up now of the war room. These guys all look relaxed. So I would assume that the pick is already called in to Las Vegas and they know who the selection is.
Yes, and that's a great point that you bring up. We sat there in Cleveland last year in our war room at Pro Football Network. And by the way, the pick is in. The pick has just come in. Okay, so Jacksonville's about to go and make their selection. As soon as we know who it is, we will let you know. But they did this last year. They told them to run the clock down. Do not make that selection. Yeah. And by the way, we can announce the Jacksonville Jaguars with the #1 overall pick are taking Trayvon Walker, edge out of Georgia. This is a monumental upset if you look at the odds in March when Aidan Hutchinson was the prohibitive favorite to be the #1 pick. But you, Tony, on Draft Insiders with Trey Wingo back in March, broke the news that Trayvon Walker was in play for the Jacksonville Jaguars at #1, and it was better than 50-50 to happen. And guess what? Tonight, with that #1 pick, Jacksonville has selected Trayvon Walker, edge out of Georgia.
I remember when it happened, actually, or when I got the call. It was cold. It was cold and rainy here in New York, and one of my league sources called me. We were talking. He said Jacksonville's going to take Trayvon Walker. I'm like, he goes, no, Jacksonville is Walker's in the conversation to be the first pick. So I called Walker's agent about it. I said, I hear your guy could be the first pick of the draft. He goes, well, we were hoping it wasn't going to get out until 10 days before the draft.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like, well, I'm going with it this afternoon. And he had told me, he goes, Walker's got a lot of meetings, he says, but he's meeting with everybody and within the Jacksonville Jaguars organization. So he goes, that's what it looks like. And that was a month before the draft. So I'm sure there were a lot of battles and a lot of conversations in that war room as to what was going to happen. I think this is the best pick. It offers them the most amount of versatility on that defensive front. It offers them the greatest amount of upside. Again, as I said earlier, I don't buy this that he's a workout warrior. He's a Mike Mamula type. Mike Mamula, for those people who don't remember, came out of Boston College, had an Olympian type of combine, was selected, I believe, with the 8th or 12th pick by the Philadelphia Eagles. Rich Kotite was a complete bust. That's not this guy. You've got to get deep into the film to really appreciate Trayvon Walker.
I think the biggest thing goes back to what we said just before we announced the pick, right? And by the way, NFL Network is just announcing the pick now. We are going to be getting the picks before the network, so stay with us here at Pro Football Network. You will be the first to find out where these players are going. But as we were saying before the pick was announced, Trayvon Walker is Trent Baalke's guy. Yeah. And this is a guy in Trent Baalke who's on his last life here in the NFL as a GM. Maybe not the NFL, but certainly in Jacksonville as a GM.
Probably
but as
anywhere as a GM.
I was going to say, as you mentioned in San Francisco, he's had his problems. So now the Detroit Lions are on the clock. As soon as that pick goes in, for Jacksonville, the Detroit Lions now are on the clock. So they're into their 10 minutes. As soon as we know who the pick is, we will let you guys know. We talked about maybe a quarterback here. None of us think the quarterback is going to be the top 10 pick here. You said possibly whoever the edge rusher is that Jacksonville doesn't take is who Detroit might take it to. You still feel that way?
Well, what I said was this, is the conversation for number one was Aidan Hudson or Trayvon Walker. And I said whatever team, whatever player is not taken by Jacksonville, that's who Detroit will take. Obviously, Aidan Hutchinson is there, but I'm told that Kayvon Thibodeau is a big part of the conversation. That Kayvon Thibodeau is in the narrative to be the second pick. And again, you go back to the versatility of it. I mean, Aidan Hutchinson is a real good player. He's a guy who plays hard on every single down, and it's nonstop go with Aidan Hutchinson. Did struggle against Georgia. I mean, the Georgia Bulldogs in the national championship semifinal game were one of the few teams that found a way to slow Aidan Hutchinson down. Game planned around him, blocked him very well. But he's limited in the types of things that he can do compared to Trayvon Walker, and in my opinion, compared to Kayvon Thibodeau, who's a terrific athlete. We saw it at the Combine when he did, I think he did the bench press and then the 40. Then he goes to Pro Day, ran a great three-cone, great vertical jump, and just shows himself to be a real good athlete.
Well, the pick is in. The Detroit Lions have turned in their card. The pick is in at number 2, and it is Michigan pass rusher Aidan Hutchinson. Aidan Hutchinson goes number 2 overall to the Detroit Lions. The Michigan pass rusher stays home in the state and goes to the Detroit Lions. Tony, if you're picking number 2 overall, just like number 1, it means you need a lot of things. Yeah. But when you are rebuilding the foundation, you start with a foundational position, and that's what edge is. What do you think about Hutchinson's selection?
You also start with a guy that's going to bring fannies into the seats. And Aidan Hutchinson, as we know, played right down the road in Michigan. So you're going to have a lot of Michigan alumni going to Detroit Lion fans and fill seats that are usually empty to see Aidan Hutchinson. So listen, it's a I thought Kayvon Thibodeau offers the defense a bit more versatility, but the fact is this is a Dan Campbell type of player. We talked about Kayvon Thibodeau not wanting to, walk through broken glass barefoot.
Right.
Aidan Hutchinson will do that. I mean, he's a guy who was good in 2020 till he hurt himself. Came into the season, was actually graded as a mid-second round pick by scouts coming into the season, just played lights out, not every game, every snap, the guy played lights out. Now, I'm a little bit concerned in the sense that he seems to duck his head and bull rush offensive tackles off the line. You can do that on Saturday, not going to be as easy for him to do that on Sunday. He's got to learn a variety of moves. I want to see if what they're going to do more than just send him up the field, which is primarily what he did at Michigan. Even though he ran a decent three-cone, he ran a decent shuttle time during the Combine, he doesn't show that great speed in pursuit, changing direction and getting out into the flat, getting out in space to make plays, a la what Trayvon Walker did and what Kayvon Thibodeau has done.
So with this selection, they are going to get their big-time edge rusher. And by the way, Tony is 2 for 2 on his 3-round mock draft that he put out on ProFootballNetwork.com just yesterday. If you're not watching us on this show tonight with that mock draft side by side, guys, you're doing it wrong. And also, all of the stuff that Tony is giving you on these players can be found in our Pro Football Network NFL Draft Guide at ProFootballNetwork.com/NFL Draft Guide. So if you have those two things, you're set for tonight, and you're having this conversation along with us and not learning too much. So keep it going. Guys, Aidan Hutchinson, number 2 overall pick, stays in Michigan, going to Detroit. What's really fascinating about that pick for me, Tony, is, as you said, this is your more traditional pass rusher. This is different than what Trayvon Walker is going to be for Jacksonville. So when you see edge on the screen for both players, they're not the same player.
Yeah, that's why Trayvon, but the ability to do so many different things so well and be used in so many different schemes and so many defensive fronts and systems is why Trayvon Walker was taken first. I also think the fact is, when you compare the two, Aidan Hutchinson may be more successful early in his career, much to the detriment of the formerly mentioned Trent Baalke. Yeah. But I think down the road, Trayvon Walker will be the much better pro. And again, I go back to what I said. Trayvon Walker, you really got to watch it because it doesn't always show up in the stats film. Setting the edge, gap responsibility, getting out into space to make plays. He does those little things so well, so you got to get deep into the film with Trayvon Walker to really appreciate him. But again, Aidan Hudson was talked about as the potential first pick.
Yeah.
It's kind of known that he was going to go to Detroit all along. It was a natural fit. So good for the Lions.
Hey, to be clear, okay, Aidan Hutchinson was not just thought of as being the first pick. He was the prohibitive favorite, especially on sportsbook like Caesar Sportsbook. And as I mentioned in our interview with Trey Wingo, okay, what we were able to see is that Trey sat down with assistant trades director Adam Pullman of Caesar Sportsbook, and Adam told you straight out, Aidan Hutchinson was the favorite to be the number 1 overall pick right up until Tony on the show with Trey, reported that Trayvon Walker was in play for that number 1 pick. And it plays out just like that happened. Trayvon went 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Aidan Hutchinson now goes number 2 to the Detroit Lions. On the clock now are the Houston Texans. Yep. You said, okay, that the craziest rumor you were hearing leading up to this draft was that the Texans could shock the world, that Derek Stingley would be their number 3 pick. That would make him the first cornerback off the board, and that would make him the first cornerback off the board ahead of Sauce Gardner. If that's the pick, is that a pick you would go with?
I would. I mean, here's where the draft gets interesting. I mean, did they go with Stingley, the cornerback from LSU? Did they go with Ike Ekwonu, the offensive tackle, offensive lineman from North Carolina State? Ike Ekwonu, they have a left tackle there in Tunzel.
Let me pause you right here because the pick is in, and we have the pick.
Okay.
And Tony Pauline is going 3 for 3 on his mock draft tonight. Again, 3 times Tony broke the news before anyone else. If you've been paying attention to Pro Football Network, you would know that right now Derek Stingley is in fact the pick at number 3 to the Houston Texans. The cornerback out of Louisiana State University is going to Houston, just as Tony reported earlier this week. Tell me again why you now can say you like this pick.
Well, again, I mean, the 2019 film from Stingley's freshman season at LSU is intoxicating. I mean, it's addictive. You watch it. I mean, the guy is a natural cornerback with great ball skills. From the moment he stepped on the field at LSU, people could not complete a pass in his direction. What amazed me from a guy who watches film 11 months a year and watches games, watches 4 to 8 games a year, when I watched him as a freshman at LSU, was the ability to know when the ball was in the air, get his head back around, position himself against opponents to make plays against the pass. That is something that a lot of cornerbacks never do. If you read the reports at Pro Football Network, I talk about cornerbacks that are constantly face guarding. Derek Stingley didn't face guard. And then when he went to defend the pass, he would go up and attack the ball like he was a receiver. He'd come down with the ball. Very athletic, tough against the run, but again, did not play well in 2020. Was off to a slow start in 2021, suffered the foot injury. So there's a bit of risk here. But as I've been reporting the past couple days, this is the guy that Lovie Smith wants, the new head coach of the Houston Texans. This is the guy that Lovie Smith gets. And remember, Nick Caserio comes from the Patriots. The Patriots like those bigger, physical, shutdown corners. That's been their history. That's what Stingley offers.
Now, Stingley is the 14th player on your big board, or on the big board that can be found in the Pro Football Network draft guide, again, at profootballnetwork.com/NFL draft guide. He is the 3rd player to be selected. Now, remember, guys, when you look at a big board isn't simply the ranking or the order we think these players are going to be picked. It's how we rank them as prospects, regardless of what teams are picking in the order. So the 14th player on Tony's big board doesn't mean Tony expected him to go 14th overall. So as the 3rd overall pick, one of the things you've talked about is his exceptional footwork.
Right.
Now, that's something that usually a corner coming out of college has to learn at the NFL level. Is this going to give him an advantage early on in Houston?
Hands down, and I'm glad you brought that up, because what happens is, to get technical, you watch a lot of college cornerbacks. What they do is they side shuffle down the field. You can't do that in the NFL. You watch the drills at the combine, what are they doing? They're not side shuffling, they're backpedaling. You got to backpedal quickly, you got to backpedal smoothly, then you got to flip your hips. A good backpedal, you don't want to be able to see the bottom of the player's feet. That's what Stingley has done so well. So, the way we talked about Trayvon Walker being ahead of the curve, Derek Stingley is way ahead of the curve. But with Derek Stingley, number 1, he's got to stay healthy, and he's got to try and get his level of play back to where it was in 2019.
Which is no small feat, because the way you've talked about that tape in 2019, is like one of the best cornerback films you've ever seen. That being said, if he's done it once, it means the potential is absolutely there to do it again. The New York Jets are on the clock here at number 4, okay? They are currently on the clock. The pick is not in yet. When it is, we'll announce it. It'll come. We have, you have said that it could be Sauce Gardner. That's the latest kind of that you're hearing. Right. Could be an Ike Ekwonu on the offensive line. Right. If it is Ike Ekwonu on the offensive line, what does it say, if anything, about Mekhi Becton?
Could be gone. I mean, the Jets have a tough decision here. This is going to be another turning point for the draft. They like Gardner. I don't know if they thought Ekwonu was going to be there, okay? Now, Ekwonu has been characterized to me as a guy who may be able to play left tackle, should be able to be an outstanding right tackle, could be a Hall of Fame guard. I don't necessarily agree with that, but, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, you got Becton there. I've written a lot about Becton at Pro Football Network. I don't hate Becton. I'm just reporting the news. I mean, he was terrific as a rookie.
Yep.
Came into camp overweight. Got hurt that first game. They were saying it was going to be a 4 to 8 week rehabilitation process. Would be back in week 9. Turned out he missed the whole season. At the end of the season, as I reported, Pro Football Network, it was 415 pounds. That was one of the reasons why the rehabilitation took so long, because he got so big and he couldn't rehabilitate the knee. Wrote those articles. People got down on me. Robert Saleh at the Senior Bowl says Mekhi Becton isn't assured the job at left tackle next year. He's got to come in and he's got to battle George Fant, who had a terrific season, to win that left tackle job back. And then Saleh says, Mekhi Becton may not be ready for OTAs. So that's another, that's another sign. The fact is the Jets, the clock is running down, which tells me that there's a lot of discussion going on in that war room right there. Are we going with Gardner? Are we going with Ike Ekwonu? There are good cornerbacks in round 2, where the Jets will be drafting the top of round 2. There'll be some good offensive tackles. I talked to Brian Costello of the New York Post about this, and his thought process was, if the Jets take Ike Ekwonu, they're going to try and trade Mekhi Becton.
That would be a stunner and quite the downfall of a player who, like you said, in his rookie year, everybody couldn't stop raving about. So really, this pick is very consequential.
The other thing about Becton is this, and I apologize for cutting you off.
Sure.
He is a tall offensive lineman,
That's right.
and that can lead to a lot of problems. His legs are always exposed, leads to a lot of injuries, plus the fact is he struggles with his weight. So you got a taller guy with long legs that are always exposed, that struggles with his weight. They probably should have taken Tristan Wirfs rather than Mekhi Becton 3 drafts ago. That's another topic of conversation.
All-pro right tackle for the Buccaneers right now.
Exactly. Obviously the clock is still moving.
We're inside of 3 minutes right now. We are told the Jets have not yet made their pick, and they're inside of 3 minutes. Not that we think this is going to happen, the pick is in. Excuse me. The pick is in. Tony is starting the night with really good information, because the Jets have, in fact, drafted with the number 4 overall pick, Ahmed Sauce Gardner, the cornerback out of Cincinnati. This was something that initially we weren't expecting. But when the Texans made it clear and Tony reported that Derek Stingley was in play for them at number 3, this meant Sauce Gardner was going to be on the board for the Jets at 4. We just spent a lot of time talking about Mekhi Becton. This means later in the draft, Tony, it's likely the Jets are looking at that offensive line. We'll see what that means. But for right now, on this number 4 pick, again, it's Sauce Gardner. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Gardner is a guy who's been moving up draft boards literally since his tremendous junior campaign. As I said, he was better in 2021 than he was in 2020, and that's what you want to see from certain positions, quarterback and cornerback. The one thing about Gardner is I talked about Derek Stingley being able to make plays with his back to the ball, get his head back around, locate the pass. Gardner doesn't do it as well as Stingley, or at least as well as Stingley did as a freshman, but he showed a lot of improvement between the 2020 and the 2021 film. He's got outstanding size, over 6'1". He's physical. He's very athletic. He's a big-time shutdown corner, and the Jets really don't have a number 1 corner.
That's right.
I mean, you got Breece Hall there, who's played very well. They signed the kid in free agency to a decent deal, although he's a J.R. Reed, but he's a little bit of a smaller guy. This is the number 1 corner. This will probably be the best cornerback that the Jets have had since Darrelle Revis.
Speaking of which, Darrelle Revis tomorrow night is going to be announcing the Jets' picks in the second round. So very fitting that with their first pick tonight, they maybe pick, as you say, the best corner they've had since Darrelle Revis. With Gardner going 4 overall, we are now starting to see what you categorized and what many have as the possible slide of a Kayvon Thibodeau. We're through the first 4 picks. He hasn't been selected yet. We haven't seen one of the top tackles off the board yet. Evan Neal remains there. Charles Cross remains there. And Ike Ekwonu. We talked about Ekwonu being a luxury pick potentially for the Giants if he's there. But now they're going to have their pick at number 5. They're going to have their pick of Neal, Ekwonu, Cross. What are you thinking here?
I'm thinking there are a couple of teams that are very happy right now. Number 1, the New York Giants, because they can get Ekwonu. Number 2, the Seattle Seahawks, because if they can't trade down, there's a very good chance Evan Neal will be there for the Seahawks at number 9, so they can get their right tackle. I also think the Jets right now are happy because remember what we said about the Deebo Samuel trade.
That's right.
In order for the Deebo Samuel trade to go off, both receivers have to be available
at
with
10.
the number 10 selection, okay? The fact that Ekwonu's there now is probably going to push Evan Neal down a little bit to Seattle, and if Seattle can't trade out, they take Evan Neal, then both of those receivers there at 10. Let's see what happens.
Really, really interesting stuff. And like we said, this all was going to start with the Jacksonville Jaguars. If they did what Tony reported back in March, but not many people thought was going to happen, and take Trayvon Walker, which they did, that was going to set a domino effect because edge rushers that were not expected to be there would be there, and tackles were going to start to slide down the board. Now, guys, if you've been following the NFL draft, no matter how long you've been following it, you've heard of positional runs. This is when a team or several teams start to pick the same position pick after pick after pick because they fear that if they don't pick a tackle, for example, now, there won't be one at their pick. And so we start to see all of one position begin to come off the board. Will be really interesting to see if we start to see that happen because 3 tackles that we project in the top 10 picks are still on the board, and we're almost halfway through the top 10 picks. The Giants are on the board. We project that they could really be interested in a tackle here. Tony, could they start this run on offensive tackles?
You would think so. I mean, because right after them is the Carolina Panthers. And the Carolina Panthers, I think, will absolutely take a tackle in Charles Cross. Giants aren't going to take a tackle at 7, but still, it'll be interesting because we'll see if the Giants don't take Thibodeau at 7, that could be a slide. You know, the other thing about Sauce Gardner is he's a real cool guy. Yeah. I mean, he dresses nice. He's a cool guy.
He's got that drip.
You go back to the early days in New York where we had Joe Namath here, we had Walt Clyde Frazier here, you had Roger Bear here, you had Cleon Jones here. You know, there were cool guys in New York sports. I think Sauce Gardner, besides being a number 1 quarterback, is going to bring some of that coolness, that effect back to the New York area.
Well, listen, New York sports has been missing that cool factor. I can tell you that as a Brooklyn Nets fan watching the Brooklyn Nets get swept out of the first round. So if Kevin Durant can't do it, hopefully Sauce Gardner can. And you can hear my New York accent there, Sauce Gardner. We'll see what happens, with that pick. The New York Giants are still on the clock. Their pick is not in. They've been on the clock for several minutes now, so we'll see what they do. Again, you mocked Evan Neal there under the assumption that Ike Ekwonu was going to be going the pick before to the Jets. Now, I do want to say, Tony started the night 3 for 3 on his mock draft. He had mocked Ike Ekwonu number 4 to the Jets, but the very first line of the analysis on that pick says Ahmad Gardner makes the most sense here. And guess what? That's who they ended up with. So the Giants have their pick. It could be Evan Neal, the tackle out of Alabama. We talked about how a lot of analysts early in this process said Evan Neal was going to be the number 1 pick. You never bought into that, felt Evan Neal was being overrated. Now the Giants are going to have their pick between them and Ekwonu. Are you thinking Ekwonu is the better player for them?
I think he's a higher rated guy in most war rooms. He's not my highest rated guy. I think the thing is also with the Giants is the Giants need a lot of help on that offensive line. I think Ike Ekwonu is more natural to play guard. So it's a situation where they could start Ike Ekwonu at guard and move him to right tackle if that's what they want to do. Or they could put Ike Ekwonu at right tackle. Now, the thing about it is Dable and Schoen, when they were in Buffalo, they like those bigger right tackles. Spencer Brown, the kid from Northern Iowa, is now starting there, and he's a hulking of right tackle.
Yes.
That's what Evan Neal is. That's what Ike Ekwonu is not. So, I think if they're looking at the type of player that they've had success with in Buffalo, you're looking at Evan Neal. If you're looking at the guy who is probably a little bit better, maybe a more natural fit at guard, if you want to push him to the guard, that would be Ike Ekwonu.
Really, really interesting because in this situation, first of all, if you've seen Evan Neal is gigantic, but he's built like a tight end. He's not a fat guy. He's not a fat boy that you commonly would think would be your offensive lineman. He is fit, and he had some good film. And by the way, I can tell you that not only are the Giants on the clock, but the pick is in. And guess what, Tony? You said this. Kayvon Thibodeau's slide doesn't last very long.
Ooh.
Kayvon Thibodeau is off the board at number 5 to the New York Football Giants. The pass rusher out of Oregon, who many projected early on to be the number 1 pick, doesn't slide very far. He's not out of the top 5.
Right.
He's going to New York. What are your thoughts on that?
It's surprising, and here's why. I don't think Carolina was going to take a pass rusher at number 6. Carolina's going to take an offensive tackle at number 6. Now, Carolina's sitting there. They got Ekwonu, they got Charles Cross, and they got Evan Neal. I still think they go with Charles Cross. They could go with Ekwonu here because they like Ekwonu. I would have thought that the Giants would have gone offensive tackle here and then taken the pass rusher at 7 because I think there's no way that Carolina would have taken a pass rusher at 6. Now, maybe they think that someone's trying to move up to get Kayvon Thibodeau, so they're afraid that Carolina may try and trade down. So they want to cement him in now. That would be the only reason why you're taking Kayvon Thibodeau now. That's what the Eagles did last year when they moved up for the receiver from Alabama. They thought the Giants were going to take him. They made that trade with Dallas to make sure that they can get up and get him.
Well, now, what's interesting here is there's another scenario here, Tony, where as you've been reporting for so long, is that the Panthers have been pretty locked in on Charles Cross.
Right.
Okay, the fact that Ekwonu and Neal are still available may not have swayed Carolina off of Charles Cross, and the Giants still think they can get one of them at pick 7.
Right. I mean, the thing about Ekwonu and Carolina is I think they want more of a left tackle. It'll be if they take Ekwonu with this selection at number 6. I think they feel that they can play him at left tackle. I disagree. I think Charles Cross is the more natural left tackle. I also think Charles Cross is going to need more work before he's ready to step on an NFL field and play. Again, let's go back to what I said before. This is also working out for the New York Jets.
Yes,
okay?
it is.
I guess you got to wonder now who the Atlanta Falcons are going to take at 9. I don't know that they're going to take an offensive lineman at 9. At 8. Maybe they do. But so far, so good because, again, the Jets want both of those receivers to be there at 10.
Remember, that's the key here for them to swing a Deebo Samuel trade. The 49ers are going to want both Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams on the board at pick 10. Well, 5 picks are in. That means what's left are 3 offensive tackles and 2 highly rated receivers among a few other players. So right now, as we get pick by pick, the Jets have to be feeling pretty good that both receivers so far have a real shot at making to them at that number 10 pick. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. As we announced before anybody else, Kayvon Thibodeau is on his way to New York. The networks are just announcing it now. That means the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. You felt very strongly Charles Cross. He's the most capable left tackle, pure left tackle in this draft. I guess the question becomes, we said that maybe at 5 with the Giants we could see that run on offensive tackles because we thought maybe there's a strong possibility they take one. I will say you felt at 7, if the Giants at 7 had both corners available to them, they'd go there. Right. But you said in your notes before the show that if the corners are not on the board, look pass rusher. Looks like the Giants, were looking pass rusher earlier than that.
I'll wait and see what they say, but I'm sure they're going to say they thought someone was going to trade up with Carolina to take Thibodeau. And as I reported, Carolina wants to trade down. And maybe they were getting calls. I didn't think there was a big market for that pick. But good for Thibodeau. I mean, we talked about him
he's the number
on.
1 player on your board. Let's be very clear.
I mean, excuse me. I mean, he's a guy who fell because of reasons that are debatable. But he's a terrific player. People say he doesn't play hard all the time. I kind of take my foot off the pedal on that, although it was people from Oregon who said he didn't play hard all the time. Now he's got his chance in New York.
One of the things about that, about Kayvon Thibodeau and the idea that he doesn't play hard all the time, and again, as you mentioned, it's the Oregon people who are saying that. He did suffer an injury. He did come back from that ankle injury when he didn't have to, right? We've seen a lot of players sit out. So there are some things there that maybe are in his favor regarding his heart and his willingness to play the game. The real fascinating thing for me, guys, so far in this draft is that these tackles are still on the board, all three of them. We weren't kidding when we said that Evan Neal was very likely and in a lot of cases projected to be the top player taken in this draft. And again, he's got the Alabama pedigree, he plays a premier position, and there wasn't a strong quarterback candidate available in this draft this year. Evan Neal is still available as we get to pick 6. Not a single offensive lineman has come off the board. However, 3 edge players have. What does that tell you about the state of the NFL? It's a quarterback league. And if you don't have a quarterback or you don't have a pass rusher to get the quarterback, you're going to be in a world of trouble. We saw this with the AFC West this year. Those teams loaded up. The Denver Broncos add Russell Wilson. Kansas City Chiefs have the best quarterback in football. That's Patrick Mahomes. The Las Vegas Raiders, where this draft is being held, feel really, really good about Derek Carr. So, and then, of course, we know Justin Herbert with the Chargers. That means you need to load up on pass rushers. And even though the Giants aren't in the AFC West or the Lions aren't in the AFC West, other teams are loading up at quarterback. And you better have somebody who can get the quarterback. But that also means you need somebody who can protect the quarterback. And we haven't seen those players come off the board yet. Carolina, with about 3 minutes left on the clock, could be that first pick where a tackle comes. We've been projecting tackles at that pick, most notably Charles Cross. However, I don't think Carolina expected to have their pick of all 3, Ekwonu, Neal, and Cross. With about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on their clock, that seems to be exactly, Tony, what they're trying to decide between.
I think they're in a good position like the New York Jets at 4. I mean, the New York Jets took a lot of time off the clock, I would assume, because they were discussing Gardner versus Ekwonu. They didn't expect Ekwonu to be there. Here we are at Carolina, figured Charles Cross all along, and Ekwonu falls into their laps.
You couldn't ask for a better situation if you're Carolina sitting at this pick. If you're Carolina and you've been desperately searching for a quarterback, and like you said, Matt Rule's in a pressure-packed year right now. He's got to win. He's got Sam, as our esteemed colleague Tony says, Sam Darnold available at quarterback.
It'll take me 6 years to learn to say it.
I hope you never do learn how to say it correctly, actually. And look, they can say, and by the way, the pick is in. The pick is in for Carolina. So as soon as we know what it is, we will let you know. Be really interesting, Tony.
I got the pick.
We have the pick, and the pick is a tackle, and it's one they probably didn't think was going to be there for them, and they jumped on it. It is Ike Ekwonu out of North Carolina. North Carolina State.
Right.
The tackle out of North Carolina State, Ike Ekwonu, goes to the Carolina Panthers at 6. Tony, before you give us our analysis, I just want to take a note. We sat down with Ike Ekwonu at Radio Row, and you can find that interview on the Pro Football Network News YouTube channel, and you can hear directly from him why he thought he was the best tackle in this draft. And Tony, he's the first tackle off the board.
It's an interesting pick because they wanted the left tackle. I guess that they feel Ekwonu can play left tackle in the NFL. We'll see what happens. I spoke with somebody, and they were of the same mind as I am. You play Ike Ekwonu at left tackle until he proves he can't hold down the left tackle position, and then you move him. I think the Giants now are up on the clock. They're in a good position.
Yep.
There were rumors all along that the Giants preferred Charles Cross, but the Giants need a right tackle. Evan Neal is the better of the two for right tackle. Also, remember what I said with Trey Wingo Tuesday. One of the viewers asked, are there any injuries flags out there?
Right.
And I had mentioned that Evan Neal's got a knee issue, and he's also got some other minor issues. There's nothing major, but teams are looking at all these minor issues, and the sum total of them has some teams concerned. It'll be interesting to see what the Giants do. again, the Seattle Seahawks got to be smiling because we don't know what Atlanta's going to do.
Yep.
But the Seahawks are sitting there, and they will end up with either Evan Neal, potentially Charles Cross, even the Falcons. I could even see the Falcons taking Charles Cross if the Giants choose Evan Neal.
By the way, another non-receiver comes off the board. So the New York Jets are getting closer and closer to having two of those premier wide receivers available to them at pick number 10. So for those of you guys who don't know, Tony mentioned that Evan Neal had this knee issue, some minor things going on. When you go to the combine puts you through significant medical checks, okay? They are pushing and pulling on you, each and every one of your joints, your shoulders, your hips, your knees, whatever they think, they've got to know for sure how you're going to do from a medical injury perspective. So they try to get the most complete injury picture that they can. After the combine medical checks, some players get flagged to go back and do a second medical check in the month of April. The reason why this is coming up about Evan Neal is he was one of those players who was flagged for a medical recheck. This means that some team, could be 1, could be 5, could be 100, well, 32, because that's the only amount of teams in the league, felt that they needed to see more from Evan Neal after some time had passed from the initial medical check. And that's what we're hearing. Evan Neal has something going on with his knee, along with some other minor issues. And by the way, when you play football at the University of Alabama, you're not walking out of there after 4 years without some bumps and bruises.
Never mind the fact you're paying 14, 15 games a year.
Correct.
I mean, and Alabama, for all the success that they've had, it is oftentimes a career killer. I've talked about this before.
Yep.
The story that really needs to be written is oftentimes in college football, especially at Alabama, these guys are put on the field with injuries when they shouldn't be playing. So that's the situation. Let's get back to Ekwonu. You talked about how you interviewed him on Radio Row at the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You know, he's more than just a big, tough, punch-in-the-mouth type of guy. He's a smart guy. Had options to go to several Ivy League schools. Decided to go to North Carolina State. I mean, he is a dominant run blocker with excellent, with a nice build. Solid pass protector. I'm not a big fan of his footwork sliding off the edge. Obviously, the Carolina Panthers are. You know, he is really a smart, tough guy.
Yep.
When you talk about a smart, tough guy, that is Ike Ekwonu.
My only critique of Ike Ekwonu as a tackle is his footwork is great. Like you said, he tends to come off his line a little bit. He's also a big-time hand puncher.
Right.
The problem is at the NFL level, these defensive pass rushers are taught to hand fight. Okay, many of them do MMA training. Usually doesn't do anything for them, but they put an emphasis on hand fighting and being able to knock tackles' hands away. One of the things you work on with an offensive tackle is to use independent hands when you strike. So if one gets knocked away, you can restrike with the other. Ekwonu tends to use both hands at the same time. So when one gets knocked away, they both get knocked away. Makes it even harder to recover. Depending on the team he goes to, and in this case it's going to be the Carolina Panthers, that is something that they're going to need to work on because, again, they don't have the luxury of developing players for the long term. Matt Rule has to win now.
Well, I don't think he's going to win too many more games with the Ike Ekwonu. I think it's going to help him unless Ike Ekwonu can take snaps and throw the ball down the field. Now, you know, go back to what you said about the hand use. Go back to what I said about Charles Cross. Charles Cross is good, but there are a lot of fundamentally poor things in his game. I mentioned he doesn't always bend his knees. I mentioned oftentimes he's late with his hands. I mean, you can't do that.
You cannot be late with your
in the
hands.
NFL at an offensive line position. You've got to get your hands up and properly place them.
Yep. And when they talk about an offensive lineman having heavy hands, that basically means once they get their hands on you, they don't go anywhere. They're heavy. They stick on you. They, usually because they're grabbing your jersey, but don't tell an offensive lineman I said that. But that's what heavy-handed means. They attack you with strength and they stay there. The issue at the NFL level is tackles don't get the chance to get their hands on you all of the time. There has to be an ability for the tackle to be patient and to be able to counter and respond to what the pass rusher is doing. Pass rushers in college, especially in the ACC, aren't the most polished, planned or strategic pass rushers. At the NFL level, when you're going against the Von Millers of the world, you're going against the Brian Burns of the world, who's going to be a teammate of Ekwonu, who's over in Carolina. You've got to be able to have reactive, quick, and responsive hands. So no matter how heavy your hands are, if you can't get them on the pass rusher, it doesn't matter. And we talk a lot about this, by the way, on our YouTube channel for the Behavior Movement series. You can see me go and work with Kansas City Chiefs tackle Lucas Niang, and we work exactly on these things and talk about this as he was preparing to get drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs, where he's now the starting right tackle. The New York Giants are on the clock here at 7. They now have Charles Cross and Evan Neal available to them.
Well, the pick is in.
The pick is in.
And it is Evan Neal of Alabama.
Evan Neal of Alabama.
So the Giants go with the pure right tackle over Charles Cross, who was a projection at left tackle. And Evan Neal is a guy that they can slide in. It gives them probably an immediate starter. Now they get bookend tackles with Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas. You know, they didn't up Daniel Jones for that 5th year, so Daniel Jones needs a real big year. In order for Daniel Jones to have a big season, he needs some protection. He's got it on the edges now. And remember, Evan Neal was a guy who successfully played left tackle for Alabama in 2020.
Yep.
He's fundamentally sound. He is good with his hands, as you were talking about.
Absolutely,
He plays with, despite his length, he plays with great knee bend and pad level. He gets leverage on players. So he does the things fundamentally, as we talked about, a little bit beat up. Good run blocker. Doesn't have the great range. You talked about how guys, offensive tackles, you know, they got to use your hands, but they also have to recover. He's a bit, I call it adjusting, changing your body positioning.
Yep.
He's a little bit stiff in that area, especially to a Charles Cross. But again, the Giants were looking for a right tackle, and this is their guy.
Now remember, early in Andrew Thomas's career, who's the left tackle for the New York Giants, there were some doubts that he was going to develop into a cornerstone left tackle. This move in taking Evan Neal has to show you the Giants' confidence level in Andrew Thomas and just how far he's grown since that initial rookie season.
And I think also we were talking about the injuries with Evan Neal.
Yep.
I said in the write-up, as we talked about in the right before the draft started, there were a lot of teams that were concerned about it, but I was told the Giants were fine with Evan Neal's injuries.
Oh, okay.
So that's something that also needs to be brought out.
Yeah, and that's another thing, guys. So again, I mentioned that what happens is that the teams will flag a player and say, hey, we need to look at his injuries one more time, and it could be one team who asks or multiple teams. In this case, as Tony's reporting right now, the Giants were not one of those teams. The Giants were satisfied with that initial medical check at the Indianapolis Scouting Combine.
And you talk about injuries. Injuries will drop a player's draft stock faster than anything else. Azeez Ojulari of Georgia, who the Giants took late in round 2 last year, we had reported early on that there were some major medical concerns with Azeez Ojulari, and everybody thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
Right.
He ended up dropping to the end of second 2 because of those medicals. We can go through the history of guys who dropped either a half a round or a full round because their medicals did not come back properly.
The Giants have had a really interesting draft. First of all, they're the first team to have multiple picks in the first round, and they've used both of them. So far, no trades have gone on. The Giants are walking away with 2 players in Kayvon Thibodeau and tackle Evan Neal out of Alabama, both of whom were at one point projected to be the best player in the draft and to go number 1 overall. They're getting both, Tony, at picks 5 and 7. The Giants and their fans have to be feeling really good about this draft so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they got 2 players that can impact on the line of scrimmage. They filled 2 needs, the right tackle need as well as the pass rush need. I mean, I'm sure they want to come out of it with a cornerback at some point in time, maybe in the second round, because they're likely to trade or cut James Bradbury. But again, like you said, I mean, Thibodeau is number 1 on my board. Evan Neal is, I believe, number 4 on my board. Mm-hmm. So as far as my board is concerned, the Giants got value all the way through.
And now that means the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons had a really interesting pick last year. They took Kyle Pitts, number 4 overall, and they were ridiculed. You don't take a tight end 4 overall. And by the way, there might not be a tight end who goes in the first round this year, although I'm hearing I'm hearing that Cincinnati might be interested,
right.
But I'm also hearing it's likely that a tight end doesn't go. But last year, they took Kyle Pitts, and Kyle Pitts was supposed to be this generational tight end. And guess what? They kind of shut those critics up because Kyle Pitts went on to be the first rookie tight end to have over 1,000 yards since the great Mike Ditka.
Right.
Now they're sitting here at 8. We said that they could be the floor for where Kayvon Thibodeau maybe slides to, but he's gone. He's off at 5. Okay, so still available to them are the tackle Charles Cross.
Right.
Okay, the receivers are still on the board. Now, you said the Jets are hoping both receivers, Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, make it to them at pick 10. Calvin Ridley for the Atlanta Falcons, their star wide receiver, suspended for this season due to some gambling and betting issues. Well, guess what? This could be where the Jets really are sweating this out to see if both receivers make it to them.
Well, the thing is, they've got Jake Matthews at left tackle. I'm sure they're pretty satisfied with him. You're not going to move Charles Cross over the right tackle. They took Caleb Gary a few years ago in the first round.
Yep.
So you got to think with no pass rusher, it's going to be a receiver. And as I said in the preview, the word I was hearing with Atlanta is Garrett Wilson.
Yep.
Makes sense because of all the everything you said. Plus, Garrett Wilson is the highest rated receiver, or at least he's the highest rated receiver on my board as far as this pick is concerned.
So the top three receivers we have at Pro Football Network are Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams coming off the knee injury, and Chris Olave. We don't suspect that Chris Olave is going to make it into the top 10. We're really looking at it between Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams. We're outlining that the Atlanta Falcons significantly need a wide receiver, especially due to Calvin Ridley being suspended. Now, the Falcons have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on their clock, and the pick is in. Okay, the pick is in just as I tell you how much time was left on their clock. As soon as we get that pick, we're going to let you know. We're suspecting it's going to be a wide receiver. It could be Garrett Wilson. It could be Jameson Williams. Tony's been hearing Garrett Wilson from the get-go. You mocked Kayvon Thibodeau there, but the Giants take him at 5. So we got to believe they're going to gear up for a weapon. We have to see what that is.
I mean, it makes sense. They have holes all over the field, all over their depth chart. And whoa, we got our first surprise.
The first surprise, the pick is in. Tony's going to announce it with the 8th overall pick. The Atlanta Falcons take
Drake London of USC.
the wide receiver. They take a wide receiver, but it's not any of our top 3.
Well, it's not anybody's top. I don't think anybody would have guessed that Drake London would be the first receiver off the board.
Oh, my Lord.
Never mind the top 10 selection. So we have our first surprise here.
Massive surprise.
I mean, Drake London, a lot of people compare him to Keyshawn Johnson, always slower than Keyshawn Johnson. He's a great pass catcher. He's a great hand catcher. If you watch the games last year, even if you look at the stats box, I mean, Drake London was consistently pulling in 60 to 70% of the receiving yards and the number of receptions each game for USC.
Yeah.
So what that tells you is opponents knew the ball was going to him, and they couldn't stop him. The problem for Drake London in this day and age of NFL football is he doesn't separate through his routes.
Right.
He doesn't separate through his speed.
And that's the name of the game now in the passing game. It's not just deep ball receptions. You've got to be able to separate.
Which is why this pick is so surprising to me. If this was 1990, I understand Drake London in the top 10. This 2022, we'll have to wait and see. But then again, you got Marcus Mariota there.
Yeah.
You don't know where the ball's going. You need a bigger receiver with a bigger pass catching radius. Maybe that's the thought process. But that was an interesting selection.
The comp I had for him, just from a trait perspective, was Devontae Parker. Another receiver who at the NFL level with the Miami Dolphins also struggled to separate, but he made those contested catches. So we really got to see what this is. But, guys, this is why we call the NFL Draft the biggest reality TV show in sports, because you never know what's going to happen. A team always does something where you're dropping your jaw, and this is the first jaw-dropping moment of the NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons at selection number 8 take Drake London, the wide receiver out of USC, to the surprise of everybody. Not Garrett Wilson, not Jameson Williams, not Chris Olave, Drake London, the receiver out of USC. Now, to be clear, as we said at the very beginning of this show, handing out grades on picks after a pick is made is silly. It makes no sense. We've never seen these guys play at the NFL level. But based on what we watch on tape, based on the way they test at various testing events, don't. This is a shocker for me, Tony. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I wasn't expecting to be calling Drake. I didn't even know if I was going to call Drake London's name tonight, let alone in the top 10.
He was going to be a top. He was going to be a first-round pick. I had him going 17 to the Chargers, but I don't think anybody had him as a top 10 pick. Never mind the first receiver drafted. A couple things. You got to wonder how high was Drake London on the San Francisco 49ers list. Why did I say that?
Yeah.
Well, the Jets pick at 10 is two slots away. If Drake London was one of the receivers that the San Francisco 49ers really desired, less of a chance of that Deebo Samuel trade going on. We're now looking at the Seattle Seahawks, who wanted to trade down. Charles Cross is still there.
Yep.
Okay, so now they got Stone Forsythe, who was a 6th-round pick last year, playing left tackle. They want to build in the trenches. This is an immediate upgrade. I'm sure they're still listening to offers. But again, the Seahawks got to be very happy. I mean, because they wouldn't have never imagined that Charles Cross would have been available to them with the ninth choice.
We said it during the show that the teams in the back part of the top 10, okay, they were the ones who were really going to be in a position where it could either go really bad for them or it could be really, really good. And the way it has shaped up is that it's going to be really, really good. The wide receivers are still going to be there for the Jets at 10. You've got to figure with Atlanta taking Drake London, that means both Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams are still there with picks 9 in Seattle and picks 10 with the Jets still to come. Now, we have no idea if Deebo Samuel is going to be traded tonight. Or traded at all. The San Francisco 49ers from the very beginning have maintained they have no interest in trading him, to the point where John Lynch, the general manager, even said he couldn't envision a scenario where they traded him. In fact, the Jets have already made a substantial offer to the 49ers involving picks 10, one of the top, the round 2 picks, and another selection of picks. And they haven't bit at that trade offer yet. It has been widely reported here by Tony Pauline that both teams, the Jets and the 49ers, may wait to see what's available at 10, and that the 49ers were not going to make a move unless both wide receivers are on the board in Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams. That doesn't mean even if they are there, they're going to make a trade, but if a trade was going to happen, that had to occur. It looks like it's going to. The Seattle Seahawks, who pick at number 9 right now, one pick before the Jets, are still on the clock with less than 4 minutes to go in their selection time. What the Seahawks do now could really, really impact the NFL for a very, very long time. Now, as the clock gets deeper, Tony mentioned this pick as one of the first trades we could see in tonight's NFL draft. As you get deeper into the clock, you've got to imagine that means, Tony, that the Seahawks are still fielding trade offers to see if it's worth it for them to trade back or take Charles Cross, who's sitting right there for them.
Yeah, they're not going to trade just for the sake of trading. They got to get good value back, and they got a good value back compared to what they would be receiving if they take Charles Cross. Again, the team is not in a full rebuild mode. But, when you can get a good left tackle, I mean, that is a building block for your team, not just your offense. And Charles Cross is a major upgrade over anything that's on the roster. Plus, at this point in time in the draft, he's good value.
Yeah, and I think what's really going to be interesting here, as the Seahawks now are under 3 minutes, by the way, guys. They're under 3 minutes on the clock. The pick is not in yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to be in. I'm just letting you know it's getting deep into the clock, deeper than most other teams have gone. So we'll let you know when that pick comes in and who it is and or what could happen. The pick is in. As I'm talking, the pick is in. Seattle has made their pick. We got to believe that Charles Cross is really entertaining to them. If they do, in fact, make this selection, we also have to believe that none of the trade offers they received were going to be accepted. And here is the pick. Here is the pick. The Seattle Seahawks, with the number 9 overall pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, are in fact taking Charles Cross, the offensive tackle out of Mississippi State. Tony, we talked about it when the Giants were on the clock at 5. It happened when they were on the clock at 7 and the Panthers at 6. A run on offensive tackles. Pick 6, pick 7, and now pick 9. All take the 3 available offensive tackles. What do you think about Charles Cross going to Seattle.
Well, I think they didn't believe he was going to be here.
Yeah.
That's why the clock ran down so long, and it'll be interesting again to see if there were any trade offers or teams who wanted to move up if we find out about that. Charles Cross probably has as much upside. Let me start that again. After Ike Ekwonu, Charles Cross has as much upside in this draft as any offensive lineman. He is the most natural left tackle prospect of all the tackles at the top of this draft. He's an agile guy. He's an athletic guy. We talked about the footwork. He's got great range off the edge. He gets out to the second level. We talked about offensive linemen. If they don't use, not only just using their hands, showing the ability to adjust. You watch Charles Cross, he can get out in the second level, redirect to linebackers, take them from the action. He's got to work on his fundamentals. Doesn't always play with proper knee bend. As anyone who coaches football or knows football will tell you, low man wins on the line of scrimmage. He's got to make sure that he bends his knees and plays with proper pad level. He's got to use his hands better. Also, as I've said all along, he's never really come out of a three-point stance at Mississippi State. He was consistently lining up in a two-point stance because all they did was primarily throw the ball, and when they did run block, it was a different sort of run blocking, so he's got to learn to do that.
Well, as you guys know, Mike Leach is the head coach over at Mississippi State, and wherever Mike Leach goes, throwing the football goes. And it's that air raid, really wide open passing attack, not something that's yet fully made its way over to the NFL. So there certainly will be a learning curve. However, Tony, this is the 8th rated player on your big board, okay? The third tackle, the 8th rated player, he is the third tackle selected, and he goes number 9 to the Seattle Seahawks. That means both Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams, excuse me. Both Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams are available right now to the New York Jets at pick number 10. Man, would I like to be a fly on the wall in that war room to see what those phone calls are like. We have no idea what's going to happen. As we've said all along, it's possible Debo doesn't get traded. The Jets don't make this trade. They may value one of these two wide receivers who they may not have expected to be there for them here at this number 10 pick. However, they're there.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall in the San Francisco 49ers war room to see if they are actually talking about making a trade with the New York Jets to get either Garrett Wilson or Jameson Williams. I think if the Jets pick one of the two receivers and hold on to the selection, it's got to be Garrett Wilson. Because, this is Joe Douglas's third draft, and he does not have the luxury of waiting for Jameson Williams to rehab that knee to get back to 100%, get back into football shape. He needs this pick to get on the field in September and produce right away from week 1. Jameson Williams is not going to do that. That's why the Jets made a big offer. That's why the Jets want Deebo Samuel, because they need impact here. They don't need a guy that's going to be sitting around waiting to rehab a torn ACL that he suffered in the middle of January.
That's right.
If this was Joe Douglas's first draft, I could see him taking Jameson Williams. It's his third draft. He's got to win 7, 8, 9 games this year, or there's going to be problems. He's got to get somebody on the field in September, somebody on the field in July that Zach Wilson can work with. It'll be interesting to see.
With Zach Wilson going number 2 overall last year, he had an up-and-down rookie campaign. He certainly had those moments where you go, oh, I see why he went number 2. He also had those moments where you go, man, I hope he learns how to figure it out because this is not great. However, you can't fairly assess a quarterback if he's got absolutely no one to throw to. Now, the Jets do have Elijah Moore, who is not rumored to be in a trade package that we know of for Deebo Samuel. So, and Elijah Moore is great. However, there is a significant drop-off in that wide receiver room after Elijah Moore. Deebo Samuel would be
falls off a cliff.
Instant upgrade. Exactly, would be an instant upgrade in that wide receiver room. But so would a Garrett Wilson. He would also be an instant upgrade in that wide receiver room. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets walked away happy with the Garrett Wilson here.
And Garrett Wilson is a good fit. There was the longest time the debate was, would the Jets take Drake London at 10 or would they take one of the other receivers? Obviously, we're not going to have that debate because Drake London is gone. But the fact is I think Garrett Wilson is a good fit for that system. He's a good route runner. That system relies on route running and timing for the passer. So you've got to be able to separate through your routes, which Garrett Wilson does. Jameson Williams showed that ability last year, but Jameson Williams is not going to be able to separate through his routes until November. Yeah. So again, there was some thought leading up that the Jets could take Jameson Williams if they don't trade the pick. I
I mean, you got to assume it's going to be a pass catcher in one form or another.
Well, look, if you're following along with Tony's mock draft, and the pick is in. The pick is in from the New York Jets, which means the pick was not traded. The pick is in, not traded. So we'll see who the Jets are selecting at pick number 10 in the 2022 NFL Draft. Both receivers in Jameson Williams and Garrett Wilson are on the board. We're going to get the pick any second.
The pick is OHIO, Garrett Wilson of Ohio State. And that makes the most sense.
As we said,
Garrett Wilson will be ready for a rookie minicamp. Garrett Wilson will be ready for camp in July. Jameson Williams is not going to be ready. And Joe Douglas needs a guy that's going to be ready right away for Zach Wilson to throw the ball to. So you could make the argument, and I think it's justified, that 2 or 3 years down the road, Jameson Williams may be the better receiver than Garrett Wilson. But that Joe Douglas doesn't worry about 2 or 3 years down the road. He's worried about this year, September, October, November.
Yeah, and look, we certainly reported the possibility, and we know for a fact that that possibility was accurate, and that the Jets were deep in talks with the 49ers to make a trade with this 10 pick for Deebo Samuel. However, we also said on that same show, Tuesday night, Draft Insiders, Tony and Trey Wingo, that it's something to keep a close eye on, and it's far from being a done deal. Now, it's not going to happen at pick number 10 at least. Deebo Samuel is going to stay in San Francisco. Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver from Ohio State, is on his way to the Big Apple. Got to wonder how Deebo Samuel is feeling, because he's made it abundantly clear that he wants out of San Francisco. San Francisco, by not accepting the trade, which, as we're told, is a massive trade offer that of the likes worthy of like a Tyreek Hill type trade. Trey Wingo said that earlier before. You've got to believe that the 49ers are really dug in on trying to keep him.
We said that all along. They don't want to trade him. Kyle Shanahan does not want him to leave. I mean, the initial word was that he would stay with the Niners and the Niners were going to pay him. Then things got bad. The Niners, unless they trade or get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, don't have the money under the cap to pay Deebo Samuel. Yep. So, I mean, you're going to have to do something. And I was told that they really don't want to pay Deebo Samuel the money that he wants. Remember, Deebo Samuel is a specialist. He's not a great receiver. He's not a great downfield receiver. He's a 2 or 3 yards off the line type of pass catcher. You dump the ball to him, and then you let him create. Is that worth $25 million in the league per year? Not to the San Francisco 49ers. The Jets would have opened their checkbook. But it's going to make for some interesting future happenings in San Francisco. Because of the CBA, he can't sit out the season.
Right.
He's got to show up. If he sits out the season, he basically loses a year before he becomes an unfettered free agent. I mean, it's interesting. We'll see how far if anywhere, the trade got. There was some questions, like I said, would teams trade for him if they couldn't examine him, if they couldn't negotiate a contract with him? Who knows? Listen. As I said last year, Kyle gets what Kyle wants. Yeah. Kyle wants Deebo Samuel. That's why Deebo Samuel's still a San Francisco 49er. And I expect everyone to give me all kinds of crap on Twitter after I blew up the internet with my comments on Tuesday night.
Well, look, it's the reality of the game. And the good thing is, the one thing we were consistent with is that, look, it's not a done deal. In the way the NFL goes by now, everyone knows it's a fluid situation. The reality is the San Francisco 49ers do not want to give up Deebo Samuel. A player can want to be traded. The team doesn't have to trade him. And as Tony mentioned, the current collective bargaining agreement between the players' union and the league makes holdouts virtually impossible. You lose a year accrued towards your free agency, and you make no money. It's virtually impossible to hold out. The players have very little leverage, and the 49ers are basically banking on the fact that Deebo won't be able to hold out and cause a problem. What does that mean for the New York Jets? They don't get Deebo Samuel, but they do get, Tony, the top receiver, at least by our standards, in the NFL draft. I should also add, if you are following along with Tony's 3-round mock draft on ProFootballNetwork.com, you will know that he's got 9 out of the top 10 picks going in the top 10 that have gone so far. But we have a trade. The New Orleans Saints have traded the 11th overall pick.
Washington Commanders.
to the Washington Commanders.
No, it's the other way around. The
Excuse
Washington
me,
Commanders
that's
have
correct.
traded the 11th pick to
The
the
Saints
New
are
Orleans
on the
Saints.
clock.
And the Saints, I had talked about the Saints wanting to move up. I said that they were active, trying to move up to number 9. I got to assume that this is for Jameson Williams. I would be surprised if it's for anybody other than Jameson Williams. And I'm sure that the Philadelphia Eagles were also in on this because the Eagles wanted Jameson Williams. So probably what happened was, as I've been talking about for the past couple of weeks, Minnesota wanted to trade down. Minnesota probably would have traded one of those picks to the Eagles, who would have moved up to get Jameson Williams. So now the Saints are on the clock with the trade from the Washington Commanders. I would assume they're going to take Jameson Williams. And you know what? Now Washington has put themselves in a situation where they're in the middle of round 1. Guess what? They could potentially take one of those quarterbacks in the middle of round 1.
I think what's interesting, and I apologize, guys, it's the Washington Commanders trading out of pick 11, and they're giving that pick to the New Orleans Saints, who are now on the clock. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. There's less than 4 minutes on their clock. But, guys, you don't make the trade if you don't know who you're coming up for. The Saints know who they're coming up for. Jameson Williams is sitting there.
Whoa, okay.
But it doesn't look like it is Jameson Williams. The pick is in.
Right.
By the way, the Saints traded the 16th pick, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder to the Washington Commanders for this 11th pick. And with this 11th pick, the Saints are selecting who?
The guy I said that they would take if he was still available at 16, Chris Olave of Ohio State. So we have Buckeye receivers go back-to-back, picks number 10, picks number 11. This was the guy that they wanted. I guess that they thought there was going to be some competition for him. They move up, they get Chris Olave. This is a great fit for the Saints. I mean, they got Michael Thomas, who's more of an underneath receiver. Michael Thomas, another Ohio State receiver. They now have a guy that can stretch it deep, a terrific vertical threat. As I said, I mean, Olave has been one of my favorite receivers all through the process, even going back to last year. I think he's very underrated. I kind of question the Saints moving up. I can't imagine the Saints thought that the Eagles were going to move up to get Chris Olave. This is an excellent pick for him.
Yep. Ohio State receivers go back-to-back. Garrett Wilson, number 10, to the New York Jets. Chris Olave to the New Orleans Saints at pick 11, which they acquired from the Washington Commanders. In that trade, the Saints traded pick number 16, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder to the Washington Commanders for this 11th pick, which they are using to select Chris Olave, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. As Tony said, 2 Buckeyes, back-to-back. 2 of the top 3 receivers on our board are now off the board. And that leaves Jameson Williams. And you got to figure the only reason he hasn't been drafted yet, Tony, is because of that knee injury.
Jameson Williams, Jermaine Johnson still on the board.
Jermaine, the pass rusher out of Florida State.
Correct. Now you've got the Minnesota Vikings there. Minnesota Vikings, Jermaine Johnson's there. I would think that at 13, the Houston Texans would jump all over Jermaine Johnson. So I think the Minnesota Vikings are still in a good position to trade down, whether it's with the Eagles for Jameson Williams, whether it's with the Dallas Cowboys, who move up to get Jermaine Johnson if they want to make a move that deep.
I also should note that with the Garrett Wilson selection and the Chris Olave selection, Notre Dame safety Kyle Hamilton has officially slid out of the top 10. Remember, this is a player for months and months and months. The top commentators at the major networks were saying was the best player in the draft. Tony has for long said that Kyle Hamilton was overrated. It looks like the NFL and their scouts agree. He has slid out of the top 10. It remains to be seen where his floor is, but we know it's not within the first 11 picks because the New Orleans Saints have just selected Chris Olave at 11 following a trade with the Washington Commanders. And they made that pick after the Jets rounded out the top 10, hanging on to that pick to take Garrett Wilson. The Minnesota Vikings, yes, the Minnesota Vikings, who famously once forgot to make their first-round pick.
Well, they let the clock run out. I don't know if they forgot.
Well, the clock ran out. It was a little embarrassing. And that means they're on the clock now. You mocked Trent McDuffie, the cornerback out of Washington, to them. Got to figure he's still in play here.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what the Vikings thought for the longest time was that Derek Stingley would be there, and everyone thought that the Vikings would Derek Stingley, and they could move down a little bit further and get Trent McDuffie. The fact is this, they could still trade down, a few slots, and I think that McDuffie is going to withstand the next couple of picks
if they want to trade down to the Eagles pick at 15 or the Eagles pick at 18. Houston's not going to draft a cornerback because they already have one. 14, the Ravens, I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback. 15, the Eagles. The Eagles could draft a cornerback or they could trade up.
It's really a fascinating situation. We've had our first trade of the night. Players we didn't expect to be there are going to be there. However, like I said right before the Saints made their pick, was that if you're following along with Tony's mock draft, obviously the teams are a little bit different because players went like Drake London, we didn't expect to go. But every player that Tony mocked within the top 10 went within the top 10. Went to different teams than were mocked. But so far, Tony's got every player, except for Drake London, who surprised everybody by being taken by the Atlanta Falcons at number 8. Jameson Williams was the 10th player Tony had in the top 10. We'll see what teams are thinking about that knee injury. We'll see how that continues.
We have a trade.
Affect. There's another trade on the board. That means the Minnesota Vikings are trading out of pick 12.
And they are trading down. I'm being told here that the Lions have traded up, which means the Vikings have gone from 12 down to 32. Now, I knew the Vikings wanted to trade, but I didn't think they were going to trade down 20 choices.
The Detroit Lions have just made a trade with the Minnesota Vikings, which is interesting, Tony, because that's an NFC North team trading to go up 20 selections with another NFC North team. So always interesting when division trades happen on draft night. We saw that in the NFC East last year. Really interesting when it happens on draft night. The Minnesota Vikings are out of pick number 12. The Detroit Lions are in. As soon as we have that compensation, we're going to bring it to you. The Detroit Lions are trading up. Are they trading up for a quarterback, Tony?
I can't either quarterback or Jameson Williams. Remember, the Lions were supposedly in the Deebo Samuel sweepstakes.
That's correct.
It was the Lions and the Jets that were being talked about as far as the hot contenders for Deebo Samuel. Could they be moving up for a guy like, I think the pick is coming in. Okay, no, it's not. Could they be trading up for Jameson Williams? Yeah. Could they be trading up for one of the quarterbacks? It's a pretty big jump. They're probably for a 20 pick jump. You're either going to give away a bunch of day 2 picks or potentially number 1 pick in 2023. So let me tell you this: if the compensation is a pick in 2023, then I think they're taking a quarterback.
Oh my! And what's interesting is a lot of people widely believe the 2023 quarterback class is better.
Well, you got Bryce Young of Alabama, you got C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, but then don't forget, everybody, understandably so, thought that Spencer Rattler of Oklahoma was going to be one of the first 2 or 3 players selected in this year's draft, and he was terrible, and now he's playing at South Carolina.
That's correct.
So you can't. It sounds good in theory, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Just by the way, for those of you watching us, the networks are just now announcing the Chris Olave selection to the New Orleans Saints. We've already told you the next team on the clock, the Vikings, have already traded down with the Detroit Lions, and the Detroit Lions are on the clock. So if you're watching with us, you're ahead of the game. So keep it right here to Pro Football Network. The compensation on that trade, by the way, is that the Minnesota Vikings, have traded 12 and 46, picks 12 and 46 to Detroit for the 32nd, 34th, and 66th picks, which means, Tony, they didn't get a 2023 first-round pick.
No, but they get, that's not a bad trade for Detroit.
That's not a bad. You get 32nd and the 34th pick. The 34th pick, of course.
Well, yeah, and it's the guy that I first said. I'm telling you, it's Jameson Williams of Alabama is the pick.
So the Detroit Lions, with the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, after making a trade with the Minnesota Vikings, are selecting Jameson Williams, the wide receiver out of Alabama.
And if they had traded a first-round pick in 2023, that selection probably would have been a quarterback. So they got their pass rusher at the top. They got a guy that they hope will be their impact offensive player. And then maybe next year you still got Jared Goff there. Maybe next year you get your quarterback. And you know what? I think the Lions were just one of the few teams, maybe the Chiefs, that could basically draft Jameson Williams and not have to play him in September.
That's right.
So you can let him rehab because you don't want to put Jameson Williams back on the field until he's fully healthy.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to play right away. They gave away the first-round pick. They're getting what? Two picks back?
They're getting the 34th and 66th.
They gave that away. They're getting it back.
They're getting it back. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they gave that away.
They're getting 46th back.
Okay.
46.
So, I mean, that was a good trade for him.
Yeah, I tell you what, for a receiver. Now, remember, they picked at number 2 overall already in this draft. They took Aidan Hudson, the pass rusher out of Michigan. Okay, that's who they got at number 2. Now they're walking out of here at pick 12, which a lot of people consider, including you, to be maybe who could be the best receiver from this class in just a few years from now.
Yeah, he's got to get back to health, and he's got to show that 2021 was not the exception to the rule, because remember, this guy did nothing at Ohio State.
That's right.
Transfers to Alabama, which has been a receiver-making machine,
Uh-huh.
and he has a knockout year, plays very well. Everyone figures he's going to be a top 10 pick, then tears his knee ligament during the national championship game. And remember, that's a late injury. And also remember, everybody sees these videos on Twitter where he's jumping up and down and he looks great. Yeah. That's not football shape.
That's correct.
As you know. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
correct.
you got to be able to run routes. You got to be able to run crisp routes. You got to be able to run routes as close to a 90-degree angle as possible. And then you have all the contact.
The biggest thing with a knee injury like that is, can he cut laterally? And when we talk about getting in and out of your routes, creating separation at the top of your routes or creating separation in getting out of your routes, that's really what it comes down to. Can he make those cuts laterally? Recovering from a knee injury like what Jameson Williams is not out of the question. It's not that he can't recover. It's not that he's not going to be back to full strength. Medical technology has come so far.
Another trade.
But before I get to that medical technology, let's announce the other trade.
Wow.
Because as I told you guys, it doesn't stop. This is the wildest night of the NFL season.
I'm told that the Eagles have traded up. So the Eagles have traded up to 13, right? We're on 13 right now, which
Correct.
is the Houston Texans.
Yep.
The Eagles have traded up. I got to imagine this is for Jermaine Johnson. They need a pass rusher. They need a pass rusher bad. They need a cornerback. They could use another speed receiver. I think that this is a move. I'd be interested to see if they wanted to get up to get Jameson Williams. But this move, I got to assume, 13 on the with Jermaine Johnson still on the board. I think we would have thought that the Houston Texans would have taken him, needed a pass rusher. The Eagles have traded up. You got to believe that this is for Jermaine Johnson. Maybe it's for Trent McDuffie because they need a cornerback, but I still think they want the pass rusher. That's where they usually go.
Well, look, let's not forget, the Houston Texans need a lot of things, okay? But they did get Derek Stingley at number 3, so maybe they don't need to sit there in what now is looking like the next move on cornerback. So they trade out. Philly trades up.
And the interesting thing is, I haven't told, did the Houston go from 13 to 15 or 13 to 18?
So the Texans traded pick 13. The Eagles traded pick 15, 124, 162, and 166.
So they gave up day 3 picks to
That's
move
correct.
up a couple slots.
To move up 2 spots. And so we'll see who the Eagles take. The Texans, one of those 8 teams that had multiple picks in the first round, they still maintain their multiple selection. They are going to be moving back to pick 15. Remember, they had what was considered the first surprise of the draft. If you follow Pro Football Network, you follow Tony Pauline, it should not have been a surprise to you. Derek Stingley Jr. going number 3 overall to the Houston Texans. That's what happened. That's who they took. They're now sitting there at pick 13, 10 picks later. They have the luxury of seeing who's ready to come up. This is the part of the draft where teams start to get a little anxious, they get a little nervous that their guy's not going to fall to them based on what's happened before them. So now they start to make that move up. We've had 3 trades so far tonight in literally consecutive picks. Okay, so we're going to see what happens here. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. They just saw their NFC East rivals, the New York Giants, get 2 blue chip players in this draft in Kayvon Thibodeau, a pass rusher, and Evan Neal, a tackle. Got to figure that Philly does not want to lose out on that next wave of pass rushers, as Tony said. Could really see the pass rusher out of Florida State come off the board here in Jermaine Johnson. That is, by the way, who Tony mocked to the Texans if they stayed at pick 13. So it could still happen where Jermaine Johnson goes at the 13th pick, but to the Philadelphia Eagles. So we're really going to see kind of how that shakes out. Following the 13th selection, we're going to have the Baltimore Ravens, and this is where things are really going to get interesting. So we'll see what happens. The pick is not in yet, but we know, again, when teams trade up, they're coming up for a specific player.
Let's just keep it a little light here. I was sick the past week, so everybody keeps seeing me run off the set here. I was sick the past week. Okay, let's go with the pick first. The pick is in. It is a defensive lineman, but it's not Jermaine Johnson. It is Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis.
Here's why they made that selection, why they made that trade. Because the Baltimore Ravens were sitting there at 14. The Baltimore Ravens would have taken Jordan Davis if he was available. The Eagles, a lot of people thought that the Eagles were going to take Jordan Davis with one of their picks in the first round, probably the 15th pick. He wasn't going to make it there. So what do the Eagles do? They move up 2 slots. They give away a bunch of day 3 selections. And they get, as far as I'm concerned, the most underrated defensive lineman in this year's draft.
There was a lot of conversation about Jordan Davis, and I feel like every week, Tony, on Draft Insiders, and at the end of Draft Insiders, we always take questions from the audience. And I felt like every week an audience member would ask you, why didn't Jordan Davis play a lot at Georgia? Why didn't he play a lot of snaps? And the insinuation was that Jordan Davis either wasn't good enough, didn't care enough, the coaches didn't like him. But you have a different reason as to why he didn't play all those snaps, and it's a pretty simple one.
They didn't need him to. I mean, they had so much talent on that Georgia defense and that defensive front seven. They also had a bunch of good players in the secondary. They didn't need him to play 50, 60 snaps a game. Why play him 50, 60 snaps a game, rotate him in and out, keep him fresh, so late in the game, he's still, if he's not at 100%, he's still close to 100%.
Yep.
And the fact is this, people, I think, have unfairly pigeonholed him as a 2-down player and not a pass rusher. I think that's a load of crap. I mean, you watch the guy play. Listen, they had the Eagles had a success with a similar type player in Fletcher Cox. They still have had success.
Yep.
This is Fletcher Cox's, heir apparent. This is his replacement. You look at Jordan Davis. He had a tremendous combine, and he plays to those athletic numbers on the field. He's not just a guy that occupies the gaps. Yes, he does that well, which is one of the reasons why Georgia had so much success on those zone blitzes with Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, because Jordan Davis is in the middle of the line occupying 2 blockers. But besides that, you watch the film. He can change direction, get out down the line of scrimmage, out to the flanks, and make plays in space. He's also not a bad pass rusher. I understand why the Eagles took him. They needed a defensive tackle. With the Ravens sitting there at 14, Jordan Davis would have been gone. He would have never made it to the 15th choice. And they gave away three day 3 picks. And these are the Eagles who got another first-round pick. They got 2 first-round picks next year. So what they do, they maneuver up and they get, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best defensive linemen this year. Sure. Interesting that Jermaine Johnson has slid. Let's see if he ends his slide here with the Ravens. Who can use a pass rusher?
Both Jermaine Johnson and Kyle Hamilton continuing to slide a bit further than many expected. I was just about to say, Tony, that in your mock draft, if people are following along, you mocked Jordan Davis to the Baltimore Ravens at pick 14. A lot of people were calling you crazy, saying that's way too high for, as you mentioned, a part-time player. But once again, the NFL scouts seem to agree with you in that the Philadelphia Eagles not only selected him early, they traded up to do so to make sure, as you mocked, the Ravens didn't get him at 14.
Jordan Davis was my number 8. It was the number 8 player on my board. I had him higher than Jermaine Johnson. I had him much higher than Kyle Hamilton. Had him higher than Drake London as well. But that's how highly I thought of the guy. And I think that he was unfairly criticized for things that people were projecting. That he, like you said, he's only playing 40 plays a game. And we'll see if he's a 2-down player. I think they're going to keep him on the field as a pass rusher. I mean, a worst-case scenario, if he doesn't rush the passer himself, he's going to occupy the gaps on Sunday because he's such a big athletic guy. And what that does is it creates blitz opportunities for your cornerbacks.
Well, the Baltimore Ravens, as we can guess, are on the clock now. I mean, God knows if another trade is going to happen. We've had 3 or 4 of them already tonight. But the Baltimore Ravens are presumably on the clock with the 14th pick, having just missed out on who many believe, Tony included, in Jordan Davis, the defensive tackle out of Georgia. Well, Tony, if they can't get Jordan Davis, where do we think they might go here?
You got to think pass rusher. They need an offensive lineman, Trevor Penning. They need a right tackle. That was the guy who I said early on in the process, I would be surprised if he gets past the Ravens here. This is where Trevor Penning should start to go, so I think it's got to be a consideration. One last thing. Jermaine Johnson's still on the board. I said that the Dallas Cowboys could move up to get a pass rusher.
Yep.
Let's keep an eye on that.
I'm really interested to see what happens because we've had a few players go earlier than anticipated. Drake London being one.
That's really it. I mean, there haven't been any. When I look at my board here, it's Drake London. Chris Olave probably went higher than he was on my board.
He was the other one I was going to say.
But Olave, a lot of people thought Olave could end up at Washington. He ended up at Washington's pick to another team, the New Orleans Saints.
That's right.
So really, I think only early on, Drake London was the big shocker going into the top 10.
And we'll see what, if any, effect that has on the rest of the way this draft plays out. The teams that have traded, we expected to trade. The players they moved up for, we expected them, those players, to go around this time. Baltimore is now faced with a decision because, as far as we can tell, this is the first team so far tonight who has been literally leapfrogged for the player we expected them to want.
Well, the pick is in.
The pick is in from the Baltimore Ravens, and at pick 14 in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens are selecting who?
Finally, Kyle Hamilton is off the board. You know, it's funny because we haven't even talked about him, right?
Yeah.
And he's been sliding down the board. Kyle Hamilton is the type of safety that the Baltimore Ravens have had success with. I mean, he's the type of guy, they're going to use him up the field in the box. They'll put him up on the line of scrimmage on occasional zone blitz. They're not going to use him, they're not going to use him to go sideline to sideline. He's not your Ed Reed type of safety. But Kyle Hamilton of Notre Dame, projected by a lot of people early on as the first pick of the draft, is finally off the board, number 14, to the Baltimore Ravens.
And this is the type of, or the part of the draft you expect a safety of Kyle Hamilton's pedigree on tape to go in the middle of the draft. A lot of people were talking about him as the top safety in the draft, but not just that, as the top player in the draft. And we widely pushed back on that. Tony gave a ton of reasons based on the film as to why that probably wasn't going to happen. Not only did he slide out of the top 5, he slid out of the top 10. And at pick 14 to the Baltimore Ravens is where his slide ends. Kyle Hamilton, the safety out of Notre Dame, will be going to Baltimore at pick 14.
Interesting thing is, remember, Baltimore in free agency gave a huge contract to Marcus Williams, the free safety. So they got Chuck Clark there, who they've liked for a while. But Chuck Clark was a 6th-round pick in 2017. Obviously, this is going to be the replacement for Chuck Clark at the strong safety position, and that's what Kyle Hamilton is. That's what I said in the beginning. Kyle Hamilton has a place in the NFL, but he just doesn't have a place in the top 10 of the NFL draft because you're not going to play Kyle Hamilton over the slot receiver. He can't play cornerback like a Daxton Hill or a Lewis Cine can. This is right where he belongs to go. People are going to talk about Kyle Hamilton making a big slide. I don't think Kyle Hamilton made a big slide. I think people on the outside were just overrating him from the get-go.
Correct, and that's what happens this time of year. But what's funny is, one of the things we try to do at Pro Football Network is just give you the information, give you the news, give you the straight analysis, straight no chaser, as we say. And when you do that, you tend to get things right rather than inflate people or try to curry favor with others. And look, Jordan Davis is now finally being announced as the selection to Philadelphia. If you've been following us along, you knew that about 5 to 6, 7 minutes ago. And we're already telling you that Kyle Hamilton's coming off the board next. He's going 14 to the Baltimore Ravens.
And now on the clock are the Houston Texans.
I have 15.
And the Houston Texans are sitting there looking at Jermaine Johnson.
Yes.
So
here's the thing. In your mock draft, Tony, had the Texans stayed at 13, you mocked Jermaine Johnson to them. Now they're at 15 with Jermaine Johnson still on the board. So it's very possible that we see a Jermaine Johnson go to the Houston Texans here. Is a Trevor Penning also in play?
He's got to be, right? Because they need a right tackle. We were talking about Aquanu early on, potentially going to the Houston Texans. I think that is a Lovie Smith type of offensive lineman. I mean, Trevor Penning was a guy who, if you watch Senior Bowl practice, down in and down out, besides winning the blocks, he just wanted to bury his opponent and bury his opponent's head into the ground.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, now the Texans have some options. Do they consider trading down again if the Dallas Cowboys come calling for Jermaine Johnson.
You got to believe if they trade down again, Dallas would be trading up from the 24th pick. That would send the Texans down from 15 to 24. That's a 9-pick swing. That's always risky the more picks you're going down because the player you think might be there may not be. Because as we're seeing, anything can happen inside of those 9 picks. But for now, Houston's on the clock. Penning is there. I'm a little bit lower on Penning than some others are, Tony. I think there's a lot of technique flaws that he covers up with that perceived toughness, and that toughness catches people on camera in a way that maybe his technical flaws don't. I actually believe a player like a Matt Waletzko out of North Dakota State is maybe a better pro tackle from a smaller school than a Trevor Penning is. But Trevor Penning's there. He is likely to go somewhere in the middle of this first round. So we'll see what happens. Jermaine Johnson out of Florida State. They need a pass rusher. One thing we know, the Texans have got to improve both sides of the offensive line. We know that winning starts in the trenches. They addressed the secondary at number 3 overall. At some point, Lovie Smith has to get those trenches secured. Remember, a lot of the reason why Deshaun Watson, when he was the quarterback in Houston, wasn't successful from a wins-losses perspective is because that offensive line was a disaster. They made the monumental trade of Laramie Tunsil with the Miami Dolphins, and that helped a little bit, but the rest of that line continues to be a disaster. Gotta figure Trevor Penning or another highly rated tackle on their board is absolutely a factor here because it doesn't matter if it's Davis Mills, doesn't matter if it's Deshaun Watson. If you can't protect the quarterback, he can't throw the ball down the field. So we will continue to keep an eye on this. They're still on the clock. We haven't heard anything about a trade. The pick is not in as far as we can tell. The clock continues to tick a little bit. Now, it's different when a team trades up. You know they're trading up because they know the player that they want to take. The team that's trading down may not be prepared for who's available to them. So it shouldn't be a shock that the Texans are still considering who this pick is going to be. However, there is a trade. The Texans are trading out of this pick because the Philadelphia Eagles are trading back up onto the clock. This is crazy, Tony. The Texans traded down. They traded, I believe it was with the Eagles for the 13th pick. They traded back to 15. The Eagles are trading back up into that 15 spot. Who do you think the Eagles are targeting?
You got to think it's Jermaine Johnson. Maybe it's Trent McDuffie. They need a cornerback. But listen, we talked about the Jacksonville Jaguars having 12 selections, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have enough room on their roster for 12 selections.
That's right.
The Philadelphia Eagles have all this draft capital. They don't have huge holes. They have some holes, but they don't have a lot of holes. So what are the Eagles doing? They're working the draft to get certain players to fill holes, guys that are going to be productive in 2022, because the Eagles don't need 9 picks. They don't need 8 picks. They need certain players. The Houston Texans, on the other hand, they got a lot of holes on their roster. Trade down, continue to move down, get those extra selections and fill those holes.
It's been a wild draft. Last year we were saying it's very interesting how long it took. And the Texans, wait.
The Eagles.
Nope. The Texans have rescinded the trade. The Texans have taken the trade back and decided to make their selection. Oh my goodness, they're taking Kenyon Green, the guard out of Texas A&M. Whatever happened between the two players, it was in the NFL's database that a trade was secured between the Eagles and the Texans. That trade has been rescinded.
You know what probably happened?
The Texans have gone back on the clock, Tony, and they're taking Kenyon Green, the guard out of Texas A&M. This draft could not get any crazier.
I will see if that actually happened or whether that was a mistake in the computer, whether that was a computer in the NFL repeating that first trade, because I didn't get any information that there was a trade here. So
that's got to be could be a computer glitch
basically
here.
forget about everything we just said. So the
Texans are on the clock. They made their pick. It's Kenyon Green, the guard out of Texas A&M, is going to the Texans at pick 15. That is for sure. That is now in the system. It's happened. The Texans passing on a tackle, Tony. and looking
a pass
to go
rusher.
and a pass rusher, but going with the guard along the offensive line. Kenyon Green, not a player a lot of people are talking about. What should we know about him?
You know, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they use him.
I gotta stop here because we have more breaking news. More breaking news. The Baltimore Ravens have traded wide receiver Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh boy.
That has just happened. The Baltimore Ravens have traded Hollywood Brown, wide receiver Hollywood Brown, to the Cardinals. There's a lot of speed in Arizona now. So let me recap, because a lot of stuff has just happened in the last 3 minutes. The Houston Texans stayed at pick 15. They have selected guard Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M. We'll get to that pick in a second. However, while that is happening, the Baltimore Ravens have traded wide receiver Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals now have a ton of speed in the desert. You've got DeAndre Hopkins, you've got A.J. Green, you've got now Hollywood Brown as weapons for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, by the way, who's been disgruntled in Arizona, got to figure this makes him a little bit happier.
You think so, and he fits that system very well. And Hollywood Brown was disgruntled in Baltimore. That's when he was shooting his mouth off. So that makes a lot of sense. That pick, he fits the system. He's a terrific vertical receiver. They lost the kid to Jacksonville, who signed in free agency.
And I've got the trade compensation right here. The Cardinals gave up pick number 23. The Ravens returned to the Cardinals pick number 100 and Hollywood Brown. So the Cardinals trade a first-round pick. They get a third-round pick and Hollywood Brown back in return. Wow.
That's a lot, yeah.
Wow. Kenyon Green, by the way, I want to get it lost here. The Texans have made their pick at 15, and they've taken Kenyon Green, the guard, out of Texas A&M. Literally, as that's happened, the Baltimore Ravens have traded pick number 100 and Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals for pick number 23 in this year's first round. So in about 7 picks, Tony, because number 16 is on the clock. In about 7 picks, we will see the Baltimore Ravens on the clock at 23. And pick 16, the Washington Commanders. Remember, they traded out of number 11 earlier. They're on the clock at 16. The Washington Commanders have taken another wide receiver, Tony. The run on receivers seems to be happening here. Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver out of Penn State, is the selection for the Washington Commanders at pick 16. Oh my goodness. One more time to recap for everybody, because I know we are way ahead of the network broadcast, so let me recap it for you. Pick 15, the Texans stay on the clock. They take Kenyon Green, the guard out of Texas A&M. As that happens, the Baltimore Ravens trade Hollywood Brown and pick number 100 to the Arizona Cardinals for pick number 23 in this year's first round. As that happens, the Washington Commanders, who are on the clock at 16, make their selection. They take wide receiver Jahan Dotson out of Penn State. What a wild 5 minutes we've had here. I need a cigarette or something. This is crazy.
Well, I guess the good thing is the first round's going to be over quicker than I thought, because we're busting right through here. And now I guess we're up to 17 with the Los Angeles Chargers, right? Okay, let's go back to Kenyon Green. I think that's a bit of a surprise. I think that's a little bit earlier than people thought, but they have a desperate need at the offensive guard position. They get sort of a hometown guy. Remember, Kenyon Green can also play some tackle. I mean, he played some left tackle at Texas A&M. Maybe you play right tackle. You put him on the right side of that line with Titus Howard. You may have something there, okay? That trade was a significant trade for Arizona. I know that Arizona was concerned that the player that they wanted was not going to be there. They wanted a pass rusher. They were looking for a receiver. You get Hollywood Brown. They gave up a lot, but they lost the kid, the receiver who signed with Jacksonville in free agency.
That's right, Christian Kirk.
So they replaced him with a guy that's significantly more talented and much more of a vertical threat. Now they just got to make the quarterback happy.
It's certainly going to be just a wild time to be a wide receiver in the NFL. Now, remember, this is what we talked about early on. We thought this was going to happen with offensive linemen in the top 10 of this year's NFL draft. But what we talked about is when a run happens on positions, okay, other teams start to get anxious if they think a player they thought was going to be there isn't going to be there when they pick. This seems to be the case with the Arizona Cardinals, who were supposed to pick at number 23. While they're waiting there at pick number 23, Garrett Wilson off the board. Drake London, who they probably thought might be there, off the board in the top 10. Chris Olave off the board. Jahan Dotson off the board right now to the Washington Commanders at pick 16. 4 of the top 5 wide receivers are off the board. The Arizona Cardinals figure it is better value for them to get Hollywood Brown from the Baltimore Ravens than to take the 5th or 6th best receiver in this class. That is what they do. The trade is done.
Couple things. Jahan Dotson went much earlier than I thought. I thought Jahan Dotson was a late first-round pick. Washington takes him at 16. It's going to be interesting to watch Jahan Dotson, how Jahan Dotson performs versus Chris Olave. Because remember, the Washington's passed up on Chris Olave to trade down, take Jahan Dotson. So that's something to watch. Jermaine Johnson's still out there. Jermaine Johnson's drop continues.
What do you think that's about?
I think maybe teams are concerned that he's a one-year wonder. Remember, he couldn't do anything at Georgia. He transferred to Florida State, ACC. As you mentioned, not as good offensive tackles. Has a great year at in the ACC. But then again, he was really good at the Senior Bowl.
He was, yeah.
One player's got to be really happy right now is Treylon Burks, because with 5 receivers off the board in the top 16 picks, Treylon Burks is the next receiver on the board, and there was a lot of discussion, consideration that Treylon Burks may not be a first-round pick.
I was going to say, on Draft Insiders, again, back in March, you were the first person to say, while Treylon Burks was considered a top and high-rated wide receiver elsewhere, you said you had been hearing that he was quickly falling down teams' draft boards, and we're sitting at pick 17,
right,
and 5 wide receivers have gone off the board, none of them being Treylon Burks.
Who goes at pick 17? You know what the Los Angeles Chargers desperately need? A right tackle. Trevor Penning's still on the board here. They would also, I'm told they'll also look at Zion Johnson, an interior offensive lineman who, if he's going to play tackle, is more of a left tackle. This could be a spot. This could be a real good spot for Trevor Penning to end up.
Another thing to keep in mind, guys, usually by this pick, we have seen a quarterback taken. We are on pick 17, and it's the Los Angeles Chargers, and we know the Los Angeles Chargers don't need a quarterback. They have Justin Herbert. By the way, Pro Football Network sat down with Justin Herbert at Radio Row during the Super Bowl. You can find that interview on the Pro Football Network News YouTube channel, which is the channel you're watching us on right now. It's an easy find. But we know they're not taking a quarterback, which means we're going to get to at least pick 18 before a quarterback is selected in this year's draft. That is even later than that 2013 draft when E.J. Manuel went pick 13 to the Buffalo Bills during that draft. So, I'm sorry, pick 16. He went 16 to the Buffalo Bills during that draft. Be really, really fascinating to see when that first quarterback comes off the board.
I think the interesting thing now is after a flurry of picks, the Chargers are taking their time.
You think the NFL gave him a strong nudge?
Yeah, there
to
you
slow
go.
it
That's
down
right.
here?
We got to fill in this programming, so it could be.
Yeah, remember, guys, we don't have that responsibility. That's why we can give you the picks as soon as we get them. We don't have to cut to an Avon commercial or something like that. So you stay with us. You're going to get the picks and the news as soon as we get it. We've been ahead of the network broadcast all night, and we haven't missed yet.
Next year we got to get some commercials. This way people won't see me running off the set here
You were explaining.
Yeah. What happened is I've actually been sick for 2 weeks. So the last 2 Tuesday night shows with Trey Wingo, I've been doing it I was under the weather.
Yes.
And having problems with my throat. It's a different situation. So I'm drinking all this water, and we know what the end result of drinking a lot of water is, right?
We do. You have to pee. You've been peeing, but guess what?
I don't want to say that, but go ahead.
The pick is in. With the 17th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select guard Zion Johnson out of Boston College. Zion Johnson off the board. We figured around this range was when we might see him. We didn't expect him to come off the board after Kenyon Green.
No.
But here we are, pick 17, Chargers get an offensive lineman.
Said that in the preview. Said that before the draft even started. This is the area where Zion Johnson could go. Versatile lineman, has been moving up draft boards really throughout the entire season. A lot of people were surprised that Zion Johnson went back for a second senior season in 2021. If he enters the 2021 draft after his senior year, he's probably a third-round pick. The coaches, from my understanding, told Zion Johnson, if you come back to school, we'll make you a left tackle, you'll move into the top 15. I think the next pick is in already.
The pick is in. There's been a trade, a blockbuster trade. The Titans are planning to trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
ESPN has actually broke this trade, so this is not from us. Want to give credit where credit is due, but there is a blockbuster trade. The Tennessee Titans are planning to trade star wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles. The moment we get compensation, we will bring it to you. But oh my Lord, Tony, one of the things we said that this draft was going to, and one executive said the craziest draft that they are anticipating in almost 30 years. This is going well beyond the draft, Tony. This is now involving veteran players. We haven't seen veteran players move like this. It's like an NBA offseason.
Should I pick up on Zion Johnson, or should I talk about the trade?
I don't know, because I don't know what's going to come in the next 5 seconds.
Here's the interesting thing with that trade. Everybody moving in here thought that Deebo Samuel would be the receiver that was traded.
That's correct.
And everyone thought that A.J. Brown was going to stay with the Tennessee Titans. They were already talking about contract renegotiations, giving him more money. And as we talked about with Trey Wingo, everyone thought that the Titans would keep A.J. Brown primarily because A.J. Brown makes Ryan Tannehill that much of a better quarterback. Well, here we are. Deebo Samuel looks like he's going to be with the Niners. A.J. Brown's still with the Titans. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown's no longer with the Titans. He is now with the Philadelphia Eagles, who fill their need at the receiver position. And there's Zion Johnson. You can see on the screen Zion Johnson. I see my buddy Jared Fox, the agent, give him a shout there. I talked to him earlier today. Anyway, getting back to Zion Johnson. Johnson's a guy who, if he enters the 2021 draft after his first senior season, he's looked upon as a third-round pick.
Right.
The Boston College coaches tell him, come back, we'll play you at left tackle, you'll be a first-round pick in 2022. Everyone thinks it's a ploy. Turns out not to be a ploy. He had a terrific season, improved his draft stock, and now he's a mid-first-round choice.
And that means the Titans are on the clock at 18 because that is what the trade for A.J. Brown was for. The Eagles, in exchange for A.J. Brown, gave the Titans the 18th overall pick and another third-round pick. Okay, so A.J. Brown moves from the Titans to the Eagles. The Titans move up to pick 18. And at pick 18, they also get a third-round pick. I'm actually texting with Trey Wingo right now. I just texted Trey. I said, Trey, this draft is hammer drunk. And he texted me back and said, listen, there are all-pro players available for trade. That does not happen very often. Teams want to get them while they can. That's what we're seeing. Hollywood Brown goes from the Ravens to the Cardinals. Pick 23 belongs to them. Before they can even make that selection after that blockbuster trade, the Titans trade into pick 18 with the Philadelphia Eagles because the Philadelphia Eagles are getting wide receiver A.J. Brown. This has been, for my money, one of the wildest drafts that I can remember. Pro players are being moved. Veteran players are being moved to different teams. Picks are being traded left and right. I can't remember the last moment I haven't had to break news to you. So we're going to see how this plays out. But it certainly has kept everybody on their toes. This is what happens when a blue chip quarterback is not available in a draft class. I need to be very clear about that. When this happens, teams need to figure out their needs elsewhere, and instead of needing to get them in the middle of the draft because the quarterbacks go in the top, with no quarterbacks being selected yet, and we're 18 picks in. And the Titans have made their pick at 18, by the way. As soon as we have it, we're going to bring it to you, but we presumably think it's not a quarterback, okay? So that means 18 picks before a quarterback is taken. When that happens, that means teams are losing out on the all-pro position players, which means we get these types of trades. And that means teams who are going to miss out on the players they think are going to be great need to trade for the veterans who are available. Hollywood Brown was available. He's now in Arizona. And A.J. Brown was available, and he is now in Philadelphia. The Titans are on the clock at 18. Their pick is in. It is
Treylon Burks. I mean, it makes sense. You replace one big handsy catch the ball away from your frame receiver with another big handsy catch the ball away from your frame receiver. This is earlier than I thought that Treylon Burks was going to go, but you know what? With all those receivers going so early, with 5 of them going in the top 16, as we said 5 minutes ago, that this was going to help Treylon Burks' draft stock, and that's exactly what it did. I was going to say that this had to be a consideration before I looked at my phone. The fact is this. In essence, the Eagles gave up a third-round pick for A.J. Brown. I know it's a first-round pick, but you got a first-round type receiver with that pick, and in essence, you gave away a third-round choice. Now they're just going to have to renegotiate another contract and a contract extension with them, and they got themselves a heck of a receiver.
Jalen Hurts, the quarterback in Philadelphia, a lot of questions surrounding him and what he can be at this pro level. Certainly an athletic quarterback, was able to be mobile, had a great college career at Oklahoma, was supplanted by Tua Tagovailoa at Alabama, forcing him to transfer to Oklahoma. The question has always been, can the Eagles surround him with good enough weapons? Well, A.J. Brown is a weapon. And what does this mean for the Titans, Tony? Because they had A.J. Brown. Yeah. They make the move for Julio Jones, who predictably was in and out of the lineup with injuries. They trade. Is this a rebuild? Are we beginning to see the makings of a rebuild in Tennessee?
Well, you got to say that right now, the Tennessee Titans are not as good a team as they were yesterday.
I know.
So you've got to wonder about that. You got to wonder which direction they're going, in the sense that, are they going to try and not rebuild but maybe reload? Mm-hmm. Because you were a team that was in the close to the Super Bowl not too long ago, and you can't tell me that you're a better team with Ryan Tannehill throwing the ball to Treylon Burks versus throwing the ball to A.J. Brown.
The Titans have been the cream of the crop in the AFC South for the last few years. One team that's got to be extremely happy, who uploaded and loaded up at a lot of positions, were the Indianapolis Colts. So the Indianapolis Colts have to be happy right now because they loaded up under the assumption that they would be able to maybe supplant the Titans as the team to beat in the AFC South. Well, the Titans just made that job a hell lot easier. The other thing to consider is that the Colts have gone through a massive defensive staff shakeup. Defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus is the head coach in Chicago. A lot of players that I've spoken to in Indianapolis are excited for that move because they believe his conservative, system-focused approach was holding a lot of the athletic players that Chris Ballard, the GM, selected back. They've got Yannick Ngakoue over there now. The Indianapolis Colts are got to be making a very, very big smile on their faces with A.J. Brown on his way out of the division.
Never mind the fact that they have a much more consistent quarterback, although he doesn't have much tread left on the tire, and that's been the Achilles heel for Chris Ballard in the Indianapolis Colts. They don't have the same starting quarterback 2 years in a row. They can't get any consistency out of the quarterback. You talked about that defense. I mean, one guy who's going to be very, very happy is Darius Leonard, who is a terrific linebacker.
And just remember, the pick is in. The Tennessee Titans have made their pick at 18. They're taking Treylon Burks, the wide receiver.
Just want to let you know, I'm being told that A.J. Brown got a $100 million extension. So they must have negotiated the contract with A.J. Brown. This must have been in the making. But okay. I read here, and he got a $100 million extension.
So not only does A.J. Brown get moved from the Titans to the Eagles, he also does so with a massive $100 million contract extension, presumably keeping him in Philly for the foreseeable future. Treylon Burks, who the networks are just now announcing, but we told you 5 minutes ago was going to be the pick to Tennessee, is on his way to Tennessee to supplant or replace that A.J. Brown production. Like I said, guys, this has just been a very fascinating, very fast-moving draft.
Two things. We're up to pick 19, right?
Yes, we are.
Are we going to see the quarterbacks come off now? 19 and 20, right? Saints and the Steelers. Again, Jermaine Johnson's still on the board there. At this point in time, I got to believe that there's some sort of red flags.
Something must have come up. And now this happens, guys, in the course of the NFL draft season. I mentioned the process of the medical rechecks. Up until the moment a selection is made, teams are doing background checks on these players. And you better believe they are talking to everybody from first grade teachers to high school coaches to youth ministers, whoever they can, to get an accurate picture on these players. I don't know anything. I am not suggesting that Jermaine Johnson has some type of background challenge in his future, but something has caused him to slide where we're at pick 19, and he may not be the pick here. We may, as Tony said, begin to see the quarterbacks. The Pittsburgh Steelers have long been projected, and you mocked Malik Willis to them at the 20th pick. We're at pick 19. If he's not off the board, you got to believe that Pittsburgh's in play there for him.
Well, did the Saints take Kenny Pickett at pick 19? I mean, the Saints, I've been told, wanted a receiver and a quarterback. They got their receiver. The quarterback's still there. They need a tackle, but they need a left tackle. I mean, the only left tackle that's available right now who may go in the first round is Tyler Smith of Tulsa. This is a little bit early, and I don't know that you're going to slide Tyler Smith from Tulsa in at the left tackle spot right away, which is what the Saints really need.
Yep, and still on the board, guys. Trent McDuffie is still on the board. He's a player that we expected could be going early. Trevor Penning still on the board, a tackle that we expected could be going early. Played some left tackle at the Senior Bowl, took some left tackle reps. Maybe teams think they can move him over to left tackle.
Well, he played left tackle at Northern Iowa. I mean, that was his position.
But he projected to right tackle.
Well, that's because he doesn't have the footwork. He doesn't
Right.
have the lateral agility, which is why he's a projection for me. Just a little more information. The A.J. Brown contract extension, 4 years, $100 million. So he got the $25 million a year that Deebo Samuel wants.
I was going to say, he got the contract that Deebo Samuel is basically telling the 49ers, or has told the 49ers, he wants. All of these receivers who are being moved in these trades, it's usually been about their contract. These are fourth-year receivers who don't have so, for example, A.J. Brown was drafted in the second round of his draft class. He's entering in the fourth year of his contract. Unlike first-round picks, second-round selections don't have fifth-year options for the teams. So first-round picks are under the control of the team who drafts them for as many as 5 years. You start to see extensions for those players in year 3 or year 4. Second-round picks don't have that player option. So when they're coming up into year 4, they want a contract extension or they want to be let into free agency. These wide receivers who are being moved wanted new contracts because they were coming up into the last year without a team option coming up in year 5.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. Number 19.
It's not a quarterback.
It's not a quarterback. The New Orleans Saints with the 19th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft select
Trevor Penning.
Trevor Penning. There he is.
So they got their tackle. I guess, it'll be interesting to see if they think he can play left tackle. I'll go back to what I said when we were talking about Ike Ekwonu. The theory of a lot of people, which I agree with, is put a guy at left tackle until he proves he can't play left tackle, and then you move him to the right side. So I don't know if they thought he was still going to be here. I don't know if they think they're going to play him at left tackle. Remains to be seen. They got their receiver. They got their tackle. Now they just need somebody to throw the ball.
And as I said, I am a little bit down on Trevor Penning compared to I think where a lot of the consensus is. It doesn't mean I don't think he's going to be a good tackle in the NFL. It just means I don't think he's as ready to be a premier left tackle as maybe some other people do. I think there's some significant technique flaws from an athleticism standpoint that may hold him back. Remember, he's going to be playing in the NFC South now. He's got to deal with the Brian Burns of the world. And so there's something that he's really going to have to focus on as he becomes a pro. But we assumed he'd be picked in around this range, Tony, the 19, maybe 17, as high as 15. He goes 19 to the New Orleans Saints. We just talked about this. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at 20. No one that I've spoken to believes that they are comfortable going into the season with Mitch Trubisky as their starting quarterback?
Well, I think they will have Mr. Trubisky as their starting quarterback. I think the situation is, I reported this before the combine, is their goal was to sign a quarterback in free agency, which they did in Mr. Trubisky, then draft one to develop for the future. So this sets up perfectly for the for the Steelers. I think it's going to be Malik Willis. Maybe it's Kenny Pickett. Regardless, you got Mitch Trubisky there. You can play Mitch Trubisky if you take Malik Willis. And I said all along, if Malik Willis is available at this spot, it'd be a bigger surprise if the Pittsburgh Steelers passed on him and did not take him. Of course, if they pass on him, Lord knows what's going to happen. But again, this is a perfect situation to take Malik Willis because you can develop him and let Mitch Trubisky play. And there were a lot of people like Mitch Trubisky. A lot of people thought that year sitting behind Josh Allen in Buffalo did him well. Remember, Mitch Trubisky didn't start a lot of games in college at North Carolina. We talked about it with Trey about the trade. The trade up by the Chicago Bears. They take him, they stick him in the lineup, they ruin him. He's a guy that needed time. So now we've got time behind Josh Allen. They feel he would be much better for it. Draft a guy like Malik Willis, put him behind Mitch Trubisky, and the Steelers may have their quarterback of the future.
Really interesting. And again, number 19, New Orleans Saints are taking Trevor Penning, the tackle out of Northern Iowa. You mentioned at the Senior Bowl, Tony, that he was going there very feisty.
Yeah.
A lot of after the whistle stuff. And now a lot of times small school players are told by their agents when they go to the Senior Bowl, go in there and mix it up because you're going to get eyes on you when you do that. And you're coming from a small school, you need as many eyes on you as you can get.
Well, it's
Tony,
not.
you were there.
It's not so much that. It goes back to Ali Marpet. This is what Ali Marpet's agent told me. Ali Marpet told his agent told him, anytime you get a chance, get into a fight, hit after the whistle, push guys around, because you got to prove that you can be at that level. I mean, Ali Marpet was what, Division two. You got to prove that you can play at that level. That's what Trevor Penning did. I think he took it to an extreme.
I think he did.
I think it was a little bit over the top.
Yeah.
He didn't really need to prove it that much. But that's why it's not so much to prove to get scouts to see you. Scouts are going to see you, but it's to prove that you're a tough guy and that you can play with the better competition, even though you weren't recruited by the Michigans, by the Ohio States, by the Alabamas, by the Buffaloes of the world. You're playing at Northern Iowa. You're playing at what was it, Hartwick? What was he called? Where did Ali Marpet play? Was it Hartwick? Hobart. Thank you.
Hobart.
I knew it was an H. Thank you.
That's why we have a live audience.
One of the thousands in our live audience here shouted it out.
But the interesting thing, Tony, with the Pittsburgh Steelers sitting at pick 20, they have every quarterback available to them.
Yep.
Okay, now we've mentioned that the issue with Kenny Pickett, and the pick is in for Pittsburgh, by the way. When we get it, we'll let you know as soon as we get it. The interesting with Kenny Pickett, we said, is his hand size makes cold weather climates a little bit difficult for him. He did play at the University of Pittsburgh. So if the Pittsburgh Steelers like Kenny Pickett, they certainly had enough access to him.
Yeah.
He plays in the same stadium that they play in.
They didn't have to do a lot of work on him leading up to the draft because they had
I got the pick.
Yeah.
It's Kenny Pickett.
Wow.
The quarterback out of the University of Pittsburgh.
Surprise.
So this is surprising on a number of fronts, but
Right.
as we were just alluding to, if any team was going to have an insight into who Kenny Pickett is, it was going to be the hometown Pittsburgh Steelers.
I spoke with somebody before you announced the pick, and that's what they told me. They said that, the Steelers were doing all this work on the quarterbacks except Kenny Pickett. They were doing all this work on Malik Willis except Kenny Pickett because they didn't have to do all the work on Kenny Pickett. They had him right there. They had him in the home stadium. It's kind of amazing. I'm going to date myself, but the Steelers passed up on Dan Marino because they thought that keeping Dan Marino in Pittsburgh would be the worst thing for him. Now they keep Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh, the heir apparent to Ben Roethlisberger.
Yep.
We'll see how that works out. I am very surprised they passed up on Malik Willis.
I think a lot of people, including you, including us at Pro Football Network, we expected Malik Willis to be the first quarterback off the board.
Everybody did.
Kenny Pickett is the first quarterback off the board, and it happens at the 20th pick. We're almost 2/3 or more than 2/3 into this year's draft. And here we are sitting with the idea that the first quarterback off the board is coming off now at pick 20. and it's Kenny Pickett out of the University of Pittsburgh.
I think what people are more surprised is that the Pittsburgh Steelers took him. I think if Kenny Pickett had gone before Malik Willis, but the New Orleans Saints had selected him, I don't think there would be that much of a surprise or it would be that big of a deal.
And that goes back to what we talked about, and you reported before anybody else that Kenny Pickett was going to struggle with the issues of his hand size.
Right.
He was going to come in well under 9 inches. I mean, well being relative, but 8 1/4, I believe, is what it was, or 8 3/4.
No. It was 8 1/4 at the combine. It was 8 1/8 at the combine. I think it was 8 1/4 during pro day. The thing with Kenny Pickett,
how the hand size grew.
Well, I'll tell you why. And again, this is a story that we broke, Pro Football Network.
Yep.
Kenny Pickett has got double jointed thumbs. And because his thumb is double jointed, what it does is most people can bring their thumb out to here. Kenny Pickett had a thumb that went up here. That's why it was 8 1/2 inches, because he couldn't get his thumb out. Then what I was told was he was doing these exercises to stretch his thumb out, and he was basically getting used to using his thumb on a horizontal basis rather than the vertical basis, which was what caused, although he's right here, a horizontal basis, which was what the double jointedness was called. That's why it was a little bit bigger. Now, I don't think it's ever going to be 9 inches. Obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't care, but, as he works that thumb and gets it more in a vertical situation, the hand size will grow.
Guys, the NFL is a multi-billion-dollar business. They are going to care about every detail, including to the 1/4 of an inch of your hand size. It matters. It matters to the point where this guy's performance team is having him do thumb stretching exercises to gain a 1/4 of an inch on his hand size. And look, it paid off. He's the first quarterback off the board, and he gets to stay in Pittsburgh, going from the University of Pittsburgh to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That means the New England Patriots are on the clock at pick 21. The clock is ticking. We know the Patriots have a propensity for making picks that not everyone always agrees with, or they like to trade down a little bit. What are we thinking here for New England?
New England wanted an interior offensive lineman, but all the real good interior offensive linemen are off the board.
Johnson and Kenyon Green went earlier.
The player that's on the board that I think they're going to consider is Devin Lloyd, the linebacker from Utah, who I absolutely love. I thought he would have been in play for one of the Eagles selections. The Patriots love their linebackers. They use them in a variety of roles. Devin Lloyd has that versatility to play in a 3-4. He can rush the passer. He can be used in space. He can be used in coverage. Devin Lloyd has got to be a consideration here.
Now remember,
and Jermaine Johnson's still on the board, and they need a pass rusher.
Yeah, let's not forget, Jermaine Johnson's still on the board. Remember that Nakobe Dean, a highly thought of linebacker out of the University of Georgia, a lot of people projected as a very, very high first-round pick, the top linebacker in the class. Tony, you felt that Nakobe Dean was a player, or you were hearing, was sliding down draft boards.
Yeah.
Here we are talking about the New England Patriots at pick 21, maybe making the selection of Devin Lloyd the first linebacker off the board.
You got to remember, Nakobe Dean is not even 6 foot tall. I mean, he's 5'11", he's 226 pounds. He did not run before the run at the combine. He did not run a pro day, so there's no real times on him. And the thing about Nakobe Dean is teams are looking at him as a 2-down linebacker. Because of that size, what's going to happen is if it's 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 8, you can't put Nakobe Dean at 5'11" over 6'4", 6'3" tight end because the mismatch, it's a natural mismatch. So that is, they like Nakobe Dean the player, but they think the size and the style just leads to limitations as a 2-down player.
There was a time where that was something used against taking Zach Thomas, who should be in the Pro Football
Well, that's
Hall
who
of
he's
Fame.
That is who he's compared to.
But it's not the early 2000s anymore.
Exactly.
And that's the size, for lack of a better term, size matters. And the reality is that linebackers are just required to cover much more often than linebackers were back in the time of Zach Thomas playing in the early 2000s. It's not like they play there's a ton of cover 2 defenses now. Cover 2 defenses, Tampa 2, like what Brian Urlacher did in that same era. Brian Urlacher, a former safety, well over 6 feet tall, made that middle linebacker position easy to do in a Tampa 2. Zach Thomas played in a traditional 4-3 defense in Miami. His size wasn't so much of a detriment because he was able to play against the run when running was still a thing that happened in football games. Much less likely to happen now. That size could be causing Nakobe Dean to, as you've been hearing, potentially slide all the way out of the first round. Devin Lloyd the linebacker out of Utah, is available. This is around the range we thought he may go in. The New England Patriots are on the clock still with the 21st pick.
And, everybody talked about, is this the year that the Green Bay Packers are going to finally take a receiver in the first round? Guess what? There's no receivers left. I mean,
and they didn't trade for one either.
Yeah, there you go. Deebo Samuel, the one of the many thousands is yelling out Deebo Samuel. The funny thing is I did a radio interview with someone who told me, I believe the over-under on receivers in round 1 was 6.5. And I said to myself, there's no way 7 receivers are going to get in the first round. That may be the case.
I think we're up to 6.
The interesting thing is New England's taken a lot of time to make their selection.
And remember, Bill Belichick likes to wheel and deal his picks. If he's not absolutely sold on a player.
We must have a trade here because I am told that the Chiefs just took Trent McDuffie. So I don't know. This is being sent to me by someone who's been sending all the picks right on. So it looks like the Chiefs may have traded with the New England Patriots with that 21st selection, and the Chiefs took Trent McDuffie. That was one of the 2 players. I mentioned that last week when they were talking about the Chiefs going receiver in the first round. I said if there was a receiver that wasn't there to their liking, they would go defense. And one of the players I mentioned is the Chiefs' liking at that spot was actually Trent McDuffie and his teammate Kyler Gordon. So I think what happened is this guy was just too good to pass up.
And we'll have to see where this trade is happening because remember the Kansas City Chiefs were supposed to pick at picks 29 and pick 30. They are now on the clock at pick 21 because they've traded with the New England Patriots, which we said from the moment we heard New England was on the clock was a possibility. It's happened. The Chiefs are picking. The pick is in. They're taking Trent McDuffie. Done deal. The pick is in. That's who they're taking. With the 21st pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, cornerback Trent McDuffie comes off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs in a pick they acquired from the New England Patriots. Tony had Trent McDuffie going earlier in this draft, but that run on wide receivers pushed some of these talented defensive backs further down the draft board. So when we talk about a cornerback like a Trent McDuffie being available down here in pick 21, that's when we start to see teams make their move up the draft board to get players they didn't expect to be there. Now, the New England Patriots obviously don't value the cornerback position the way the Chiefs do, or certainly didn't have the same need that the Chiefs have. But the cornerback out of Washington is going to Kansas City. That is what that selection is going to be. What we're looking to see here out of this trade is what did the Chiefs have to give up? Did they give up one of those 2 first-round picks? Could it be 29? Could it be pick 30? And what else did they have to give up in order to move up? Now, the reality of the situation is that an 8-pick move up, if it is in fact from 29 to pick 21, that a lot of times has multiple picks attached to it because 8 slots is significant in order to move up. But the later you get in the first round, the less value those slots have. Sometimes the trade compensation isn't as big as you might think. So as soon as we have the compensation, we will let you know. But as it stands, the Kansas City Chiefs made their selection. It is Trent McDuffie, the cornerback out of the University of Washington. This is going to be the 3rd cornerback selected tonight. Number 3 was Derek Stingley. Okay, then we had Sauce Gardner go right after that at pick number 4. And finally at pick 21, Trent McDuffie will be going to the barbecue capital of the world. Sorry, Memphis, Kansas City.
Hopefully we'll be there next year for the draft, eating some of that barbecue.
We will 100% be there. I will definitely be there for the draft, but we will make sure that PFN is there too. You can't go to Kansas City and not have their wonderful, and they have an array of barbecue restaurants that are all fantastic. So look, we'll wait to see. I don't have the compensation yet. When I get it, we will get it to you as soon as it comes in. This draft is very fast moving. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock here. So they're picking number 22. You mocked Treylon Burks to them in your mock draft.
Obviously, that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
I mean, I've been told all along that if a receiver was not there to the Packers' liking, they were going to try and trade out.
Yep.
One of the teams who may try and trade in was, in fact, the Seattle Seahawks for a quarterback. Now, the quarterback that I was told they like to trade in was Desmond Ritter. Malik Willis is still on the board. Let's see what happens. Could be interesting if, although I thought they would trade up with the Green Bay Packers' second selection, which I believe is the 28th. What do the Packers do here? They wanted an interior offensive lineman, Zion Johnson and Kenyon Green's off the board. Do they take Tyler Smith? This is about the time when Tyler Smith should start to come off the board. Tyler Smith out of Tulsa, played left tackle for Tulsa. The word on Tyler Smith is you start him at guard and you develop him into an NFL tackle because there's going to be a lot of bumps in the road. He's not fully ready. He's not the finished product. He's a big, strong, athletic guy who's really smart. He's an intelligent kid. Packers can go on a lot of ways here. There's not a whole lot left on the board.
Well, the pick is in.
Yep.
The pick is in. We'll see what it is as soon as we get it. We'll, of course, let you know. Not a lot of wide receivers left. Got to figure it's too early for an Alec Pierce, who could be their target in a round 2 trade down, but too early to take him now in the 20s, I would think. We will see. You got to imagine Aaron Rodgers has got to be shaking his head. Now, he knew that Davante Adams wasn't coming back to Green Bay when he re-upped in Green Bay for this season. He knew Adams wasn't coming back. So the trade of Adams probably didn't catch him off guard or anything like that. But you've got to figure for a final run, he assumed the Packers would be proactive in trying to secure a wide receiver. They haven't been proactive. All of the top ones essentially are off the board. Too early for a tight end here. We think Trey McBride is really the only first-round worthy tight end. It was a question if he even made it into the first round. Although we did a live interview with him on Tuesday, and I could not have been more impressed with that guy.
Yeah, maybe Tampa Bay, maybe Cincinnati later on. I think this is a bit early. I asked a buddy of mine, and I had heard this.
The pick is in. I'm sorry to cut you off there. It's Quay Walker.
Okay.
Quay Walker, the linebacker out
Georgia.
of Georgia. Not Nakobe Dean,
Right.
the linebacker from Georgia. Quay Walker is the pick for the Green Bay Packers at number 22 overall in round 1. Talk to me about Quay Walker.
Over the weekend, I had said that Quay Walker was making a big move up draft boards. I didn't think he'd be a first-round pick. But now we're getting to the bottom third of round 1. You do see some surprising picks. When you look at Quay Walker and you compare him to Nakobe Dean, Walker is much more a 3-down defender. Walker's got better length. He is as fast as Nakobe Dean is sideline to sideline. He stands up better against blocks. He gets much better depth on his pass drops. The Packers played at 3-4, 3-4. So they needed a guy because they moved Rashawn Gary from the inside linebacker up into a pass rusher spot when they lost to Darius Smith. I'm a bit surprised at 22. I would have thought that if they were going to go with them at 28, I see the position of need though.
It's a fascinating pick only because when you first reported that Nakobe Dean was sliding down draft boards, people were really caught off guard by that. But not only is he sliding down draft boards, but his teammate Quay Walker is being selected before him at pick 22. Going to the Green Bay Packers. But like you said, he's not just an on-ball defender or an on-the-line defender. He's an off-the-line defender as well and can play all 3 downs.
Interesting. I sent a text message to one of my better contacts. I said, why is Jermaine Johnson falling? One word came back, character.
Wow.
And I had heard this, that nothing bad, but I just heard that there were issues where he rubbed people the wrong way. Interesting thing is the Dallas Cowboys really want a pass rusher. We are 2 picks away from the Dallas Cowboys. There are 2 pass rushers available to them. Jermaine Johnson, who I'm sure they never expected would be available, and George Karlaftis.
I said at the top when we first began talking about Jermaine Johnson, and I'm just checking in also with one of my contacts on something different, so excuse me for a second. But one of the first things I suggested was we talked about the medical recheck process. By the way, there's been a trade. The the Ravens. The Ravens have traded with the Bills. So I'm getting this as it happens. The Bills are on the clock now at pick 23. So remember, the Ravens have pick 23 because they tonight traded Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals for that pick. They've now traded that pick to the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills move up 2 slots from number 25 and
Move
give
down.
up pick 130.
Bills move down.
Excuse me, yes, the Bills move
They
up.
move up. I'm sorry. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize.
The Bills move up from 25. They're now picking on the clock at 23. The Baltimore Ravens, who acquired that 23 pick from the Arizona Cardinals in the Hollywood Brown trade, have given it to Buffalo. They take pick 25. They are also getting pick 130 from the Baltimore Ravens.
So it's a 4th-round pick for 2 slots is what it works out to.
Yeah, and the Ravens, remember, probably lost out on Jordan Davis. They have traded Hollywood Brown.
Right.
They are moving up, presumably because there's someone here. They're moving down.
Right.
So there's no one on the board at 23
Right.
that's enticing them to make a pick.
And
Who
you-
could
you-
Buffalo be moving up for?
You got, I would think if it's not Kyler Gordon, the cornerback, I would think it's one of the pass rushers, either George Karlaftis or Jermaine Johnson, because that's what Dallas, had been targeting. I mentioned at the top, if they traded up, they were looking at one of the pass rushers. I think there was when they see Jermaine Johnson falling through the ranks, there was no need for them to move up and get one of the pass rushers.
So at this point, it becomes about how good was your due diligence. How good were you able to get into the backgrounds of these players, of their characters? If other teams in picks 1 through 22 had character concerns about Jermaine Johnson, making him available at this pick 23, you have to wonder, are the Bills comfortable with what they were able to turn up? Remember, it's not universal, Tony.
Right. It's not, and at some point in time, the reward becomes greater than the risk. So, it's not like he has a litany of off-the-field issues because we would have known about it. We've been talking about it. You saw it last year with Michael Parsons, with all these rumors about these off-the-field issues. At some point in time, you got to pull the trigger on the guy because you say, listen, whatever happens, but the reward of this player, it outweighs the risk.
Yeah, and it's something that I think a lot of people really need to understand. That we think of the NFL as this monolith. But each of the 32 franchises have their own processes. They also have their own security teams. They have their own medical teams. So what one team feels about a player or is able to turn up about a player may not be what another team was able to get. So what I'm saying is different teams could be working off different information. So what might be scaring some teams away from Jermaine Johnson may not be enough or have been uncovered by the Buffalo Bills. Again, we don't know that Jermaine Johnson is the pick, but we do know that the pick is in for Buffalo. So as soon as we know what the pick is, we will let you know. Really interesting here. Again, we're talking a lot about about Jermaine Johnson, but as you mentioned, George Karlaftis could be the pick.
The
pass
Jermaine
rusher.
Johnson, George Karlaftis pass rushers are the types that the Bills like. Again, keep Kyler Gordon, the cornerback from Washington, in mind. A lot of teams liked him as a first-round pick, thought maybe Kansas City was going to look at him in the first round. Buffalo needs a cornerback. They would have liked another receiver. There's no receivers on the board. Offensive lineman, it's really only Tyler Smith. Nothing has come in yet, which is kind of interesting.
Yep, so the Bills have made the pick. We don't know what that pick is just yet. As soon as we do, we will let you know. But remember, the Bills are picking because they did, in fact, trade with the Baltimore Ravens. Again, the pick is in. It is Kaiir Elam, the quarterback
was a
out
cornerback.
of Florida.
Yeah. Good.
So just, cornerbacks, Trent McDuffie, the Kansas City Chiefs trade up for Trent McDuffie. Buffalo may be fearing that they're going to lose out on maybe one of the final first-round rated cornerbacks, make the move, and they take Elam out of Florida.
Yeah, Elam was very underrated. He is actually my 4th cornerback. If you go to my board at Pro Football Network, he is my 4th cornerback after Trent McDuffie. I had him as did I have him as a first-round pick? A potential first-round pick. I had him as a second-round choice. But he's an underrated guy. He gets a little bit grabby. He's got excellent size, 6'1.5", 191 pounds. Ran 4.39 at the combine. Showed a lot of good cover skills at Florida. I think part of the problem with Elam was a lot of teams didn't throw in his direction because he was so good. So when you don't have a cornerback that has a lot of action going his way, oftentimes it's really tough to get your grip on him and get a good feel for what that guy does and doesn't do well. He's a little bit grabby, like I said. Needs some polish on his game. But again, a bigger physical guy who's an excellent athlete, that's the type of players that Buffalo likes at that position.
Look, the Buffalo Bills are coming off one of the most epic playoff games that we've ever seen in what they faced against the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. That was a extremely high-scoring affair that went into overtime, and the Buffalo Bills nor the Kansas City Chiefs could get a stop on one another. What do they both do in the first round, Tony? They pick up a cornerback to help with that pass defense, having just faced off with one another recently in the postseason. Got to figure they're still two of the top teams in the AFC. Really interesting to see how they are sort of attacking how to strengthen some of their weaknesses. The Dallas Cowboys are on the board here. And in your mock draft, Tony, you mocked George Karlaftis to them. Again, it goes without saying, though we've been saying it, Jermaine Johnson's still on the board. But this could be one of those fits and team availabilities that we haven't yet seen because of all the different trades. But here we are, Dallas 24, Karlaftis on the board. What do you like about that potential fit?
He's sort of an undersized athletic pass rusher, the way they like him, the way they like them in Dallas. He can play out of a three-point stance. He can stand over tackle. Karlaftis is actually a former water polo player. I believe his mother's from America. His father is from Greece. They married. He went to Greece. He played water polo, came to America after his father died, became a football player. He's a guy that's got a nice build, but he's got some growth potential. He's got the ability to get bigger. George Karlaftis, if you watch the film, he struggled against the big offensive tackles when he went up against Minnesota, when he went up against Wisconsin. That's when he had the most difficult time. But in space, he moves very well. He gets a lot of pressure up the field. He's a guy that commanded a lot of double team blocks. It'll be interesting if Karlaftis, in fact, goes ahead of Jermaine Johnson as we're speaking here, because no one would have projected that, literally through the first 5 picks or so. So
we were thinking
the character red flags that I mentioned on Jermaine Johnson seem to be rearing their ugly head and is really forcing downward momentum.
Yeah, we were considering, and you were hearing that the Jets were enamored with Jermaine Johnson, and may have taken him with the 4th pick. He didn't go 4, and he hasn't gone yet as of pick number 23.
Hasn't gone 4. Is he going to go 24?
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the Cowboys, who are now on the clock, about 5 minutes into that clock to make their selection. To be clear, because
remember one other thing I said.
Yeah.
When I said there's also a chance that if the player that they don't like is there, the Cowboys will look to trade down. And I think we've seen more movement in the first round than we originally thought would happen. Although it's been small movement, except for Detroit, right?
Yep.
Making that big move up, we haven't seen half-round moves.
And to be clear, guys, in the flurry of action that has taken place of all of these trades, all of these picks, all these teams moving up and down the board, believe it or not, this is Dallas's actual pick. They're supposed to pick at 24. They're picking at, for now, they're picking at 24. The clock's still going. So, with the way this draft has gone, Tony, I'm not saying anything until I see that the pick is in. But as of now, they are keeping their original 24 pick in your 3-round mock draft on ProFootballNetwork.com. You mocked George Karlaftis to them, but that was assuming Jermaine Johnson would not be available. He is, due to reported character flaws that you're reporting here on this show. So
it's not character flaws; it's character issues. I mean, character. I've got character flaws, that's for sure. I don't have character issues, although my wife may disagree with that. But it's some character issues are something that may be a detriment in the locker room, something that may be a detriment to the guys' play,
to the culture of the team.
Exactly. So that's why we don't want that around us. That's what's happening with Jermaine Johnson right now.
Yes, and we'll see what happens with this pick. Still not in yet. Okay, the clock is still moving for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot has happened before them, so you've got to imagine there's a lot for them to think about.
Well, I think the other thing is when we talked about this, they really wanted an interior offensive lineman if they were going to stay at this spot.
Yep.
Kenyon Green and Zion Johnson are off the
Gone.
board. I was told that they would move up for the pass rusher. Are they having second? What happens when a guy like Jermaine Johnson falls? As he goes through the ranks, the teams that he fall to are like, well, something must really be wrong, okay? And they start to really look at their information, say, do we want to take a chance at this guy? But as I said, at some point in time, the reward outweighs the risk.
The Cowboys pick is in. Once we know what it is, we will let you know.
Oof, oh boy, okay. They do go with an offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman, Tyler Smith, out of Tulsa, who I had, I believe, 26 in my mock to the Tennessee Titans. I mean, Tyler Smith, talked about him before, had a tremendous year at Tulsa. Off the 2000, let me get my year straight here. Off the 2020 film, which was his redshirt freshman season, I graded him over the summer as a third-round pick. He elevated his play. He was inconsistent at times. You watch some of the film, and he was absolutely dominant. You watch the Cincinnati film, and you wondered what the heck is going on here because he was getting destroyed by the Cincinnati Bearcats. He's tall. He's got excellent length. He plays with good lean. He's strong. He's nasty. He's athletic, but he's rough around the edges. What I said about Tyler Smith, I've been talking about this for the past month. What a lot of teams think is he will ultimately be a tackle in the NFL, but you start him off at guard, and then you develop his game, and then you push him out to tackle. So I guess, like I said, none of the top offensive line, with all top offensive linemen off the board, they go with the next guy.
So to be clear, with pick number 24, the Dallas Cowboys select offensive tackle Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. Now, Tony, there are some good players still on the board here. Devin Lloyd is still available. George Karlaftis is still available. Jermaine Johnson is still available. Yeah. But so far, we haven't had any, aside from Drake London going in the top 10, but you had him as
maybe Quay Walker as well.
And Quay Walker. Right. So I was going to ask, so far, what's been the biggest surprise first-round selection for you?
It's a good one. I'd say Quay Walker because if he was going to be a first rounder, I would have thought later on in the first round. Can't say Tyler Smith because in my mock I had him going 2 picks later to the 26. Tennessee Titans. So that's not a surprise. Obviously Jermaine Johnson. I did not hear about any of the character issues, which I guess is which are rearing their ugly head, especially if Dallas, who really wanted a pass rusher, passed up on him. Looking at this board, I like Devin Lloyd more than most. Maybe I'm slightly surprised that he's there. Obviously, Malik Willis. Malik Willis is still on the board.
And there's no clear team coming up to...
Not unless the Seattle Seahawks trade back into the first round.
That's right. So once you get... Just so everyone understands where the board sits, you have the Tennessee Titans, okay, who we originally thought at pick 26 may take Tyler Smith. He goes 24. Okay, the Baltimore Ravens are now picking at 25 because they traded their 23 pick to the Buffalo Bills, who moved up to take the cornerback Elam out of Florida. So now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock at 25. And just because that pick has been moved around a lot, let's not forget the Ravens originally had pick 23 because they acquired it from the Cardinals in the blockbuster Hollywood Brown trade. After all is said and done, they're finally back on the clock. They are picking at pick 25. There's about 6 minutes left in their clock time. The Baltimore Ravens obviously are not in need of a quarterback. Right. Can't see Malik Willis going here. Looking at the picks that come up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are committed to Tom Brady for at least one more year. Can't see him going there. You got the Kansas City Chiefs. They have the best quarterback in football. Can't see him going there. Cincinnati Bengals, 31. They have a fantastic quarterback. Can't see him going there. The options for these players, or for this player in particular, Malik Willis, is looking like it's beginning to dry up. Are there teams who will trade back into round one with their round 2 picks to try to come up and snag him?
Well, the Detroit Lions
they got rid of. Did they still own? Or they got rid of that pick in the trade?
They got rid of pick 32 and 34 in that trade.
To Minnesota, right? So 33 is Jacksonville. They don't need a quarterback. I mean, here's an interesting scenario, or some food for thought. How about the New York Giants? You know, I don't know that they trade up, but you know, at some point in time, if he's still there, maybe they trade. I don't think they're going to trade up, but you know, if he's still there in round 2, would the Giants take him? There was talk about the Giants taking a quarterback in round 1. Never believed it.
Yeah.
But if Malik Willis is there in round 2, you know, they didn't sign Danny Dimes to the 5th-year option.
Yep, they did not pick up Daniel Jones' option today. His 5th-year option has not been picked up for obvious reasons. Not that he's not the guy, but they're not sure he is the guy. So they're not going to pick up that option. The options, this is where you get to that point in the draft, ladies and gentlemen, where the options for certain players begin to get really, really narrow. Players who haven't been selected yet, who thought they might be, this is where we start to see some significant sliding take place. However, this is also where we start to see teams begin to really make their moves for players that they think could be gobbled up within the next pick or two.
Well, you know, the Jermaine Johnson watch has been on for quite a while now. Again, the Baltimore Ravens, a team that could use an edge rusher. Let's see what happens.
We will have to see. The pick. The pick is not in yet. The Baltimore Ravens are still on the clock, so this is still a ongoing situation. How the Ravens got to pick 25 is as wild as I have seen. They traded Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals. In return, they got pick 23 and a collection of other picks. They have since flipped pick 23 to the Buffalo Bills. That is why they're on the clock here at pick 25. We'll have to see what goes on here. Look, the Ravens are deep in the clock again, Tony. Is it possible the Ravens, after not obviously liking anyone at 23, that's why they traded with the Bills, may not feel like there's someone worth taking at 25?
They got a lot of picks. They don't have a lot of room on the roster for the selections. I mean, I got to think. Let me just look at their depth chart real quick here. As I said, they need a pass rusher. I got to assume that they're talking or discussing Jermaine Johnson. Linebackers, they took the kid from Penn State last year. They took Patrick Queen. Obviously, they don't need a linebacker. Cornerback, they could be considering Tyler Gordon at this spot. They did trade for Marcus Peters a few years ago. They still got Marlon Humphrey on the team. Obviously, they're going to have to replace Marquise Brown somewhere because they got Rashad Bateman and Devin Duvernay there. You're obviously going to want another receiver. I can't see them taking a receiver with so many of them coming off the board at this point.
And that's been the challenge, is that Lamar Jackson's not an easy quarterback to build around because his skill set is so limited. And to not have efficient route running receivers around him, and then you go and trade the deep threat that a Marquise Brown or a Hollywood Brown is really interesting. But the pick is in. So they've made their selection. They're going to stay at pick 25. We'll see who they go with. As soon as we find out, we're going to let you know. I mean, it's wild to me that we're 25 picks into an NFL draft and only one quarterback's been taken. I know I keep saying it, but I still can't believe it.
Well, I mean, at this point in time, I really only thought there were going to be 2 quarterbacks selected. So I guess, you know, as we've said all along, this was not a good quarterback draft, and we're seeing the end result of that.
So we'll have to see what happens here. We don't have the pick yet. Tony's been getting them before I do, so once one of us gets them,
my people might have fallen asleep.
So hopefully my people are not sleeping. They're East Coast people, so it is a little late. So we'll see what happens. But I'm not a fan of the Ravens roster. Earlier in the season, both Trey, Wingo, and I on our podcast called More Than Football, which you can get wherever you get your podcasts. On More Than Football, we had on Randy Mueller, former NFL Executive of the Year, and we talked about the challenges of the Baltimore Ravens roster and why the rebuild around Lamar Jackson to this point hasn't been successful. And trading away Hollywood Brown, now you do have Mark Andrews, who's certainly a top-flight tight end in the NFL, but you don't have a ton of weapons around him, and you traded away one of the ones that is. There isn't seemingly a weapon here at pick 25 that's going to make up a little bit.
Well, this is taken for. This must have been a computer glitch because the TV is going to beat us to the pick.
That is the first time happening tonight. For some reason, the pick hasn't gotten into the computer, but they go with Tyler Linderbaum.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. I'm not a big Linderbaum guy. I never have been. I thought it would be a struggle for him to get into the first round. There were people who were saying Linderbaum could be the Ravens pick when they were at 14. So what the Ravens do, they trade down, they get extra selections, they come away with Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. Good fit. I do think Linderbaum's got some limitations. Not the biggest guy in the world, under 300 pounds at the combine. Short arms, 31 and 1/8 inch arms at the combine. Very good on his feet, moves exceptionally well. He's actually the type of lineman that's perfect for Lamar Jackson because he can get out in the second, even the third level. He can redirect to defenders, redirect to linebackers or defensive backs. So really, that's a good fit for a Lamar Jackson type of quarterback. My only concern is what happens when he gets those bigger Jordan Davis type of defensive linemen inside him.
Yeah, he's going to an AFC North.
We got some information here.
Oh,
the Jets have traded back into the first round.
So we expected the Jets to be active in trading their picks. We were thinking it could be for Deebo Samuel, but the Jets are not trading something away for a player. They've traded back in to the first round. So the Jets have made a trade. They're on the clock at pick 26. The New York Jets are on the clock at pick 26.
Now, number 4, they went Gardner.
Yep.
Later on, they went Garrett Wilson. And who was the player that we talked about that they were very high on early on?
Jermaine Johnson.
And Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
Look, this could be one of those scenarios where we talk about this New York Jets draft and how they've played it pretty well with all of the resources that they had. Jameson Williams would be really interesting to see because that was a player that we were saying could be there at number 10. Off the board. At number 26, the Jets have they're announcing the trade now. So we already had the trade, beat the networks to it. I'm just seeing that come up on the TV.
I will tell you this, I'm getting texts, nothing official. I think the Jets take Johnson here from my guys inside the league. I've not heard that there's anything official, so we'll see. Obviously, they don't need a cornerback. Need a free safety. They need a safety. You got Lewis Senior. You got Daxton Hill there. Daxton Hill would also make a lot of sense for Robert Saleh. A safety that can play safety, can play the run. You can play him over. You can play him at corner if you need to. That would make a lot of sense as far as this pick is concerned. If Jermaine Johnson slides, there's some major issues anyway. But if Jermaine Johnson slides past the Jets, considering the way they liked him, and they were all over him, as I reported. I mean, they were keeping in constant contact with him, and that's often something that you do with a player that you have character concerns with. I think it was Geno Smith when Bill Cowher was the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I may be wrong. I'm right about Bill Cowher, but I may be wrong about Geno Smith. Gave him his cell phone and said, "I want you to call me at this time. The pick is in."
It is Jermaine Johnson, the edge player out of Florida State. His slide, which went from what could have been the 4th overall pick, he's now picked at pick 26.
Right.
The team who should have, or not should have, but could have picked him at pick 4 is the team getting him at pick 26. Right. The New York Jets trade back into the first round, and they do get the sliding, free-falling Jermaine Johnson. So, all's well that ends well, I guess.
Well, yeah, the thing is I'm going to get all kinds of grief because I said the Jets were going to take Deebo Samuel. But I did say 3 weeks ago the Jets were all over Jermaine Johnson. That was the pick. Now, granted, it's probably about 22 selections later than I originally thought. But, hey, all that ends well is well.
That's it. Such is life at the NFL draft. I mean, listen, no one could have predicted the kind of slide. This is, again, an example of Joe Douglas and the New York Jets being aggressive in going after the players that they want. They obviously didn't like Jermaine Johnson for whatever reason to go number 4 with him or to go number 10. they start to see that Jermaine Johnson is making his way down the board. They don't want to wait till the early pick they have in the second round on the off chance he falls to them. They make the move to get back in and grab him above some of the teams at picks 27, 28, 29, who may have been seriously considering Jermaine Johnson with those picks.
Now, I want to go back to that story with Bill Cowher. What he did was he gave a cell phone, and it was one of the receivers. It was years ago. It was one of the receivers that had issues. And he said, I want you to call me at this time, and I want you to call me at that time to see if the kid was paying attention, to see if the kid was focused. I don't remember the end result of the story, but I just remember it was a great story. Point being is, I'm sure, as I said on Pro Football Network, that the Jets, I said they were almost stalking Jermaine Johnson.
You did.
And I'm sure this is part of the reason why. They wanted to make sure where he was, what he was doing, to an extent to see if they can keep him focused where if we want you here at a certain point in time, you got to be there. Now, oftentimes this is a wake-up call for these guys. I mentioned this about Kayvon Thibodeau during the Combine. Some people would tell me the best thing for Kayvon Thibodeau is he makes a big drop down draft boards, and he goes much later than people expect because it may wake him up. It didn't happen to Kayvon Thibodeau. It did happen to Jermaine Johnson. And look at that funky jacket he's wearing. It looks like it's are those leaves on his jacket or what?
That jacket is an ink blot test from a psychiatrist, and that is why he has slid down the board. That's not official. I'm just saying that because that is one loud jacket. But Jermaine Johnson is off the board. He does go to the New York Jets, the team that Tony reported was essentially stalking him during the pre-draft process. They don't take him at 4. They take him at 26. So the Jets' first-round haul, they make 3 selections. Right. They come away with Sauce Gardner. Right. They come away with Garrett Wilson, the top-rated wide receiver. And now they get Jermaine Johnson, a very highly thought after pass rusher.
Basically, they hope at least, they filled three needs. Now, going to be a little bit pessimistic here, but the Jets always win in April. So now it's a matter of transitioning this onto the field. Do we know what the Jets gave away for move up?
I haven't gotten the compensation yet. When I do, I will let you know, but we have another trade. So before I can get you that, the Jaguars have traded up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Okay, so the Jaguars are on the clock at 27. I don't know what the compensation was. I'm assuming the Buccaneers are taking the first pick of the second round, but the Jacksonville Jaguars are currently on the clock. They are on the clock at pick 27. So we're gonna see what happens here.
You got to think it's an offensive player of some sorts at this point in time. Could it be Trey McBride? I mean, they signed Evan Ingram to a one-year deal. You've got to think there's no real offensive lineman at this point in time. You've got to think after taking Trayvon Walker, they're going to take some sort of offensive player to either protect Trevor Lawrence or basically throw the ball to him. It's not going to be, obviously they got Travis Etienne coming back after that injury last year. They got James Robinson, who they like to rotate in, the undrafted free agent that's turned out to be an outstanding PFA signing for him. Well, I'm looking at my board here, and it's all defensive players that are still available.
Can't see Malik Willis going here, by the way. The reason I bring this up is we said if a team traded down because they didn't need a quarterback.
Well, you can't see Malik Willis because the Jacksonville Jaguars have Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So the one team that's trading back up into the first round, they're not coming up for a quarterback. They're coming up, presumably, for somebody else. I am working on getting the compensation that went back and forth between the Jets and the Titans that allowed the Jets to select Jermaine Johnson. When I get that compensation, I will bring it directly to you. I got it. The Jets got pick 26 and pick 101. The Tennessee Titans got pick 35, 69, and 163. That comes from Field Yates over at ESPN. So that's the trade compensation, Jets-Titans. Jets get 26 and 101. Titans get 35, 69, and 163. There's another trade because the Jaguars are on the clock. And here's what that trade compensation was. The Jaguars are getting pick number 27 from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in exchange for picks number 33, 106, and 180. So the Buccaneers move back just a few spots. I know it's round 2, but it's only 5 picks away from where they were picking at 27. They moved to 6 picks away. They moved to pick 33. They also recoup 106 and 180. The Jaguars are on the clock at 27.
You know, it's interesting because any offensive player here, according to my board, is a bit of a reach. All the top players, Ajabu, okay, he's going to go in the second round because of injury. Devin Lloyd, I can't see the Jaguars taking a defensive player here. I think they got to fortify. They got to not fortify. They got to build that offensive line. They got to get more weapons for Trevor Lawrence to throw the ball to.
Yep, they took Trayvon Walker, number 1 overall.
And the pick is in.
The pick is in.
Our people are slow.
We're yelling at them as we speak. But as soon as that pick comes, we've had the trades before everybody else. We just need to, and we've had the picks before everybody else except for one. Let's see if we can get this one in before the networks are able to announce it. But we'll see. Like you said, the Jacksonville, here it is. It's Devin Lloyd, the linebacker out of Utah, with the 27th overall pick of the NFL draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Devin Lloyd, the linebacker out of Utah. Tony, 2 linebackers have come off the board. 0 of them are Nakobe Dean.
Right. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, Devin Lloyd was rated. I had Devin Lloyd rated higher.
Yes, you did.
They lost Miles. They cut Miles Jack.
Surprising to me, by the
way. And it's surprising again. They're not going to have the pick at the top of round 2 now. 2 defensive players for a team that drafted their franchise quarterback a year ago. You know, need people to protect him, need people for him to throw the ball to, need tight ends as well. So
Trent Baalke must really see something in Christian Kirk.
There you go.
Besides the monster contract, but must really think that he's ready to take the next step. I personally don't see it, but Trent, the only person who needs to see it is Trent Baalke.
The funny thing is everybody mocked that Christian Kirk contract when it was signed during free agency. It looks like a bargain now, doesn't it?
And we got to see, by the way, we don't know what Hollywood Brown did regarding his contract. We do know, per Tony, that A.J. Brown signed a 4-year, $100 million extension. You're correct. The Christian Kirk contract, which is about $20 million APY, $20 million per year on average, is looking a little bit better than that. That being said, Christian Kirk is nowhere near, I believe, the caliber of receiver of A.J. Brown. But we'll see, because as you said, Tony, the Jaguars now had 2 first-round picks, and they spent them on defense.
The Packers are on the board. The Packers' first pick
Packers took
Quay
Walker.
Thank you.
The linebacker out of Georgia.
Packers need a safety here, but all the top safeties are still on the board.
Louis Cine's there.
Louis Cine, Daxton Hill. Remember what I had said in my mock draft. This is a spot where I predicted that the Packers, if there's no player that they like, would look to trade down. One of the teams that could potentially trade up is Seattle to get their quarterback of the future.
We shall see. The Packers are on the clock. Remember, the Jaguars have already made their selection, despite what you're seeing on the network's broadcast. We've already told you the pick is Devin Lloyd, the linebacker out of Utah. So he is going to Jacksonville, the second defensive player they've taken, the second front 7 player they've taken tonight. Trayvon Walker, of course, going number 1 overall to those Jacksonville Jaguars. As we mentioned, at pick 28, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock. We'll see what happens here. We'll see if Seattle or someone else trades up with them. They don't need a quarterback. You got to figure.
Right. Well, they need receivers, and Christian Watson. I don't think he's a first-round receiver. Although there were some people who had mocked Christian Watson to the Packers at that pick. They're going to look like brain surgeons if that happens.
Still too early for an Alec Pierce, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Sky Moore is Sky Moore was getting some first-round buzz. He's still available. I mean, he is a terrific vertical threat.
I think you got to look at a George Pickens, maybe.
This is still way too. This is still way too early for George Pickens. It could be, but I think that it's way too early.
All right, we'll see See what happens. Green Bay is still on the clock. The networks are just now getting to the Devin Lloyd announcement. We told you that a few minutes ago. We'll see what happens with the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers coming back for, you've got to imagine, an actual last dance with Green Bay. We'll have to see what happens. They drafted Jordan Love in the first round. Gotta believe they still consider him to be the heir apparent. Don't see Malik Willis coming off the board here, guys. 28 picks into the draft. Malik Willis is still available. Only Kenny Pickett, staying in Pittsburgh with the Steelers, has come off the board as a quarterback.
Packers have made the selection.
They've made, you know who it is?
Packers select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle from Georgia. So Wyatt gets into the first round, the kid who played right next to Jordan Davis. That Georgia defense, what's that, the third the Georgia defensive player to go in the first round. Quick, explosive guy. Interesting pick in that Packers system. They play a three-man line, but they primarily use that linebacker, the outside linebacker, up at the line of scrimmage. So it's almost like four people up at the line of scrimmage. Before I saw the pick made, I had said that Seattle would potentially trade back into the end of round one for their quarterback. I got to imagine that Seattle's saying, you know what? We don't have to trade because one of the guys will be there at the top of round two. One of the guys that we want will be there at the top of round two. So rather than giving away selections, we'll just stand pat and we'll take our chances. We'll roll the dice on one of those quarterbacks being there tomorrow. The quarterbacks being Malik Willis or Desmond Ritter, who is the guy that I hear they like.
It is just a very interesting draft, man. We've said this the entire way through the draft process, that this was going to be a topsy-turvy, zigzagging type of draft that really no one had any feel for. And that's what happens when quarterbacks are not at the top of the class. And we're seeing that play out in real time. We're seeing a lot of defensive players, a lot of defensive backs, a lot of defensive tackles. Linebackers have now begun to come off the board. There are more linebackers, off-ball linebackers off the board, Tony, than quarterbacks. That's the reality of the 2022 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers have now selected an interior defensive lineman in Devontae Wyatt, the defensive tackle out of Georgia. Both of Georgia's interior defensive players in Devontae Wyatt and Jordan Davis are off the board. Their linebacker, Quay Walker, off the board. Georgia having quite the day.
And Green Bay took two of those defenders, so it tells you right there what Green Bay thinks of them. Patriots are on the clock now. Patriots, you could see Nakobe Dean go here. They do need an interior offensive lineman. I don't think they're going to take a receiver. The Patriots can never develop receivers. George Karlaftis is still there.
Still there.
That's got to be a consideration for him.
A lot of people compared George Karlaftis, I hope for less than obvious reasons, to a J.J. Watt type of player. J.J. Watt himself taken later in the first round in his draft class.
Well, he was taken 12th that year.
Right. So you have George Karlaftis, who has that similar defensive end type play, but he's got that body type where he can play head up in that 5 technique. He can play a little bit of 4-eye, for a defense. The Patriots love defensive players they can move around. They play a lot of multiple fronts. They like to move their defensive linemen outside, inside, create the mismatches where they see fit. Karlaftis is that kind of pass rusher who can maybe help them do that in that multiple front defense.
Yeah, J.J. Watt was much more advanced at equal points in their career. Karlaftis, like I said, he's got to get a little bit stronger. He's got to develop more of a well-rounded game. But if you are looking for a guy to get up the field, have him stand over tackle, move well in space, that is absolutely Karlaftis.
So remember, it's pick 29 now. Pick 29. The New England Patriots are on the board. They have this pick because they traded back with the Kansas City Chiefs, who used that pick on Trent McDuffie. So it's now the New England Patriots on the clock at pick 29. Again, really interesting to see who and what they might do here. So many things have happened in the first 28 picks that have made this pick even more unpredictable than it maybe usually is. There aren't a lot of players sliding in the sense of who would be valuable to the New England Patriots. Would you consider a George Karlaftis sliding at this point, or is this still kind of within the range?
I think he's sliding. The other player that we got to have in the conversation right here for the Patriots who need a cornerback would be Kyler Gordon of Washington, who I had a second-round grade on, but there were a lot of people who thought he was a first-round grade. The offensive linemen are off the board, so I can't see them reaching for an offensive lineman at this point in time. I said the Kobe Dean's got to be a consideration here because they do need linebackers. Getting back to your question, I think this is, we've got, 3 picks left in the first round? So there's a good chance that Malik Willis and George Karlaftis, neither of them will be first-round choices. And I don't think anyone would have thought that 24 hours ago.
No, and remember, we were saying that maybe 1 or 2 teams could be the ones who maybe take a tight end in the first round. One of those teams has traded back into the second round, that being the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when they traded back with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So there's just not a ton of options left for some of these teams to get a player who may be highly rated. Lewis Cine sitting there out of Georgia, one of the higher-rated safeties, who is more of that free-ranging kind of safety, opposite of like a Kyle Hamilton who went earlier at pick 14. We'll have to see what New England does here. They're still on the clock. The pick is not in yet. When the pick is in, we will give you the trade, we'll give you the pick itself, and we'll see what happens. Guys, you could tell it is late. It is after 11 o'clock. I have been sitting in this spot for over 4 hours, and so much has happened.
Not me. I've been running the bathroom all night.
That is true. But so much has happened in those 4 hours that it has absolutely flown by. I can't believe we're already at pick 29, but there has been a lot of time spent, so we'll see what happens. Looking at the television broadcast, we're at that. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in for the New England Patriots. They are taking an offensive lineman out of Chattanooga, Cole Strange.
Wow.
Cole Strange is the pick.
That is a strange pick.
That is a strange pick. Cole Strange is the pick for the New England Patriots at pick 29. He is an offensive lineman at the University
Tennessee,
Chattanooga. Not to be confused with the University of Tennessee, Knoxville.
Yeah, let's go over Cole Strange. I mean,
Please,
I believe it was on Tuesday of this week. I wrote a thing about some of the interior offensive linemen that were moving up draft boards. I mentioned Cameron Jurgens. I mentioned of Nebraska. I mentioned Luka Decky of Central Michigan, and I mentioned Cole Strange of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Now he was moving up draft boards, as told to me by. May get into the second round, may get in the late part of the second round. I just texted his agent, who I know, who I'm sure had no clue that Cole Strange was going to be a first-round pick. And
he's probably pissed off, by the way, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, because his name is Strange, everyone's going to say he's a strange pick, right?
But he's also late in the first round, which means he is going to get the fifth-year option part of his contract.
Wow.
So, but that being said, first-round money, I guess, is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, now Cole Strange, I mean, he is a...
You can say strange pick.
No, he is he's a type of Patriots offensive lineman in the sense that he played tackle at Chattanooga, although he's a little bit shorter, though the Patriots like those shorter tackles on the left side. They got Isaiah Wynn there. He's a big-bodied guard who can also develop into a center. He played some center, and he played it well at the Senior Bowl. So I think what will happen is the Patriots will play him at guard and then maybe eventually move him into center. Big, wide-body guy, plays with excellent knee bend, excellent leverage, and someone, like I said, who had been moving up draft boards.
In the Pro Football Network draft guide, which you can still get at profootballnetwork.com/NFL draft guide, and you're going to want, because as crazy as today is, rounds 2 through 7 tend to be just as crazy, and that means there are still hundreds of players available to be taken in this draft. But in that draft guide, you will find Tony's consensus big board, which has a top 300. You have Cole Strange ranked 88th, and he goes at pick 29. That is a large jump from where we see a player maybe ranked and rated to where he actually gets taken in the NFL draft.
Yeah, we talked about Quay Walker
being going a little bit early, but Quay Walker maybe went 10 to 15 picks earlier than expected. I mean, this is probably some 60 picks earlier than this is a good 2 rounds earlier than anybody thought. And this will be talked about as the biggest surprise of round 1, no doubt about it.
We were stunned when we saw Drake London go in the top 10, but we thought Drake London was going to be a first-round wide receiver. Quay Walker, same thing. To your point, I mean, I'm looking at your big board right now in the draft guide. Again, that's at Pro Football Network.
And I'll tell you this. What did you say? I had him at number 88?
88.
I guarantee you that was probably early compared to most people.
Probably, yeah. I will tell you that it's on Cam Meller's big board, okay? Cam Meller, the draft director over at Pro Football Network, he had Cole Strange at pick 184. Not pick 184, excuse me. Ranked 184 on his big board. So he had him way, 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 way outside of where he actually was selected. So, Tony, you had him much closer to his actual selection.
But I was still 60 picks off. So either I'm right or the Vikings are crazy. The Patriots are crazy. We'll see what happens.
I tell you what, we have largely criticized where Bill Belichick has selected players in the past. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of a possibility that he's actually this isn't such a great pick. Bill Belichick hasn't been able to develop draft picks
at certain positions.
At certain positions.
You know, so he does do a good job with the offensive linemen. I mean, you look at the offensive line, but he usually gets those guys in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round.
Yeah.
And then, mines gold out of them.
On our consensus big board, in the way the guards are, there's a pick. Excuse me. The Kansas City Chiefs have made their pick at pick 30. Okay, that pick is in. The pick is George Karlaftis,
there you go.
edge out of Purdue. This is a massive win for the Kansas City Chiefs. They went into this offseason desperately needing a pass rusher. They brought in Melvin Ingram as a stopgap pass rusher last year. Frank Clark started off the season slow, finished on a bit of a high note, but pass rusher was an absolute need for this team. They get one who we thought would go earlier, and they're able to get him at pick 30.
Everyone thought at this point in time they were going to take Boye Mafe of Minnesota. So Boye Mafe, is still there, but so is George Karlaftis. They figure the better value is George Karlaftis. You look at the way they use their defensive ends. They got Frank Clark there. They were going to go after Zadarius Smith in free agency. Again, they like those sort of sleeker, thinner, more explosive edge rushers. Don't have to be real big. You don't have to be Trayvon Walker size, but guys that get up the field quickly, and that's what Karlaftis does.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, again, we know per your reporting that Brett Veach has a high affection for Boye Mafe.
Right.
However, this is the way the NFL draft works. Players you don't think are going to be there. Remember, we thought George Karlaftis could go as early as 24 to the Dallas Cowboys, even earlier if some teams really felt the need of pass rusher. He's on the board at 30. He's probably a player that Kansas City Chiefs did not expect to be able to get. So rather than go with Boye Mafe, they likely had Karlaftis rated higher. That's who they take at pick 30.
And as far as, we talked about the New England Patriots taking Cole Strange significantly early. I mean, this is probably a good 10-slot value pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, who find ways to get it done. That's why you get a team that's this competitive. Yeah, they got the quarterback, but they find ways to scoop up good talent later on in the draft and then develop that talent.
This is the same team that was able to get Trey Smith in the 6th round. Trey Smith fell for obvious medical reasons, but Brett Veach does his homework. Brett Veach, one of the best GMs in football. Unfortunately, there's like a segment of the Kansas City Chiefs fan base that doesn't truly appreciate how great Brett Veach has been as the GM alongside head coach Andy Reid. He rebuilt that entire offensive line in one offseason.
Yeah.
He then identifies the need at pass rusher, and he goes out and he's able to get a highly rated value pick that slid to him at pick 30. This is what good GMs do. Some GMs need to be aggressive. Go get the player you want, who you think is going to go off early. But sometimes the good GMs are patient. They let the board come to them, and they don't make rash decisions. Not only did Kansas City Chiefs trade pick 29, they stay at 30, they make the selection, and they get a highly rated player.
He didn't have to make a move, and he got his player. I do have to laugh, though. I'm kind of looking at the screen here, and I'm seeing all these Patriot fans go crazy over the pick of Cole Strange. This is going to sound kind of mean, but I have a feeling these people don't even know who Cole Strange is, but they hear the Patriots, and they're cheering.
They just assume.
That's a difference. See, in the old days, you would have booing and utter hysterical laughter. If you ever watched the film clips of, say, the Jets taking Jeff Lageman or the Jets taking Kyle Brady.
Oh, we've seen that clip, Tony.
Yeah,
we've seen that clip, Tony.
The crowd, but the reaction of the crowd is they're laughing. They're laughing. If you ever see when Donovan McNabb was picked by the Eagles and they bring him on stage, it's horrendous booing.
Yeah.
Now you get the fans huddled together in their little pens there, all the fans of the same team, and the Dallas Cowboys take Paul Pot, and the Dallas Cowboy fans will go crazy,
Well, look, Cole Strange is certainly a name that I was not too familiar with, and he goes pick 29 to the New England Patriots. The Chiefs make their selection. It's George Karlaftis. He finally ends his slide down the board. The Cincinnati Bengals are sitting at pick 31. I've been told that they are interested in potentially taking Trey McBride at the tight end position. We had Trey McBride as a guest on our show, Tony, Draft Insiders, and our show, because I'm in the back end there, but it's yours and Trey Wingo's show. We interviewed Trey McBride. Man, I was extremely impressed with that young man. I thought he answered those questions honestly. Just was able to really captivate our attention. The feedback we got from that interview was overwhelming. If he goes in the first round, I've been told it's the Cincinnati Bengals who could make that pick. However, they have made the pick. The pick is in. It's not the tight end Trey McBride. It's the safety out of Michigan, Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill, the safety out of Michigan, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals at pick number 31 in the first round. Tony, we've seen a bunch of safeties starting to come off the board here. Why is Daxton Hill the selection at 31?
He can do everything. I mean, like I said, they've got Jesse Bates there, who they franchised. Von Bell has been around the league for a while. They still got Eli Apple, so you would have thought cornerback would have been a consideration here. Well, you know what? A lot of people think that Daxton Hill can play cornerback. I don't know that he's going to unseat Eli Apple as the starter, but still, you can put Daxton Hill over the slot receiver. You can put Daxton Hill if they line up 4 receivers, over one of the receivers, and he'll do a good job for you. He's tough against the run, makes a lot of plays up the field. This fortifies their defense. This really helps, the back end of the defense. They've got a good defensive line. They've got some decent linebackers. This is going to help their secondary, where I think where the biggest questions are on that defense.
Well, we are at pick 31. We're really at pick 32.
Yes,
the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. The last pick of the first round.
The crowd is filing out of here.
The Minnesota Vikings are making that selection because they traded with the Detroit Lions, who traded back up into the first round. So it's the Minnesota Vikings who are on the clock at 32 because we know that Daxton Hill is the pick at 31 for the Cincinnati Bengals. Tony, we're at the last pick of the first round. Malik Willis is still on the board. There's only been one quarterback taken. It's been Kenny Pickett to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Could Minnesota take Malik Willis as the heir apparent to a Kirk Cousins?
They could. I mean, you think it's good value here. Now, who have they taken so far? Or they haven't taken.
They haven't made a selection
so this
yet.
is because they trade down. Yeah, I hate to be redundant. I keep saying Kyler Gordon because I heard that they like Trent McDuffie early on at the cornerback position. Maybe go with his teammate, who a lot of people think is a first-round choice. So I think Kyler Gordon at the cornerback position makes you make a good case. I mean, take Malik Willis, who is graded by many, including myself, as the best quarterback, to eventually replace Kirk Cousins, who has made $85 gazillion in the NFL and has done okay.
As our good friend Andrew Brandt would say, He goes into the Football Business Hall of Fame, Kirk Cousins.
Right.
But when we talk about ranking the quarterbacks in the NFL, we talk about top half of the league, top quarter of the league. We call it the Kirk Cousins line. Kirk Cousins is probably the floor, right, of the good quarterbacks in the NFL. He's the worst of the good quarterbacks.
Right. He's not, there's nothing to get exciting about, but, he's there and he's productive, and in a league that needs quarterbacks, he's not horrible.
So remember, Daxton Hill he's off the board. He is going to be the pick for the Bengals. The network broadcasts are in commercial, but again, if you've been watching us all night, you've been about 5, 6, sometimes 7 minutes ahead of them anyway on every single move that's happened. We're telling you, Daxton Hill is coming off the board. He is the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals here at 31. So the Vikings are on the clock at pick 32. To recap, they got that pick from a trade with division rival, the Detroit Lions. Detroit traded back into the first, or not back in, but traded further up into the first round. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock at 32. We could see a trade here. Pick 32 gets traded quite often. We could also see a quarterback, the second one being Malik Willis, come off the board here. There's really a lot of options. Tony said to also look out, of course, for Kyler Gordon, the cornerback out of Washington. He's a player where this could be a good value for him, right? Someone who maybe could have gone earlier, maybe in the 20s somewhere, and the Vikings are able to snag him at 32.
Depends on your board. Just want to see the Vikings depth chart here.
So we'll see how this shakes out.
Cameron Bynum, solid player. You could use an upgraded free safety. Lewis Cine is still available
out of Georgia.
So that would be a consideration here. And
you
this
did
is where
mock Lewis Cine at 32, but to the Detroit Lions.
Right. So I think that would be a consideration as well. Let me just see something on Bynum. Maybe not. I think it's going to be a secondary player at this point in time.
All right, we'll see what happens. They're on the clock. The networks haven't yet announced the Bengals pick, which is, again, going to be Daxton Hill. But rest assured, the Vikings are on the clock. So once they announce the Daxton Hill pick, we assume the Vikings will be quick to follow. As soon as the Vikings pick is in, we will let you guys know the moment we do, as we have been all night. And we want to thank you for spending your night here with Pro Football Network. This is the first time we've done a live draft show, really covering it pick by pick, and it's been a lot of fun for me. Been a lot of fun for Tony, I think. Tony doesn't follow me on Twitter, doesn't really care for me too much, but he sat here next to me for about 4 hours. It's been a lot of fun. 4.5 hours.
And I got here an hour earlier, so it's actually been 5.5.
So it's been quite fun. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it.
Are we getting a raise for this or no?
I hope I am. We'll see. The thing I'd like to press upon you guys is after this draft, any content you need to get prepared for round 2 is going to be at ProFootballNetwork.com. What you really need to be prepared for rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night is going to be the NFL Pro Football Network's NFL Draft Guide. And you're going to get that at ProFootballNetwork.com/NFL Draft Guide. Also, guess what? Tony and I are back again tomorrow night. We will be doing this live, pick for pick, and we will be bringing it to you again, just like we did tonight, as soon as we get them. So, as usual, Pro Football Network has all of your needs. We are striving to be the primary voice in pro football. Again, pick 31, Daxton Hill is the pick. He is coming off the board to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Vikings are on the clock at pick 32. They got that selection in a trade with division rival, the Detroit Lions. Remains to be seen. One of the most intriguing players and talked about in this draft, Tony, is Malik Willis. He's still on the board, but guess what? He will not be a first-round pick because the Minnesota Vikings have made their selection. And as you said, it is safety Lewis Cine. Out of Georgia. He is the pick, the final pick of round 1 at pick 32. So many surprises, Tony. Lewis Cine is the pick. Let's get your assessment of him.
I love Lewis Cine. I said all along in the early part of the process when people were talking about Kyle Hamilton as a top 5 pick, I said, I think Lewis Cine in the second round is better value than Kyle Hamilton in the first round because
Basically, he can do everything that Kyle Hamilton can't. He's got great range in center field. You can play him over the slot receiver. He's got terrific ball skills. He's very agile. He's very quick. I had him rated slightly higher than Daxton Hill on my board because I think he's got slightly better ball skills. I don't think he plays the run as well, but I think this was a terrific pick, as we spoke about. Again, he's a guy who, you put, if there are 3 receivers on the field, 4 receivers, you leave them in deep center field, or you place them over the receiver.
Well, the pick is in. The first round is officially over because the Minnesota Vikings have made the last pick, and it's Lewis Cine. So many surprises in this draft. Blockbuster trades, A.J. Brown, an Eagle, Hollywood Brown, a Cardinal. Malik Willis, not a first-round pick. Only one quarterback, Kenny Pickett, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. As we called it here first at Pro Football Network, as Tony reported, Trayvon Walker goes number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Deebo Samuel still in San Francisco. So many things have happened, and somehow, Tony, we're going to be back here again tomorrow doing it all over again because there's still so much more to take place. The first round's fun, but it's rounds 2 through 7 where your team really gets made. So keep it here to Pro Football Network. Go get your draft guides if you don't already have them at profootballnetwork.com/NFL draft.